that all means.
I think they're dodgy as fuck.
But like, I know, like, that's the thing is like I agree they're kind of like sketchy, but like, do you think that it's like a big, you think they know it, or you think it's like a joke to them to show it off, or do you think it's like actual peaceful organization that is trying to do something good, or is it just like a fucking like a show? I don't know.
I think in some senses they're actually trying to rub it in our face. But when you consider that there's a couple of hundred possible maps that they could use, but yet they use that one, why?
I mean, it's in that map. It's so fascinating because it's that. I mean, at least when I went to school, that was never used. That projection ever. I never saw that map until I like. I mean, I like subconsciously probably saw it in the United Nations because that clicked pretty quickly with me. But like, that's it's like it's a symbol. It's not even necessarily a good map, right? And it's you just don't see that in any school books or anything, or any textbooks anywhere. And it's like navigationally, pretty sure that's like the best international map to use, and it like for the most part is pretty accurate. Where it's supposedly it's very accurate in the northern hemisphere, which is where
I
most of the people in the world live. So it's like that should be the most used map, anyways. Because if it's accurate, like what the fuck is this Mercator shit projections?
I think it's possibly like because I'm a glober, and I'm a friendly one. um, I think
You're a
that
You're a
spy.
closet flat earther. You're no glober.
they are the United Nations, right? If they want to have all nations represented on a logo, they can't do it with a globe Earth picture. They have to flatten everything out, right? They have to
Yeah, so
get
why
every.
not use the projections that they use for everything else that they teach all the kids that they do everything else with?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
I mean, honestly, have you ever seen that projection in anything growing up?
That, yeah, I mean, can't say I have.
It's just like they hide it, but then again, it's not hidden because it's the fucking United Nations logo. But then again, what the fuck is the United Nations if Russia is a Security Council member and they're doing all this war stuff to people? Like what does it all mean? Is it just a fucking farce or what?
Hmm.
See, like I don't know. I'm just shooting shit, and like I think potentially all the people a part of that, all the nations or countries are a part of that. They're all in the know at some level, and they try to keep the peace, but they know it's like inherently unstable and impossible because they can't control everybody. Like simple as that. So it's like they try to do the best they can, but when it really comes down to it, there's just other motivations from different countries to do things. I guess that they just don't care about the you know peace of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, like, what is the like? I just don't get it. Like, people are like, "Oh, the Russians and war crimes, or anybody in war crimes." It's like, who's enforcing that shit? There's that. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, I suppose you'd have to go into like the history of the UN and these departments or organizations that are sort of international, multinational set up, and they sort of like they're a board of people, and they agree. They all come to agreements on what is considered like crime, like international war crimes.
Yeah, but then it just doesn't stop anybody. Like, what do you get, a slap on the wrist, or like what happens if you like? It's like it only matters if you lose the war,
Right.
right? If you lose the
If
war,
someone's
then then you did all these bad things, and we're gonna punish you more. Okay, well you like if you win the war, then it's like who's gonna do anything bad to you?
yeah.
Who's going to be the authority? What are they going to do?
Who polices war crimes? Yeah.
Exactly. That's the real question. It's all a facade. Everything is a kind of a facade, I think. It's like all the people from all these countries, you think they really want to go fight each other and do all these things. It's like, it's all, the top level decision makers.
Apparently, the International Criminal Court, the ICC, can prosecute individuals for core international crimes under international law. These include war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide.
Yeah, who's going to go arrest them?
Yeah,
So
I guess they send out like a.
So Rick, what's your
yeah.
sorry? What's your struggles with flat Earth? What don't you understand, or what holds you back from understanding, or what keeps you attached to the globe, or whatever?
Yeah, I guess the model, the explanation, like the heliocentric model.
What, just the
I buy
complexity
it.
of it?
No, I buy it. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, it
That's
makes
why
sense to me too, but then it eventually doesn't make sense.
okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just the sunrise and seeing.
I know, but like, can it also make sense in different models for you? Like, that's what, to me, it's like, it can make sense on a lot of different models. I can make up a model myself, honestly.
Right. There's this. I saw
Like,
something about
yeah.
yeah, a flight in the southern hemisphere where the path from it's a very it's common. Even that guy that was in here before brought it up. That he was very inarticulate and aggressive, but the flight from Sydney to Chile, to whatever city that is in Chile,
What about it?
goes across the ocean, and then on a flat map, like on the map that depicts the flight paths. It's depicted as an arc, but if you were to have that same
I bet it wouldn't be an
flight
arc on
path
a flat map.
depicted on a globe, it would be across the surface of the globe.
Right, that's what it would look like. But also,
Direct.
yeah, but
Right.
yeah, but have you put that on the flat map? Because it would be a straight line, probably, even more direct.
Yeah, I mean,
And like,
it's
for real, like, if you want to look into flights, dude, like, actually go on Google and plan a flight right now and see where the airports are going to connect, and then put it on a flat map, and it makes the most obvious sense always.
The other
No,
thing to look
because
at too
on a
is
flat map,
no ad nauseum. You're not invited at the moment. The other thing to look at too, there, guys, it's not so much the flight itself. For example, Brisbane to LA. Have a look at where the emergency landing points are for these flights, and you get some really weird places that just do not line up until you put them on a flat map.
I mean, I'm
no,
going to
that's
do it
not
right now for us.
My question would be that we have this path that's apparently been transferred from a globe to a globe projection or a flat map. How were we able to verify
It's not
that
a
the
globe
aircraft is actually
projection.
taking? How are we able to verify that the
that
plane actually took that arced path, other than
right.
seeing it depicted and claimed on a map due to the claim that the Earth is a globe?
Because the computers are fitted with a 2D projection and it's converted into 3D.
So the
So,
computer. Sorry, go Hollywood.
no, you go. Peter's what?
I was gonna.
The computers have a 2D representation of the globe Earth. Okay. And that data is then converted into 3D.
I know. I always wondered, like, for sure, like these. I don't. Not even GPS companies, but like Garmin or whoever makes the fucking navigational equipment for some of these aircraft. They must. Their system engineers must have like this also figured out, right?
I just told you how they do it. Are you okay, bro?
Yeah, I'm agreeing, right? Like, but where's the proof that Garmin uses a flat model? Like, is that I haven't looked that up, but like, do they claim that? Like,
Listen, a straight line on a globe is not the same as it is on a flat map.
right?
A straight line on a globe it can be curved, it can be curving.
Okay, so also, Rick, so some of these flights,
Yeah.
Sydney to Santiago,
Hmm.
they're stopping in um, Los Angeles, Miami. Why?
You're not addressing the elephant in the room. Sydney to Los Angeles is a straight.
Guys, um, I know there's a lot of like debate on whether or not the Earth is flat, and I'm a new flat Earth believer, and
Oh
I
my
just
god.
I know, yeah, I just wanted to send in the side chat like what convinced me, and I hope you guys watch because it really convinced me of the flat Earth.
Are you serious?
Mm.
Oh my god.
If you have any argument against that, let me know because I do believe the Earth is flat now. Thank you.
No, you can't be serious.
I mean, you in a message above me just said run away. What does that sound like? Runway. And what is the Earth? Flat. Because what? It's my runway. Amen.
You're cute.
So Sydney to Los Angeles is a straight line on a globe.
I just wanted to share with you guys.
But just like but like Rick, for real, can you look at the flat Earth map? Like, just Google flat Earth map, right? And go to images, and then look at Australia, and look at Philly or Santiago or whatever, and like you can see the United States is in between them. So it makes complete sense why they connect there.
They don't connect.
What do you wait? What are you saying? If I can buy a ticket right now and I can fly from Sydney to Santiago and connect in Los Angeles and Miami,
You're cherry picking.
what are you saying?
I'm saying Sydney to Los Angeles is a straight line on a globe. But on your
Bro,
map,
it's a straight line. Any 2 points on a globe, you're going to say is a straight line. What are you saying?
But on your map, it's curving.
Dude,
It's going around.
no, you're not.
Yes.
Dude, I can literally put a straight piece of paper on my screen and point it, and it's a straight. It's the same. In fact, your straight quote straight line on a
You
globe
don't quite understand.
You don't quite understand. The globe has no straight lines, dude.
Do you want me to explain it to you or not?
Sure, you can try.
On a flat map, right?
A flat map.
On a flat Earth map, if I go from Sydney to Los Angeles, right?
Yeah, it's a straight line.
I would
right?
have to go. I would have to go over Alaska. I would have to go over
My friend.
Washington. That doesn't
Yeah,
happen.
yes, it does. Listen, I've flown to Southeast Asia, dude. You've never done this, obviously. You fly over Alaska.
Okay, listen, man. You're obviously not mentally. Did you hear what I said? I said Sydney to Los
Did you hear what
Angeles.
he said ad nauseum? Yes or no?
Okay, these people are retarded.
You're retarded. You sound like you barely can talk, dude.
Retarded.
I take it you haven't met ad nauseum before Hollywood. His name says enough.
Yeah, I guess so.
I said, do you even listen to what I'm saying?
No, because you don't listen to what other people say. Please
Yeah.
acknowledge what Hollywood said to you.
I'm trying to come back and forth
But
with
he's
you.
not listening to what I'm saying.
I literally I am. I'm gonna try again.
I'm
Go.
saying, if you look at the photos map from Sydney
staring
to
at
Los
it.
Angeles, you would have to go past Alaska, past Washington.
Yes.
That doesn't happen on the flight. On the
Yes,
flight,
it does, dude. I'm gonna go to. Okay,
listen to me. Just let me finish.
I'm listening. Continue.
On the
Finish.
flight, when you get to Los Angeles, you are met with the coastline of California. You're not met with anything else but the coastline of California. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand.
So what I'm saying is, if we are in the direction of the coastline of Los Angeles, that means we're not coming from Washington or near Alaska.
Dude, you
We're
can.
coming
Do you realize
from a globe position.
Okay,
You
no, my friend.
stupid donkey. You donkey.
Okay, so when you're on a coastline, right? You can go multiple different directions, correct?
Okay, you're a donkey. I'm done with this guy.
Okay.
Good, then
No,
fuck off
Yeah.
and stay there.
You're fucking useless, dude.
Yeah, I just told you it was a straight line, and he just like.
Dude, you're saying you're not even being specific enough to like make sense. Are you saying if you do, are you saying if you go directly west from Los Angeles, if you point directly west and go, is that what you're saying? Because if you leave Los Angeles and fly up the coastline, you're still leaving over the coast, but you're flying north. Do you understand that?
What I'm saying is, it's a flight path from Sydney,
dude,
straight to Los Angeles. Do you understand that?
Do you can literally go to any? I'm gonna should I do this for you? You can go to a flight tracker website. Listen for a second. You can go to a flight tracker website and you can plug in Sydney to fucking Los Angeles, and it will show you the airplane flying past Alaska. It will literally show you all the flights. They all do.
Listen to me. What I'm saying is they are nowhere near Alaska. Okay.
And what's your proof of that? What's your proof of that? Because I have proof that they are near Alaska.
My God.
The direct flights from Sydney to Australia fly via Alaska? Doesn't look like it.
Say again?
And the White Knight. I knew it was there.
Yeah.
The goalie's always there.
Should I? Okay, I'll do this for you guys. Hold on.
Hollywood, I'm going to tell you something now. With this
I'm wasting my time.
No. You can talk to him all you like, but you can walk in with a milk crate full of golden evidence, absolutely flawless stuff that cannot be undone, and he will still not accept it. The only thing he accepts is purple crayons are grape flavored. That's it.
Listen to me.
See? He still, listen to me. Ad nauseum, shut the fuck up and listen to Hollywood.
The flight from Sydney to Los Angeles debunks your claim. Okay? Holy shit. So pathetic. Yes. It's literally a straight line from Sydney to Los Angeles.
Yeah, it looks like maybe this specific route it flies over fucking Hawaii, supposedly. I don't know. Maybe this is different.
Exactly.
So not Alaska.
So why did you say Alaska? You lying dog. You stupid lying
Hold on.
dog.
Oh, I'm sorry. I picked the wrong city, dude. Oh my god, you.
Exactly. This guy's a lying little dog. He is.
No, because Australia is further south than I've flown, so it would make sense. They fly over Hawaii.
Why would it make sense?
I specifically said I went to Southeast Asia. So let me correct my.
Did you see how this filthy liar just debunked himself?
Hold on. And first of all, I'm not debunking myself. First of all, I'm not even looking at the flight track. I'm looking at like the whatever they're supposed to fly or some shit.
And also, you rude little prick,
Line.
he openly admitted to making a mistake.
Yeah, that's a big
He's
problem
not
with
a liar.
people.
No,
There's a big
you don't
fucking
understand.
difference.
This is not a mistake.
Ad
This is a
nauseum, you don't
debunks.
understand that you're not supposed to be talking when other people are. He made a mistake. He's corrected himself. So calling him a filthy liar isn't very becoming.
Come on, he
And
claimed to have evidence already.
You're also a filthy liar. Because
And you're also a little shit stirrer. So shut up or get muted.
Again, most of the shit I said was accurate about
How's
all
the-
these flight routes and these connections and all that
you're
stuff.
cherry
Because
picking.
you're cherry picking one little point that I already corrected myself on.
You're cherry picking.
You're a dumbass.
You're cherry picking flights. That's your stupid little
What?
narrative.
And you baltards don't? Go fuck your boot.
I literally showed you
Dude,
one
what did
flight
you
that
listen? There's no
debunks you.
difference. There's no difference in what I've said earlier.
Okay, listen to me.
Hey,
Do you know how long?
listen. Do you realize? Okay, listen. You realize I picked a southern city, right? And then Australia is even more south. So yeah, they can fly over Hawaii, right? That makes sense. But when you fly to Asia, you go over Alaska, okay? But again, this is a direct flight Sydney to Los Angeles. But if you're going Sydney to Santiago, southern hemisphere to southern hemisphere, why do you connect in Los Angeles?
I don't care. Listen to me.
How about demand? There's way more people that want to fly to US from both of those locations or away from those locations. No, is that not true? That 80%, that most of the world's population is north of the equator?
Yes, most of the flight routes are for populations because they're trying to make money and they're trying to be a business.
Okay.
You're a filthy liar. Dirty liar.
So that would be an adequate explanation why this connection exists, even if it was significantly longer. Why they would connect when you go from southern hemisphere to southern hemisphere, it would make sense that a lot of the connections that are provided are going through a northern hub, even if that is a longer connection, even if that is taking more distance, simply because of demand.
Yeah, but you know what makes a lot of sense too is if you look at the flat map and it all makes sense that everything goes through the center.
Yeah, except when you look at the direct flights between those locations again. Yeah, I'm having trouble making it make sense.
I don't know.
Hey, Hollywood, I'll translate for you. Nuh-uh.
No, not I'm open for learning. I'm open for realizing how I've not understood something or how I've understood it wrong.
Okay, yeah. Quick question. You've got a ball, we've got flat. How do you confirm? How do you verify that the plane has flown where the little dotted line is on the map? How do you verify this?
Because of the time. The time it takes.
No, that's ad nauseum.
No, I'm literally
slightly different. I asked AK. So ad nauseum shuts up, AK speaks.
All right. So, I can look
how do you verify which way the plane has actually gone out in the real world? All we see is dots on a page. You see dots on a page, yet how do we verify this?
You finished with asking your questions because I was already starting to answer, and the middle of my sentence interrupted the start of your question again. I'm not sure when you're finished.
Start again because you seem to do it a lot to a lot of people, and we had ad nauseum interrupt, and I thought you might want to ask again, just in case you've forgotten.
No, my short-term memory is not that weak. Don't worry. So, how do you confirm where the plane is flying? Yeah, well, sure, that's a tough task, in my opinion. You can't directly confirm how fast it is. You kind of need to extrapolate from how fast you're seeing planes travel from the outside to kind of get a hang on what of their reported ground speed is in the range of what you commonly observe. Which direction it is going? Well, you can use a compass on yourself, right? And you can log the heading that you're having over time. from within the plane yourself. That you can do.
We're not
That's
in
how
the
you
plane.
confirm.
We're standing on the ground looking at maps. I'm looking at a flat map. You're looking at whatever map you're looking at that's got dots saying the plane flies here. How do we verify this?
Well, by taking those slides and then making the measurement, logging the heading ourselves from within the flight. Is that not valid? Also, another kind of narrowing down of the information that we are given vastly conflicts with what we experience and what we observe would be by looking at routes of planes that are supposedly in near you from the ground and see where you spot them in reality observably. And also when you're taking a flight, seeing if a flight claims to go over land, if it's actually going over land by looking out the window, or if it's when it's going over ocean, if it's actually going over ocean.
So-
For example, the flight between Sydney and Santiago specifically, the difference between a flat Earth, the shortest route on a flat Earth, and the shortest route on a globe would be very different. On a globe, you would fly only over ocean. On a flat Earth, you would have continents in your view a lot of the time.
No, you wouldn't.
You
Look,
wouldn't.
No, you'd fly over the ocean. The same thing, dude. And I'm looking at the full map now of all the flights right now, and the vast majority of them go over Alaska that are going from Asia to North America. And then there is some routes that go over Hawaii, obviously. And there's a few that go down south. But the thing is my whole point with this map shit is if they used the North Polar Azimuthal equidistant projection on any of these flight tracker websites, you wouldn't have these ridiculous curved lines where all these flights are going. You'd have straight direct routes on every flight.
Liar.
Every single flight would be a straight line on the flat map.
You're a filthy liar.
I'm not. Because you know that regardless if it's a flat earth or not, the fucking North Polar Azimuthal projection is by far.
You don't even know what you're saying. What does azimuthal mean? What does azimuthal
Shut up
mean?
ad nauseum. Stop
I know what the
trying to
fucking
find
projection means, dude, and so do you. And you know what I'm looking at.
Filthy
And
dog liar.
you know that every fucking line from city to city on there is a straight fucking line, and that's where the planes fly. And it would be make so much more sense if you looked at that projection than the Mercator projection on all these flight tracking apps. Because all these flight tracking apps, it looks like these planes are going in curves. But they're not, right? Why would they show us this? Why wouldn't they show us the straight line map? Because they don't want us to know. They don't want us to look at that map. They don't want us to see that map ever.
If you guys are actually buying what this guy has to say, then you're brain dead. You're seriously brain dead.
Dude, if you don't understand that projection is
Listen to me.
International navigational projection, like that's beyond me then. If you can't see that yourself, then you got to do something else.
Hey, ad nauseum. The last time you saved up enough of your pocket money to have a flight, if you ever have, did you fly in a great big arc, or did you fly directly from point A to point B?
Listen to me. If I have time and I have acceleration, listen to me. This is basic physics. If I have time and I have acceleration, would I be able to know distance? Yes or no?
And the fuck I care, because planes are not measuring devices. Let's just shut that straight down. So we're not going to listen to your dribble.
We know the time it takes to go from one place to another. We know the acceleration.
Planes are not measuring devices.
What are you even saying?
There are factors that can change it. For example, if we have an easterly wind, all of a sudden, if you're flying in an easterly direction, your time is shortened. So therefore, planes cannot be used as measuring devices.
It's not true.
It is fucking true. It's quite simple. Physics.
Dude, even so, going back to this map, right? So, did you know that there used to be a website? I
love how I get interrupted.
So
there's a reason for it. Keep going, Hollywood.
So there is a website that shows all the weather on the Earth, and they literally removed that projection that I'm talking about, the flat Earth map, because it makes the most sense, probably, and they don't want people to see it.
It doesn't actually. It's stupid. But what I'm trying to say is this:
Why would they remove it?
we know exactly the acceleration of the plane. We know exactly
See
how
how he
long
just
it
keeps
takes.
dribbling on with shit.
Who's we? Who's we? How do we know the acceleration of the plane?
So we can determine.
How?
We can determine the distance.
How?
If we can determine all of that, right? And we
You need to
created
explain
a
yourself.
model. If we created a model, right?
He's
Let's say
still
we
got to
created
prove
a.
that there's a ball before he
Let's
can
say.
use one. Where's your
Let's say we
curvature ad
create.
nauseum? Come on,
Can you
let's get on with
shut
it.
up? Can you shut up
Come on.
already?
Where's your curvature?
If I
You're claiming a
created a.
ball. Bring forth the curvature. Come on.
If I created a model
Yeah, what
of the
model?
globe Earth, the globe Earth model would be consistent with the measurements that we capture.
Oh
If we
yeah?
create a flat Earth model, it would be inconsistent.
Prove it, dude.
Okay.
So what model?
So the globe Earth model wins.
So the globe Earth model wins because you don't have any curvature measurements, no radial measurement.
Oh my god, we have measurements.
Oh my
of
God, we have.
curvature.
Then show it, prove it.
I'm not gonna do
Measurable,
that.
verifiable, repeatable. Please bring it forth.
Yo,
I'm
AK,
not gonna do it.
AK, what do you got? You sound more sensible. You still there?
What are you asking about?
For you to speak.
Okay, what else? What am I supposed to speak about?
What do you think about all of this?
All of what? Sorry, I've been looking into text chat for a minute.
About just the Earth shape and everything. You think it's a globe, right?
What I think is irrelevant. This is something that can be scientifically. This is something scientific in principle, so you can falsify or verify the ideas that you're having about it. It's not a question of moral, where there is not necessarily a right or wrong answer.
Right. I'm just wondering, like, I mean, I used to think it was a globe, but I don't anymore. Are you still think it is or what? It's okay if you do, dude. It's not a big deal. I'm just wondering what your stance is on this.
Okay.
Say it properly. Say it properly.
My stance is that for in benefit of this community existing and all of those people claiming that they know that it can't be a globe, that we know that we're lied to, and so on. I've been forced to accept the fact that I have not done sufficient measurements myself to see who is actually wrong in reality. There's a lot more things that don't make sense to me, that I can't explain, and that I can't for the life of me figure out a cohesive understanding of on a flat Earth, while all the things that are being claimed to be full of holes about the globe and to be obviously false or ridiculous and stuff. I can understand the criticism, but I also see in all of these cases that I've come across, which is hundreds at this point, how there is some form of misunderstanding, some form of misinformation, or some poor reasoning, some illogical step in the reasoning present. So, from my extent of knowledge, what we're being given in school and in university and from official sources, those claims, they still form a cohesive understanding and is not full of holes from my point of view. That in itself doesn't prove that it's true, though.
Right.
And I need to do some measurements myself to conclude who is lying, who's saying the truth.
So, for me, I find that I found the holes in the globe once I started examining it.
There's no holes.
And so, like, the things that are illogical to me, for example, with the globe and that concept or whatever, is space travel and the space industry. And if all that was what they say it is, then there wouldn't be much stopping us back from going places and exploring further or going back to the moon, for example.
It costs money.
Yeah, that's what an astronaut told me in front of an audience when I asked them in the Houston Space Center. But that's what they all say. Oh, it all costs too much money. But when has it ever held back anybody for anything? When has money ever held back a billionaire from doing anything other than going to space?
Elon Musk is doing that.
So
Well,
like realistically, the fact that nobody, and you can try to argue this, but nobody is going to the moon or anything
Elon Musk.
remotely close.
Elon Musk.
Nobody has gone to the moon or remotely close in 50 years is mind-boggling to me, right?
No, it's
okay.
not.
And then on top of that, now we have billionaires, multiple billionaires that could afford to do things which
They're doing it.
They're doing
are
it.
they? Hold on. Has
Because
any
Elon Musk.
have any of the billionaires? I mean, okay. So now I'm going to backtrack a little bit. So in my research, they used to bring up some billionaires in the '90s, but there's no real footage of that and all this other stuff. And whatever. The same company quoted me 50 million to go.
Just because you're a billionaire doesn't mean you're obligated to do this. You know
Okay.
that, right?
Okay. Yeah, but you know what? If you're a billionaire and you're creating a spaceship and you're not going to space, like Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson and Elon Musk, then probably it's not fucking real, right?
No, because the rockets cost $50 million.
Okay, buddy. Okay, yeah. They cost all this money, and I told you there's billionaires, right? They can't go. They're trying, and they literally two of the three I mentioned the rockets haven't even gone to space, and the Elon Musk one. Why hasn't Elon gone? When's he gonna go? When are they gonna let people go up?
He's working on making it ongoing as soon as possible.
Okay, but listen. So like I've grown up a little bit, right? When I was like 20 years old, I used to think, okay, maybe I won't be an astronaut. It's too hard. Too many people are gonna do it, but somebody will do it because there's so many people, and we're gonna do all that shit or whatever. And 10 years more than that has gone by. And no one's done fucking shit, dude. And all it is the same bullshit over and over again by the politicians saying, we're going to go back to the moon this year. NASA's going to do this. It's the same bullshit. And you know who's the king? You know who's the king of bullshit? I used to be an Elon Musk fan, but I'm just like, after all this, it's really, he's a suspect right now. But who's the king of bullshit? Elon Musk. Ready? Are you going to have self-driving cars? When did he say that? 10 years ago? You're going to have a Cybertruck 10 years ago? You're going to have semis? When are those going to come? All these things, they're all just big-ass promises, so people think that things are going to happen. NASA's going to say, we're going back to the moon in 2024. It's 2024 right now.
Okay,
are you shitting me? All they do is they move the goalposts back every generation, so your kids think that they're going to go to the moon, and then they don't go. And then their kids think that they're going to go.
Hold on, you think when this all is ready, you're going to go to the moon yourself?
Okay, so this is the difference I've noticed between myself and others is that a lot of people don't really care. A lot of people don't want to go to space, right? A lot of people think it's too dangerous or don't care. I think it's the ultimate final frontier, coolest place, coolest vacation, whatever you want to say.
That's your personal opinion, right? So the billionaires don't have to share that with you, right? And
billionaires can't go. The point I'm making is the billionaires want to go and they cannot.
Okay, so the only one who's actually wait a second, hold on. The only one who's actually said that they want to go is Elon Musk, and he seems to be making progress, right?
Only one that said, fuck what they said. What are they doing? They're literally trying to go, but they literally can't make rockets that go high enough.
Hollywood, answer the question. If we went to the moon, would you be convinced?
As I just said,
we already supposedly went, and I'm not convinced.
Okay, so then why are you asking about going to the moon if you're not even going to be convinced?
50 years. The reason we don't go is because they can't fucking fake it now, dude. This is the point. This is why they don't do it anymore. Is because they literally couldn't make a movie good enough to make it believable. Back back when all they had to do was show it one time on fucking TV that no one could record, no one could
Oh my
review.
God.
It was the pixelist. Have you
We
ever
get
watched the fucking footage? You
We
can't
get
see
it.
any
We get it.
stars.
Okay,
It's a movie set. It's a
you
movie.
already right.
Listen to me.
It's a
Hold on, hold
movie.
on, hold on. Guys,
You
listen to me.
It wasn't even
He's
live
saying
on
he's
TV.
complaining.
The TV
He's
stuff
Exactly.
came out after.
Exactly,
He's
dude.
complaining.
Exactly.
Listen to me. He's complaining about not going back to the moon, but he doesn't even believe in it. He doesn't believe in it.
That's no,
Why?
Right.
because
Listen to me. Listen to
the
me.
point is I did believe in it, and I literally, I was so
No,
confused.
listen.
You don't get
Listen
it.
to me.
No, ad nauseam. Listen to me.
You're a
I'm explaining my
hypocrite.
opinion. Okay, you
You're a
can't tell me what I
hypocrite.
think, dude. I'm explaining what I think. I think,
You're a hypocrite.
dude. Literally, I still like the space industry. I want it to be real. Okay, you don't get this. I want to go to space. I want to be an
You're a
astronaut.
liar.
But
That's
as
You're a
right.
liar.
yeah, you can keep calling me that. But the problem is I was so confused why no one was doing it. Little old me couldn't do it by myself, but NASA, the whole world, any other fucking country who has all these technologies, they can't do it either. Why not?
It's not
Alright,
that
so
they can't. It's not that they can't do it.
Because
It's
it's
just they don't have the
fake.
resources.
And so
The
it made
reality
sense
is
to
this.
me. So it made sense. Why can't all these people do it? Oh, maybe it's
ho-
fake. It was the other way around than you're saying it, dude.
We've already been
It's
to
not,
the
oh,
moon.
the
We've
globe is
sent.
fucking
We've
fake,
sent.
so space is fake. It's like,
We've
why,
recently
for
sent
me, the reason,
robots to the moon.
part of the reason I found the flat earth is because I was so confused about the space industry. I was like,
hey,
it doesn't make sense.
Hollywood. Quick
That is a
question: Do
hypocrite.
you realize that your reasoning so far is very emotional and has very little to do with evidence?
No, the evidence I've
Well, actually,
explained
the way
along
we
with my emotions.
is the reason for it.
Dude, I have
You-
passion, but you're not, maybe it's overriding my evidence.
You're a
My
filthy
evidence
liar.
is
You're a
there's
You're actually-
filthy
nobody
liar.
going to space, dude.
hold on, Hollywood.
Is that not
that's
evidence
an
for
argument-
you?
Oh, hold on. That's
Right?
an argument from ignorance. That's an argument from silence.
No.
That's
Wait.
not sound reasoning
In
for a
what
position
way?
being
Can you explain?
Okay, just because something that you think should be done or should be doable is
Has
not
been done. Has been done.
Can I finish my sentence, please? Or
Has been
not
done.
been done. Okay, just because something that you think should be done and has allegedly been done before, and you think should be done again, has not been done again, does not prove that it can't be done in principle because the whole worldview behind it is false. That's an argument from ignorance.
I would agree to some extent, but what doesn't make sense is people that are trying to do it not able to do it.
You're a
Right?
filthy liar. You're a
So
filthy fraud.
let's dive into that.
No,
People
because-
who are trying to. Okay, so first of all, the time when it was allegedly done was during the Cold War, right? So
But
there
hold
was a
on.
big motivation to do something that was not actually quite sensible. That was not actually.
Can we fast forward for 1 second and then we can rewind to this? Just fast forward to Jeff Bezos's launches, right? Are you familiar with them? Blue Origin?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay, so you understand how they shoot straight up and then they fall back down, right?
Yeah.
And so do you understand that when they're weightlessness, they're just falling back to Earth, right?
Yes.
They're not in space floating, right?
Well, they are above the common line, but
But they're
there's
not. They're not in orbit. They're not in orbit, right? They're not in orbit,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So do you agree that that whole system, his whole rocket launch, is kind of a gimmick to real
No, it's
space
not.
travel, to real orbit
Well,
and everything? It's a fake weightlessness almost.
Well, but
Do you
what
agree?
do you mean with fake? What do you mean with fake weightlessness? It's free fall. During free fall, you're weightless. It's an extremely long free fall, and you have a view from higher than you would otherwise usually experience.
Right, but what they're trying to simulate is being weightless in orbit, right? That's like the sensation. Because you're not actually doing that, and the only way to replicate that is by falling.
But free fall, because in being in orbit, the weightlessness that you experience during being in orbit is also dynamically, if the whole thing checks out, right?
Right, yeah, supposedly.
It's also basically a perpetual free fall motion.
That's what they claim.
Right.
I agree with you. All right, yeah, but
So
I just wanted to point that out. That like that the whole thing it's intended to be like an amusement park ride to simulate something that they actually cannot do. Sorry, now we could go back. I want to. So the Cold War, yeah.
Again, that's not sound reasoning from you. That's your opinion and your feelings, but it's not an evidence-based conversation. And I want you. I'm not criticizing you for that. I'm just trying to point out that this is what's happening, and I want you to be conscious about the difference between those two things.
I got you. But I want you to be conscious that the whole point of his rocket is to simulate something they cannot do.
So you say.
Yes.
Yeah. But it's your opinion.
Well, what is the point of it then? What is the point of it? Is it just to go high to see Earth? Because you can't see the whole globe, right?
Yeah, the whole thing is an experience. As far as I can tell, people do that because, then they can say they were in space, which is prestigious.
They can say they were in space, but really they were just falling. Right?
Okay.
That's
again,
the
no one's claiming to be in space.
There's no hard.
Hold on. They all claim they're astronauts after that. So you're wrong about that.
Can you listen for a minute?
Yes, of course.
You're a filthy liar.
All right. So there's no hard line where this point is where space begins. This is where physics suddenly changes or anything. Like the whole process is gradual, and
they even claim that the atmosphere supposedly goes up to the moon. I've heard that before. It's crazy. But yes, I'm following.
Although they also claim that there's so little air from the atmosphere up at the moon that opening the lunar module with the volume of with the pressure and volume of air that was in there doubled the amount of air there was at the moon. So it's basically none.
So let's go back to the 50s.
It's still just a belief system. They went to the moon in the first place.
Yeah, I mean,
dirty liar, filthy liar.
Yeah, it is. But it's all non-consequential to figuring out.
Well, actually, no, it's not, because you've got to prove you went to space in the first place to nullify his argument of not going to space.
He already went to space.
No, not exactly, because
yes,
his
exactly.
argument.
In order to kill something, you have to prove something else. You have to prove that they went to the moon in the first place. You can't do that. It's just a belief. We were shown bullshit videos. There's no actual evidence of it, and yet you're claiming what he said is false.
And no one.
No. I'm not saying I'm claiming what he said is false.
He's just saying it's not.
That's not what I said.
He's saying it's not. What's it called?
Yeah, it's all based on emotions, morals.
It's not provided with sound reason or with evidence. So
hang on a minute. I just like to remind everyone of something. Okay, you're a fence sitter, and you should know better. You don't advocate for the globe or flat Earth, remember? So why are we taking sides on the globe?
I'm not. Okay, hold on.
Hold on. Yes, I remember.
Matrix, you are misunderstanding. There's a little bit of a misunderstanding here. That is, when I'm pointing out that an argument that's being made for example, can I finish what I was saying?
Okay, so, 5 words or less. You can do it. Just do it. Come on. We don't need a 5-minute spiel. Right. Just cut it right down.
Okay. Then I would ask you to be more concise as well. And pointing out an error in reasoning does not mean that you support the opposite position of that reasoning.
But it's not a full error, though. I mean, it's a. You can. I mean, I might agree that it's not concrete, but the fact that they're not doing what supposedly was. Okay, the fact that they were playing golf on the moon 50 years ago, and that the billionaires and all the space agencies don't do anything remotely close to that. You can say that that's not concrete proof of anything, but
that is stupid.
But to me, something that can't be replicated. That's not really scientific, right? Is it?
No, because we lost the technology.
We lost the technology. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life, dude.
No, because we don't build.
Dude, you saying that is the dumbest thing you've said all night.
So
yeah, okay, all right.
It is pretty
How the
simple.
fuck do you lose technology like that? Are you retarded?
Because industries evolve. We don't make things like that
They
anymore.
evolve. They devolve, you mean? Or is that what you're trying to say?
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying
No.
we don't.
Dude,
we
you're a
don't
dummy
invest in
dumb.
So, the fact that you mentioned replication is actually cool, because that's the whole reason I think that this discussion of the moon landing is real or not or anything is inconsequential to us figuring it out here and verifying it ourselves. Because even if they claim that they do regular moon landings and so on, it's very unlikely, and it's going to be very low volume, so it's very unlikely that we're going to be able to replicate it and figure that part out for ourselves. So we would be better advised to stick to methods that we can all replicate with relatively easy measures and materials ourselves at home or around us.
But do you realize how close space is? What they claim, like
it's far away.
Space is just one door down.
No, it's not, dude.
Space is in my basement.
What is like, honestly, like, what is the? Does anyone know off the top of their head the Kármán line or any of that shit? It's like hundreds of thousands of feet, right?
It's 10
literally 100 kilometers.
Like 10 miles or 100 miles or what? What is it?
60 miles.
I think the space station is like
kilometers.
space station is like 200 to 400 miles or something. I don't know what they claim, but yeah, 100 kilometers or something on Earth. That's fucking nothing.
Yeah. Okay. So, but you have to remember that this one is up, and when you
it's still not a long distance.
If you do any mountain, yeah, it's not a big distance. If you do any mountain climbing at all, for example, if you do any mountaineering at all or something, I often have the case that I'm in the valley at the foot of a mountain, and my mountain stay where I'm going to stay the night is basically directly above me. It's not a very big distance. It's just a few paces. It would just be a few hundred steps horizontally. But it's a few thousand feet above me, and it still takes me all day to get up.
Of course.
Yeah. So, space is vertically up, not a horizontal distance. So there's a big difference between those.
I'm just saying, it's like
bullshit. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So I wouldn't even let them have that much.
Yeah, that's true. What do you think about that, AK?
I would like to remind you that if I have not found a container or a solid, anything that closes Earth, right? And I have not found anyone that has evidence that other than his reasoning.
Doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Measurably, even if there is something like that enclosing Earth, then we know. Let me finish my sentence. Then we know for a fact it's mostly empty. So that
because AK hasn't found a solid structure.
With that reasoning that you're providing for thermodynamics violation, that violation is still present in a container that is mostly empty, and it has
what's the mostly empty
psi pressure at the side of Earth or at all sides of its container. That is the same violation. And if you look at how it actually works, how gas actually works, and the fact that it consists of matter, just like everything else, you're gonna realize that it is not actually a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. There is nothing strange about the air pressure decreasing above us and then basically dissipating into nothing, and that air not rushing upwards at the bottom, not rushing upwards to fill that gap. There's nothing strange about that if you think.
Wait, so can you explain?
You gotta shut up, man. When someone's talking, you gotta stop interrupting, man. Let him have his turn, then you have your turn.
AK, can you explain what the problem is with the container thing? You said it's mostly empty or something. What were you saying? He's gone.
Yes, when you send up a model rocket, you can make a few certifications, and you can send up model rockets even above 100 kilometers, and you can measure the pressure development of the air, and you're gonna notice that air runs out very, very quickly with height. So even if there's something in
what are you saying? What are you saying? Air, just the pressure in general of whatever it is, just general pressure of all the pressure, all the gases,
the pressure of the air around us that we experience, that we breathe right now.
Yeah,
right? It decreases rapidly, exponentially when you increase in altitude. and it does so. It continues to do that. So relative to at Mount Everest, there's a really fucking high pressure at sea level.
Yeah, but
And
you
relative
think
to
about
100 kilometers, there's a really high pressure at Mount Everest. So even if there's an enclosure all around that, we know for a fact, by the fact that we have not found, examined, and probed that enclosure, we know that it is very far away relative to how high we can go.
yeah.
So therefore, we know
Essentially.
that for the most part, for all we can tell, the most of that enclosure or that is around us, even if there is one, has to be empty, which is by the same reasoning.
Wait, why does it have to be empty?
People say the globe is the second law of thermodynamics violation is the same violation of thermodynamics. And a container that stays mostly empty and has air at the borders.
So I have a possible counterexample. So let's say you have like a container of water, right? Right? You following?
Mm-hmm.
So you have a container of water, it's full. Now, wouldn't the pressure at the bottom be more than the top, even though it's full?
Yeah.
So it's not empty, it's just the pressure is different.
But the density of the air also reduces with the pressure when you go upwards. So the density of the water stays mostly the same. Liquids are largely incompressible, while gas are highly compressible.
Yeah, I'm not like a chemist and all that shit, but I did some research into the atmosphere, and it's pretty interesting. And I don't know if you know that, like, the temperature supposedly changes at different atmospheric levels. Like, goes from hot to cold to hot to cold. I don't really understand how that works, how they say that works. And then there's some interesting gas compositions at different levels. And I don't know how all the gases and all that shit works, but I'm assuming some gases are less dense than other gases. Would that be correct?
No, that wouldn't be correct.
Can they all be the same or different or whatever?
No, they are largely the same. Gases are 22.4 liters per mole.
But so I guess what I'm trying to get at is, like, you know, they say on sea level oxygen is like what, 20% of the atmosphere, and you go up, the gas composition changes. So, like,
not to a big degree.
Well, doesn't all the oxygen go away?
The partial pressure of oxygen
so do people die because the lack of? So you're saying on Mount Everest there's 20% oxygen still, but there's just less air density?
Yes, exactly. Basically.
Yeah, you got debunked. Fucking retard.
I'm not getting debunked, I'm getting taught something dumb shit.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so that's how it works. The composition of the air does not change significantly, at least not significantly enough to explain the exponential pressure drop.
Well, yeah, so I'm not certain about all that, but I am interested in the composition of gases at different levels in the atmosphere and the different changes in temperatures and how that all works, because it seems a little bit confusing.
I agree, that can be confusing.
I mean, no, but do you agree? Like, you've read somewhere or seen that literally at different altitudes it like gets hotter and colder?
Yes.
Like, how the fuck does that work?
Oh God, we could go into that, but I think we would have to retrace
it.
Pretty long
I don't know.
So and again, also, like, and then
I don't know the details of it.
Yeah, it's okay to say that. Yeah, and so, but also within the container thing, you know, like, let's say you have a container of some shit, right? And it's not going to fill up all the way, right? But it's going to, it's not gravity, but, you know, relative density is going to, everything that's denser is going to go down, and everything that's less dense is going to go up.
Hold up.
So things will settle. Things will settle.
Hold
And
up a little bit. There's a couple of concepts that you've mentioned now. For one, a container is not going to fill up all the way. The whole
exactly.
reason that
So
the
that's the
argument
point.
is
There
being
could be
made that a globe that has no container around it with an atmosphere as we experience is a second law of thermodynamics violation. The whole reasoning behind that is that gas fills up its container. It fucks off in all directions, right?
yeah.
And that's why I'm bringing up the
No,
fact
but
that even if there's a
that would be
enclosure around Earth, we know for a fact that it's mostly empty because we have not reached the container. Therefore, it must be far away relative to the places we can reach.
okay.
And
Okay.
we can measure that air runs out very quickly with altitude.
Now, who's verified this, AK, that it's so far away? We've got video footage of rockets bouncing off of shit, and you're telling us that it's so far away that it's never, ever been reached.
Have you reached it? Can you say what material it is made out of?
Have you reached it to verify that it's not
I'm just
there?
saying.
It goes both ways, my friend.
I'm not saying it's not there. I'm just saying that if it's there, we have not reached it. I don't have
Let's
any
do this
positive
the simple
evidence
way.
of its existence.
What does PSI stand for? Pounds per square inch. Now, the question I'm going to put forth to everyone, pounds per square inch of what? Oh my God, the container that the air is pushing off of. So, air pressure, the antecedent to pressure is what?
Unfortunately, that's not true.
Okay, so
well, you can call it not true, but try to debunk it. You're going to look like a fucking idiot when you go to the service station and ask for a pocket full of propane.
I already debunked your argument about the second law of thermodynamics.
No, you haven't. You rattled on with a heap of shit, and you spoke for a minute and a half because you got 100 pieces by something so simple, and you're trying to do the same shit again.
That violation stays present.
Stop stuttering, Stan.
One at a time, boys. One at a time. It's hard to listen to.
Around Earth. And secondly,
the antecedent to gas pressure is containment.
Pressure around us is evidently not a gas. Evidently not a gas pressure that follows.
Do you think?
That follows the ideal gas law, as in a box with a sealed box. It doesn't.
He's starting to stutter Hollywood because he knows he's just been destroyed without even trying.
Okay, I want to know: is this non-container gas? Earth, is this the only thing like that, or can you replicate that?
What do you mean? Can I replicate?
So, like we talked about replication earlier. And,
no, you can't replicate it.
Yeah. So the point I'm making is, if you say that you can have a container with no top, for example, and you can still have gas in there, right? You're saying that, or you're saying it's not going to escape or whatever.
To replicate it, you would need a parallel universe. You'd need a mini Earth.
Yeah, so like that's the whole point. Is like you're explaining something that you're using the Earth itself to.
I can replicate hydrostatic equilibriums. I can replicate.
You can't replicate, but you cannot. Hold on, but I can replicate you cannot replicate air pressure without a container, right?
I can replicate the fact that a pressure differential of one atmosphere will dissipate very, very quickly unless it is fed by a reservoir of pressure that continues to provide that pressure differential. Otherwise, it will create some wind and then it will dissipate. That does not happen in the air around us.
So,
and by understanding, by measuring the pressure development that we're having vertically, and replicating things like hydrostatic equilibrium, I can realize that there must be another explanation as to why the air does not fuck off upwards, and that explanation is not a container around it. The container around it, even if it's present, is going to be empty for the most part and has the same violation as a globe or any other kind of Earth that does not have a container around it. So it does not solve the problem, and it's not an antecedent, obviously.
So just because you personally haven't put your greasy little fingers on said container, therefore it doesn't exist.
Oh no, it doesn't matter that I personally didn't. It matters that there's no
Because
evidence
that's what you said
whatsoever.
earlier.
And I'm not.
Because
Hold
you
on,
had
man.
done
I
something.
also did not say that it does not exist because of that. I'm pointing out the fact that even if it exists, which I'm not denying or confirming because I don't have any evidence for it, but that does not disprove its existence. The
But it
second
should,
law of
right?
dynamics violation that you're talking about still remains present because that container, for a fact we know already, is going to be empty for the most part. Which
So
is the
do
same
you
kind of
agree,
violation
yes
as
or
the
no?
Earth having
Shut up.
pressurized
Grover,
air
listen to
around
your
it
shit.
without any container.
And it's still talking. So
But you're
what you're
claiming
saying
there's
is, can we have gas pressure without a container? Yes or no?
Depends how you define gas pressure.
But your only example would be Earth, right? Because that's your only example of his question, right? For your answer.
That's
The
correct.
only
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to get at. Your only example of gas pressure without a container is Earth itself, right?
The only one that
That's
you
the problem I have. So that's
that you can easily experience. I'm
yeah.
sure you can also
And
provide.
same
You
with
can
a bunch of
also.
other globe fit too,
I'm
like
sure
gravity,
if you
right?
have I'm sure if you have like a glass in a centrifuge, for example, and you just put some gas in it, then you can and you spin it really fast, and you can evacuate the entire centrifuge, and without the glass being closed at the top, and there stays some gas in the bottom of the glass vial, for example. Or you can use some ionized gas, and you can put it into a vacuum chamber and put some electric field through it, and then you can also create a pressure gradient where there is no gas at one side, for example. So you can create.
So both of your examples, you've needed a container and an open container.
Without a container next to it and going into a vacuous area. That is possible.
So in short, no, you can't have gas pressure without a container.
And honestly, to go back to the basics, so are you saying like what you're saying that the atmosphere is? I'm just gonna put some words in your mouth. You can say yes or no, but you're saying that the atmosphere is held down by gravity. Is that what you claimed also?
Well, it depends.
Well, like
whatever causes things to sort themselves in differential density, or
yes, like the relative density just seems to make the most sense to me, and gravity seems to be totally made up.
Well, I'm not sure how you arrived at that conclusion.
Okay, so really quickly, the way I did is the fact that there's, again, nothing on Earth has any sort of discernible gravity. The only example people bring about gravity is having an object the size of Earth itself being where you're on, and then that's how you can have enough attraction to see things go down or whatever. So it's kind of like your container argument, where your only proof of gravity or holding the atmosphere down or the container, whatever, is the fact that that's your only proof. There's no other examples of it in reality other than a broad claim about the entire world we live in.
Okay, that is not entirely correct according to what I know, but the thing of relative density that you're saying it makes the most sense is that a relative density has a clear distinction between something moving, having a motion vertically, especially being in free fall or being accelerated upwards.
But like gravity, let's talk about gravity. Dude, that's what I was trying to get at.
Let's finish that exploration, right? So it has a clear distinction, different rules for something being held or something falling, right? And under the concept of classical mechanics, where you describe all of the motions with a force acting downwards due to some field, it doesn't the cause of it doesn't actually really matter, right? But there's a force downwards acting on all things all around our Earth.
Yeah, but isn't it crazy that they claim that it's a constant acceleration when in reality nothing ever continues to accelerate?
So
Like, isn't that true though? Right? Like at some point you reach terminal velocity.
Let's finish one thought before you jump to the next. I don't understand why you were compelled to interrupt me right now. So when you describe things with that in that classical mechanics concept of forces, then you can unify those distinct different cases of something being in, for example, in free fall or being in motion horizontally in relative density disequilibrium, which is a clear indicator that this is a superior understanding. If you can understand, if you can unify its fundamentally different concepts with one concept, that one concept is probably closer to the truth. So, yeah, relative density equilibrium useful and interesting and also cool, good to understand, but it's probably not close to the truth because it doesn't even mention the fact that there has to be some outside field that gives you that gives you the equilibrium that the objects are in, that
But
you
wait,
need
hold
to
on.
compare to something to have an equilibrium.
No, but the fact that you mentioned equilibrium, everything is in equilibrium right now as it stands, right? Gravity's not falling or pulling anything down ever. Like if you pick something up, you created potential energy.
Okay.
And it will go back to equilibrium, right?
To be measured against something that already implies a field that you compare to.
So let's say you have a marble on a table, right? There's no gravity involved there at all.
So you say. You say.
But what's your proof that it's involved? Because to me,
I'm not saying it's involved. I'm not just blindly claiming it's not.
But you're saying maybe it's not, because to me it's obvious that there's an up and there's a down, and that light things go up, heavy things go down, and when there's a heavier thing underneath it or more dense or whatever, like a table, it's not going to go anywhere because that's just the physics of it, right?
About the heavier thing. That's more about the structure.
The relative is the air around the but the equilibrium is the air.
You can have a steel marble, and you can support it with some very light wood or some styrofoam. It's not about heavy or lighter.
It is. It's all about density and all that shit.
There's not gravity involved because you have some outside field that dictates the sorting of that density.
I'm talking about normal life atmosphere. Like you go outside and you put something on a table, right? It's not going anywhere until you move it.
Yeah. So
where's the gravity?
What do you mean, where's the gravity?
So the whole thing is there's no gravity. There's nothing that has, you can't measure anything that has a certain amount of gravity. You can't buy anything from a store that has gravity. It's just a made up force.
Okay, you jumped thoughts again. You don't seem to be very clear on what you're thinking yourself. And I don't mean that I don't mean to step on your toes with that. But
you're fine, dude. I'm just trying to break down what.
I'll save him the heartache. There's no known causational mechanism for why things go down. Solids go down, liquids go down and spread out until they're contained. Gases bounce the fuck around wherever they like within their container.
But the crazy thing
is from NASA.
But the crazy thing is things go up, right? It's not just things go down. They claim gravity. They claim gravity is all it goes down. Then how is a helium balloon anti-gravity? Or is it just less dense? Those are just obvious things.
Oh, they're anti-gravity.
It's obvious, but it's not. It's also not crazy that it happens once you consider the fact that even gases consist of matter, right? They consist of stuff, right? So in all the cases where you have something going up where it should actually otherwise fall down, right? You have it being submerged in some other material. Either liquid, some other fluid, or you have some kind of propulsion on it that exerts some force.
Yeah, it's all relative, right?
Nobody is disputing that. I'm just saying that you can go beyond that understanding, where you have magical difference between the behavior of the.
But the globe has
different cases, and unify them all under the concept of classical mechanics, where there's a force acting downwards all over time.
Yeah, but this force is so tiny that
Well, 10
nothing
meters per
that
second
it
squared is
literally
not tiny.
doesn't. That it's so tiny that it doesn't matter.
For the for the interaction between
Everything.
objects. No,
For
yes, but
literally everything.
when you have a very big thing, then it matters, right?
No, it doesn't.
No, it
Do you
doesn't.
have an
Okay,
example other than the fucking
hold
world
on,
you live on that you think is?
hold on.
That's how it
He
works.
can hold on all he likes. Mass attracting mass was superseded about 109 years ago.
So
your mass attracting mass, you can just throw it out the window, my friend.
no, that's not how the superseding of theories in physics works.
Well,
Sorry.
so you're an Einstein denier. That's what he's an Einstein denier. Everyone, check it out.
That is a non sequitur, unfortunately.
Yeah, relative density, mate. If you look in the chat, there's a little column there with lots of floaty things in it. That might make it easier for you to understand.
Oh, I understand it. It's not a problem of understanding on my side.
So,
but all this breaks
can you
down
look at
to
a picture and understand that, but when you walk outside, you don't understand it? What's the difference?
Oh no, I do understand it outside as well.
So your problem is because someone said gravity and it's a big word, you like it? Why are you clinging to it? Gravitational force? Or
Who's clinging to it? Matrix, you've not been listening. I'm sorry.
See, and all you can do is now your typical. You have not been listening.
Yeah, because I have not been clinging to gravity at all.
Shit. You got burnt earlier because you couldn't prove gas pressure without a container. You dribbled on for a minute and a half, and we're waiting for proof of curvature, which
Matrix,
we've been waiting for the last couple of years.
Matrix, why are you talking? Why are you addressing me?
Why? Because I can. Yeah. Because you're a numpty dipshit who sits on the fence, as he claims, to sit on the fence, but yet advocates strongly for the globe. 100%.
Interesting. It's very interesting.
You are nothing but a fucking weasel. Full stop.
So you're only in this conversation to troll.
No,
actually, you're only in this conversation is because you're a debate artist and you get a hard-on over winning debates. You don't give a fuck about the truth. You don't give a fuck about anything other than AK winning the debate. Every single time I've listened to you speak, that's all you're in for, is the win. You don't care about knowledge, you don't care about learning anything, and you don't give a fuck about anyone else. So you don't deserve to be in here.
That was a lot of slander. So
he does.
I'm not even sure what you mean with winning.
Perception, you have yet to say anything.
There's not necessarily a winning or losing, especially if I'm having a conversation like I do with Hollywood. Winning would be
are you on the fence?
As both understanding each other better and maybe me gaining some knowledge, maybe him gaining some knowledge. You know,
Hollywood,
any of those would be winning.
And he's going to keep talking.
Anything else would be losing. So the entire rest that you were rambling on about my characteristics was very insulting.
Shut up. Yes.
Frankly,
go and cry somewhere else. Now, Hollywood, just so you know, about 3 nights ago, 3 maybe 4 nights ago, on one of the other servers, AK and another fellow, AJ, which is going to get quite confusing. I think you met AJ earlier. Aussie accent, pretty thick accent like mine. Anyways, AJ and AK had a debate about refraction, went so on and so forth. AJ put forward citations and everything. Weasel up the top here would not even concede that he'd lost the debate. Not only would he not concede, after AJ left, another one of the interlockers questioned AK about it, and he wouldn't even concede to the fact that he would not concede in the first place. So that's how much of a weasel you're dealing with. So I'm going to go off to bed. If the moderator that muted him wishes to unmute him, I'm not going to put my fingers in the way. Everyone have yourselves a great night. Glad to meet you, Hollywood. You're a champion. Yeah. And I'll probably meet you back on home base, man.
For sure.
Catch you, mate.
Peace. Well, I hope you get unmuted, AK. But if you really are in the fence, it does not sound like that, personally. But I guess I'm out of here too, dude. I'll see you guys around. Peace. Oh wait, AK, you're back.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm very sorry about Matrix. He seems to be very
I
have
mean,
to
he has a point.
have a vendetta against
But
him.
if you've claimed you're on the fence, you've yet to describe anything pro flat Earth. Just interestingly.
Well, I did. I made it very clear some time ago. I think it was an hour or so ago. That a lot more things.
Oh, you
Do
made it
not
clear that
make sense to
you
me.
just don't agree with anything. But everything you said, you since post that, it's one sided.
All right. So
It's okay, dude. I get it. It's just like
So I made it clear that a lot of the things about flat Earth and how it works do not make sense to me, and I cannot, for the life of me, figure out.
like what's one thing? What's one thing that doesn't make sense?
Well, how the horizon works, for example.
What do you mean?
Forming a cohesive understanding of that with what we're observing outside all of the
So it's called a horizon. It's horizontal, right? Like, what doesn't make sense about that?
How it works.
It works the way it looks, dude. It looks flat. It's horizontal. It's called sea level. It's like a horizontal line, you know?
Okay.
Like what? I mean, what do you mean? How does the well? Okay, are you talking about like visually how the horizon is technically not a physical line and all this shit, or what? What are you saying?
The other characteristics, the fact that we're observing the sunrises and sunsets, moonrises, moonsets, stars rising and setting.
Hey, listen.
Listen. We observe the horizon at different distances, depending on altitude and not depending on the optics we're using, provided we already have provided we have already a free and clear view.
All right, so okay, listen. Stop. Just stop. You made your point. Just let me come back.
No. All of those things are together. All of those things are.
I need to reply to what you just said.
Of the horizon.
Okay, so what I was going to say, hold on, because now I have to remember what you said before.
How does the horizon work? Why does it occur the way we observe it?
It observably is flat. I don't understand how you see it any differently.
How does it work? Why does it appear at a distance, provided we already have clear view?
Are you saying the horizon's not flat? I don't understand. It appears flat, right? Hold on. Just be real with me. It appears flat, though, right?
Sure. Well, if you increase in altitude enough, it appears convex, undeniably.
Okay, I remembered what you said earlier. You talked about the fucking objects in the sky. Now, I'm with you on some of this shit, dude, okay? Objects in the sky, I don't fucking know how they work either, dude. They're beyond my comprehension, okay?
It's not the objects in the sky that I'm asking about.
No. I asked you for like a specific, and you specifically said the sun and the moon and the sunsets, and that was about horizon stuff. So that's literally about stuff that we can't confirm or deny. You and I can't go to the sun. We can claim
that we perceive those as lights,
dude, but we don't. We cannot even comprehend what those objects are or how they work.
We perceive them as light.
Yeah, and so what's your issue? Is that you're saying that you can see the sun somewhere that you can't see it somewhere else? Like you have to be just basic with me and clear. You're saying where do you live? Germany or something?
Why does that matter?
I'm just trying to guess your accent.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, let's say you live in Germany. What are you saying about the sunset compared to somewhere else on the earth? You're saying when the sun...
I'm going to try to get through to you one more time. I do not have a cohesive understanding of how the horizon works.
Okay, but you mentioned specifically the sunsets and the sunrises. I am trying to understand I'm trying to understand the point you are making that that's confusing.
The fact that they occur in the first place.
Okay, so why does that not make sense on a flat Earth? If
because
the sun and the moon are more local to the Earth, right? Right? Let's just say, like, okay, here's my perfect example for you. Have you observed an airplane flying in the sky?
yes,
No. If it's at altitude and you see it, it appears to rise and set in your vision, right?
no,
How? Okay, now you're being
it does not appear
Okay,
to
either you're not
on
understanding what I'm saying,
the.
or you're being disingenuous. If you are standing in a field,
I'm not asking about the altitude angle of the sun or the moon changing. I'm asking about the sunset and sunrise and moonset and
and
moonrise.
what specifically about them?
Those occurrences, those phenomena.
Okay, so I am trying to explain that those phenomena are the same thing as an airplane flying overhead.
No, they're
Right?
not.
The airplane
Those are not
is
sets
listen.
and those are not sets and rises. You do not
Yes, they
understand.
are.
Okay, hold on. It appears that you do
It's
not
an
know what
object.
sunset and moonset or rise are. So the set and rising of those perceived light sources, they appear like this in the sky, right? Is specifically the period of time where they appear to get obstructed from the bottom up until they are no longer visible, or they appear to rise from below the ground upwards until they are visible in full. That's the only part of the
Okay,
whole thing,
so
not the change in altitude angle overall during the day,
but
but only that part where they appear to disappear and
yes.
reappear
And
from
listen.
below the ground or to below the ground.
Okay, and I'm trying to explain to you that is the same exact thing as an airplane flying over your head. It will appear
It's not.
it will literally appear from the ground on one horizon and fly to the other horizon behind you, and it will look
Yeah,
like
but
it
it will not
rises and
appear
sets.
to. It will appear to set. No, it will. It will
Okay,
go to high level until I can't see it anymore.
no,
Until
it
it's
won't,
not
dude.
here
It
to
will
see.
fly right
It,
over your
it
head
will.
like the
No,
sun does.
yes, it will. But when it goes further away, I will not be able to see it at some point anymore because it's too small, right?
No,
And on that way, it will. Its
no,
altitude angle.
because
And
it's not that
on that
high.
way, it's
No,
not.
it's
And,
because it's
and
not
on that
that
way, its
high.
altitude. And on that way, its altitude angle will get lower and lower and lower. But according to perspective and according to what I can observe, it does not then set apparently below the ground.
Yes, it does, because you can't see it anymore, but it's still in the sky. Do you get that? It's not going around anything. It's just flying beyond your view distance,
But
beyond your
that's not
visual.
what we observe with the moonrise and moonset or the sunrise and sunset.
The only point about the sunrise and
That's what I'm
sunsets
pointing
that
out.
the only thing that I can attempt to agree with you is that those objects they behave weirdly in the sky, and I don't understand how they work.
Yeah, but how they work is irrelevant. We're perceiving them at light sources as light sources,
The only thing that you can say that
and they
even
appear to
makes
have
sense.
object permanence.
Look, I'm with you, dude. I don't understand those objects and that shit, but that is not a realistic like
It's in the
flat
real
Earth.
world.
Yeah, it's kind of in the real world.
Yeah, it's not kind of. It is in the real world. It's really observed.
Yeah, it's really observed, but
Yeah.
but it's really not observed to be 400 million miles away or whatever they say.
So you claim.
69 million. No, they claim it's 69 million miles away. How do they know?
Um,
How do they measure it?
There's a few ways, but if you don't know that, maybe read up on it, how they claim to measure it.
I know how they all did this bullshit. They say they fucking shoot lasers at it.
And then you did not ask me a genuine question.
No, I'm seeing if you know, dude.
All right.
It's just like they're gonna say, how do they measure the sun? How do they measure the sun?
Asking me something just to test me if I know something or not
It's a
is not a
rhetorical
genuine
question.
question.
It's a rhetorical question.
Yes, and therefore not genuine.
I don't know about that.
A rhetorical question is by definition not genuine. Otherwise, it would not be rhetorical.
But like, I don't really care about these semantics, though. I'm just trying to point out something that you use two objects that we really don't understand. I mean, you can claim that you have science understanding of it all, but just because they fly over your head and disappear doesn't mean they don't work on a flat model also.
Well, that's a special pleading.
Because, like, the thing is, both, I can argue if I agree or if I think the globe model's right, that one makes sense, and the flat model also makes sense if that's the case, you know? So that's my problem is, like, both models kind of work.
No, there's not a cohesive model for the flat Earth. There's not a cohesive understanding for flat Earth.
Yeah, but I think that's part of the problem with the globe is you guys think you have everything figured out. In the flat Earth,
No.
we realize there's some kind of like things we're never going to figure out.
You guys is wrong, and then you just a natural phenomena agnostic. You just make up an arbitrary barrier where you say, oh, this is divine. This is divine order, divine consciousness. This is just how the realm we are in is, and it doesn't need to adhere to logic as we perceive it.
No, the whole thing is uncertainty. We accept uncertainty, and a lot of the globe doesn't. So, like, but the certainties on the world and reality are undeniable, and you can't, like you said, we talked about gravity and all these things that are just not real. Like you
have not provided a single sound reasoning for the things that you're saying.
So the water. So do you know water level? Like how do you make water curve, the surface level curve at what distance can
water is a fluid, which means water is a fluid, more specifically a liquid, which means the parts it consists of can move freely within the substance itself, but are bound to the substance, so it cannot.
Let's just. I'm going to ask some more rhetorical questions.
As such, it forms a surface. Okay.
Yeah, and the surface is level and flat always, right? Let's just be real.
The border of that liquid with our media, right? So,
hold on.
Because every part of that that liquid consists of can move freely within the liquid itself. The surface of the liquid will always be, when it's a steady state surface or a resting surface, will always be perpendicular to the sum of all forces acting on it, right? That's all there is to it. That explains droplets. That explains puddles. That explains
that's surface tension.
The flatness of the water in a tub.
Yeah,
that explains the surface in a lake, right?
Okay, yeah, but so you're agreeing. So your sink, your bathtub, the pool, the lake, those are all flat, right? So the ocean must be flat also, right? Because how could it not be? Because my point is you bring up these things like gravity and all these other things that are literally hold on. You bring up these things that aren't. There's no basis in reality.
Does not mean that the surface of a meniscus has to be flat. Does not mean that the surface of a droplet has to be flat, which it isn't. And likewise, it does not mean that surface of a lake or very large lake has to be flat.
Dude, I know that when you measure a meniscus scientifically, you measure the average.
No.
Yes.
When you use what do you mean with measure a meniscus?
You know what I'm saying. In a fucking test tube, there's surface tension that makes the water stick to the sides, and you measure it in the middle of the curve.
What do you measure?
Okay, let's say you have a test tube. You know what a test tube is, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
And let's say you want to fill it up with a certain amount of milliliters of liquid, right?
Yeah, then you measure at the middle, at the lowest point of the meniscus. That's how they are calibrated. Not in the average.
I was taught to measure the middle.
Well, then you're wrong.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Regardless, that is surface tension related, and they don't measure the curve. They measure the flatness. They measure one level of it, whatever. They don't measure the fucking curvature of any of that shit.
Yeah, that
And a
that
beaker,
doesn't
you can
mean
have
that
a beaker,
the
a
level
bowl.
that does
But
that,
dude, but the whole point is, in fucking reality, dude. Every water surface is flat, and in your made up world,
no.
the fucking oceans curve.
No,
Okay,
the surface of
and
a droplet is not flat. The surface of a meniscus is not flat.
That's
Not
due
every
to
water
surface
surface.
tension. That's due to surface tension. Do you agree or not
It doesn't matter what
agree?
it is to you. You just said that every water surface is flat, and it's not.
All right, so maybe this other guy was right about you. You really don't care about stuff other than just arguing.
No, you're just making a wrong claim, and then when you
let me
that's something else. No, it's not something else.
Okay,
It's water surface.
Let me correct myself then. Any surface level of a liquid, doesn't matter what kind, above that it's in a container bigger than a fucking beaker, dude. Okay? Any larger liquid than a droplet or whatever the bullshit you're trying to claim is, it has a flat surface level, and that's fucking reality, and you can't change that. Okay, just like you can say that gravity's real and all this shit, but you can't change the fact that I can't go to a store and buy anything with fucking gravity. So that's the reality. You can say that their water curves and all this shit, and I wish I could believe it, but I can't fucking see it, and that's the reality. And you can talk about droplets and fucking meniscus and all that shit, but that's all relative to some stupid container that's too small and it has another force of surface tension acting on it.
Too small for what? And surface tension. Why does it change the surface of the water? Right? Because of what I explained.
Why does the surface tension? Why does it affect a large body?
What I explained about the surface of water.
Why is there no meniscus in the ocean?
What I explained about the surface of water dictates that the surface of water, when in a large container or in a big lake or an ocean or whatever, and if it's at rest there, will be perpendicular to what we feel as the direction of down, right? So
yeah, and it's down for everybody. It's down for me, and it's you think I'm sitting at a different angle than you?
So if the direction of downwards is parallel,
the same,
or is parallel between each other for all different locations, then the surface of water will have to be flat, right? Of resting water. If the direction of downwards does deviate between different direction, does change when you go to a different location.
Due to gravity?
Then the surface of level water is physically dictated to be not flat in order to stay continuous and be perpendicular to the downwards direction at both locations. That's all there is to it.
I don't know, man. Hey, where are you from?
You don't know. I know you don't know. I know you don't want to understand this, but that's how it is, right? So now we can measure the direction of downwards, and we can do that in a room, for example. We can take a plumb line on one side of the room and the plumb line on the other side of the room, measure their orientation to each other, and you will find that they are parallel to each other for all you can tell, right? The claim, however, is that we are provided with, the concepts that we're providing us is the idea is that over the distance of 69 miles, that orientation changes by 1 degree. It's a very big distance, a very small change.
How do you prove that?
Exactly. How do you prove that? That's a good question. That's the right question. But we first need to understand that locally, when we are talking about even the sizes of construction sites, what you would measure at one time with one reference point, right? That difference is too small to matter for all that we do.
Literally, everything we do, right? There's no this is a good point. Exactly. There is no engineering diagram that shows any curvature of any fucking large structure ever, right?
Right? Well, that's not entirely. Well,
I think that might be true. I mean, that's a claim I'm just throwing out there, but I've yet to come across. Until I see some diagram showing a bridge being built over a long span of water that has curvature involved in it, then I'll believe it.
Yeah. the bridges are built in segments, and the reference points for the segments are also going to be only over a couple of 100 feet.
Yeah, it's all very convenient for, it's all very
It's not
convenient.
convenient. Yes, it's convenient because it makes something that's would be more complicated otherwise simpler, but also it's factually true. Going back to
Hold on. I
going
don't
back
want to go
to
back. I don't want to
pointing
go
out
back.
that you have interrupted me. So
I don't want to go back. That's why
we
I
have to
interrupted.
realize the fact that the difference between between the direction of downwards being parallel over the two different locations and it not being parallel over two different locations as it's claimed by the official sources is very, very small and too small to matter in a practical sense or to be appreciably measurable by us over small distances, over a couple of 100 feet.
That's the whole point.
So the
whole point is that no one fucking uses curvature for anything, dude. That's the whole point.
But that would be
I know, because there's all reasons, but the reality is no one uses it. Regardless of the reason, dude, no one uses it. That's the point.
That would be a poorly reasoned point, because when you find that that the differences are negligible, and you find in reality that
are they negligible?
You're not using a difference between the curvature and
negligible. That's the question.
What?
Why are they negligible?
Because
they're not real.
The whole even if they were real, the differences would be negligible.
Yes, if they were real, but they're not.
Yes.
Right?
No. Wait a second. Wait. Oh my fucking god. Okay. So
I gotcha.
Let me see if we get that right. You're saying.
I'm with you, dude.
Someone is saying,
I get it. The Earth is so big.
Hey, hold on.
I understand what you're saying.
No, I'm not. But I'm not sure if I'm understanding you correctly. Okay.
I know. So that's why I'm trying to give you feedback.
Hold on. Let's take a step back from talking about curvature and not curvature, and just take a step back from it and look at the structure of what we're talking about, of this conversation itself. Okay. So someone is saying A, right? And then you can look at it and you can do some calculations and you can examine it. You can find that if A is present or A is not present, it doesn't make a difference for all of the things that we're doing, right? And you're now saying, hold on, so yes, true, if A or if not A doesn't make a difference for all of those things, but I'm looking at all of those things and none of those things consider A, so therefore I know that A does not exist. Does that seem logical to you?
A little confused.
You're confused. Yeah, that's now you're where I'm at.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a basic question for you. So where are you from?
That seems like a hard topic change.
Well, see, here's the thing. If you can't be real with me about something basic, then this whole thing is just bullshit.
Okay, so I'm from Germany, so? Cool. Great. Good job. Now, can we go back to the conversation that we're having?
I appreciate you answering.
We are looking at
honestly,
all of the engineering and all of the construction and of the measurements that we're doing in daily life, right? And none of them consider a certain thing, right? But we also found out that thing, let's call it A, that thing A, if that thing A is present or not present, does not make a difference. We can prove that it does not make a difference for all of the things that we're looking at. And you're saying, yes, but all of those measurements and things we're doing, all of this engineering being present and not considering A, means that A does not exist.
Because that's the most simple explanation, right? It has to be, right? Yeah. You can agree. Don't be afraid if I say something that you agree with. That's the real reality. We are
I'm
allowed to
not.
agree
I'm
on some
not.
things.
I'm not just sure
No, but isn't
how.
that called like Occam's
This,
razor or something? The simplest answer or whatever? Isn't that a thing?
yes, but also
I mean,
I have
is
my doubts that. Okay.
I'm just saying the whole
Um,
point. The whole point that I'm trying to make is that all the globe proof is all layered on top of flat Earth proof, right? They say, listen,
uh,
just listen for a second. They say the Earth is so big that it looks flat, but it's so big that it's curved. You just can't tell. So they literally used a flat Earth argument to say that it's a globe, and then they say some other shit. I'm not going to get into. I'll give you.
no, it's not a. It's not. Well, hold on. They are not saying that it's a globe because of that.
No, but
Right?
they say that it looks flat. They have to say
Yeah.
so. Listen, like, okay, here's another example I'll give you. They
But also, if
listen.
you
No,
just look at
listen.
their, hold
Here's
on.
another. Here's another example. I'm gonna just. If you don't get that, the sun and the moon, right? They cannot say that they are different sizes in the sky. In the sky, scientifically, there's. They have to say the sun and the moon are the same size in the sky because all of us on fucking Earth can see that with our own eyes and would say they're the same size. So if they come and say the sun is bigger than the moon in the sky, everyone in the world would be like, "No, it's not. That's not right." So they have to say the sun and the moon are the same size in the sky, but the sun is bigger and farther away, so the ratio is the same. So again, just like the flatness of the Earth looking flat, they say the sun and the moon look the same, but trust us, they're not. So again, the globe is layered on flat Earth observations.
Well, all the God, this is so tiring.
It is. I know. It's fucking
Yeah.
frustrating.
For different reason than you think, though.
Okay, here I'm gonna go back to my third point for you is it's the airplane point, right? They say the sun and the moon and all the stars, they fucking they or they start sorry they say we spin. They say we're spinning, right? They're saying they're saying the things that you and every other person in the world can sit still and watch move across the sky. They're saying no. Actually, it appears that way because we're spinning. So that's three different things I've explained to you, right? That are the opposite of what we perceive in our reality that they want us to believe.
Yeah, they want that. Yeah, sure.
Because because I told you three things you
Hollywood,
cannot deny.
there's a lot of things that are
But dude, out of those
a
three
little bit
things,
problematic with your what you just presented.
all three of those
So,
things are
yeah,
opposite of what they want us to believe.
yeah, of course. Good for
That's
you. They want you to believe something. Sure. Good for you. Good for you.
well,
I'm really
yeah,
sorry that this
because
is.
they don't want us to believe that the money.
I'm really. Hollywood. Can I just take a minute for? I'm really sorry for the kind of mindset that you're in. It seems to. If I was in a mindset like that, daily life would be very difficult for me, and I can't imagine it being easy for you. So
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I know it's okay.
Yeah.
I'm dealing with it, you know.
Yeah. I
But
hope you are.
but the whole thing is,
I
the whole
just
thing
hope
is,
you
it's the
also.
truth. I follow the truth,
Also
man.
hope you don't just cope with it, and also are gonna engage it. Actually, but I doubt it. Based
Dude,
on what you've said so far, I doubt it.
dude, the whole point is, it's all about the truth, man. And the truth is what you can see and what you and I can prove ourselves. And they want us to believe three things at least that are opposite to what we perceive. And I can't do that to myself. I literally can't lie to myself like that. That's not fair to myself.
Good for you.
I think you have to keep in mind that they are scientists from across the world. That definitely, to me, feels like Occam's razor would be that not all these people are working together and colluding to conceal this information. So it seems, and the whole thing with like we can't see the Earth being round from the surface, so they tell us like it looks flat. I feel like that's all perspective. Whether the Earth is round or flat, obviously, I think the Earth is round. I know the Earth is round, but we're debating here. You're going to see it as flat when you're a tiny thing on a huge surface. Like you're not going to.
I get it. That's
like that.
that's the perception, right? That's what they say. They say your perception is incorrect.
Hold on, Hollywood. Hold on. Here's a crucial difference between what you're portraying and what we can work out ourselves. That is that you can just take what they're claiming without the explanations at all. You can just take the metrics of okay, they're claiming this size, they're claiming this orientations, they're claiming those things, right? And then you can work out the physics and what perception should follow from that yourself, just with logical reasoning, just with logic and observation. Right?
Dude, all I want to do is perceive the globe, but I can't.
All right. So the crucial difference between they want us to believe something and my current extent of knowledge is that also just looking at the claim being made without looking at the explanations and excuses they're making and deriving what we should receive from that, I arrive at the same conclusions as what you say they want us to believe.
Okay, but so how do you arrive at the conclusion that we're spinning?
I'm not arriving at the conclusion that we're spinning.
Because my conclusion is the stuff in the sky is flying around and moving, and we're not moving.
Okay.
But they want us to think that we're spinning. Where's the proof that we're spinning? Because I could argue,
Hollywood,
that
you have not listened to me.
Hold on, I could argue that an airplane flies over my head, and therefore I'm spinning. The airplane's actually stationary. How do I determine who's spinning and who's not, and who's moving?
Oh my fucking god!
That is a good question, Hollywood. But you've inserted. Okay, Hollywood, you have inserted me saying something that I have not said. Did you realize that?
No.
Okay.
Again, dude,
so I've not said that we're spinning. I've not arrived at the conclusion that we are spinning. I'm just saying that if we are, then it would be observed that way, as in that way, that or perceived in that way, that you claim they just want us to believe that way. And that I did not take from their explanation. That conclusion I arrived at with my own investigation. And that is a difference, right? Just blindly following an explanation and just be investigating a given statement or given understanding yourself and arriving at the same conclusion as the claimed explanation from an authority are two different things.
But dude, the fact that even one of those things that I mentioned is remotely off or whatever I want to say, they're remotely incorrect, it blows everything else out. It doesn't matter. Everything else doesn't matter. If one of those things is wrong, if we're not spinning, if the Earth or if the sun and the moon are the same size, if water's not fucking flat or something, then everything else doesn't fucking matter because they all have to. The thing is, all of the globe stuff has to work together. It has to be real. You can't just have like one of them.
Well, if one of them is wrong, then there has to be a reason for it, and that has consequences for all our powers. Because yes, as you say, the understanding that's taught that we're given by official sources now forms, as far as I can see, a cohesive understanding. That's true. And in the flat Earth, it's all ad hoc. It's all separate.
No, it's not.
Occurrences. Yes, it is.
Literally all.
There's no cohesive understanding. There's no. You have conceded yourself that you do not have a cohesive understanding of how the horizon works. You were like, what do you mean? It's a horizon. It's flat. It's like, yeah. How does it work? Why does it occur the way it is? It's flat. That's the only thing you can. There's no explanation there.
There doesn't need to be an explanation, dude. What is the explanation? It's an observation.
Natural phenomena need an explanation in order for us to make use of more of the existence as we perceive it. That's how all the technology, the technological advancements that gives you all the comfort that you have in your life right now comes to be from understanding how the world around us, how the existence around us seems to work more deeply, gaining more explanations about why something works and does the way, or is perceived and does the things that it does.
I feel like too, just because you can't empirically determine something, it doesn't make it false or, like there's some other explanation to it. I've never met Barack Obama, Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton. I've never been to India, but I trust that these are real things.
No, but okay. So Mason, here's the thing. I'm with you with some of that shit, right? Okay. I literally could go buy an airplane ticket to anywhere in the world, right now, and go there tomorrow. I could do all those things. Those are all real things, right? You can't do some things though. Can't go to space. Can't go certain places on Earth, like Antarctica and shit like that, right? So
hold on, Antarctica is a place on Earth.
So talking about like
buy a plane ticket to anywhere on Earth.
So talking about like India, Australia not being real, all this other shit, that's just all bullshit because we can literally like go there tomorrow. We could all go there and meet there tomorrow, right?
Getting a space shuttle out though is pretty difficult. So saying because I can't get a space shuttle out to observe the curvature of the Earth, like some of these things are just not feasible for a regular human being.
But Mason, like, dude, they realize like how long ago they went to the moon and like what like that means.
Well, I know like the U.S. and Russia during the Cold War, it was a race to get to the moon, and that has died down a lot. And I don't know the last time we have been to the moon, but I know in terms of the U.S.
72. It's been 50 years, and they were playing golf then on there.
In terms of the U.S., I know we've cut down a lot on that spending.
It's bullshit.
So.
But you realize you missed the point earlier I made about all the billionaires trying to go, and none of them have gone, right?
Yeah, well,
regardless of the
know about it, so I'm not gonna.
Well, you know, Bezos, Branson, Musk, they're all building spaceships, and they none of them have gone anywhere really. And two of the three don't even go to space, right?
Just because they haven't gone to the moon, is that what they're interested in doing to begin with?
Dude, it doesn't even matter. They haven't gone past the space station.
But I know in terms of Musk, a lot of what he was trying to do was just make a something that can land so that we don't waste parts constantly and have them just crash into the water.
Well, the real question is, if I'm Musk, why aren't I going up there?
I think because he already feels like the moon exists and the Earth is round.
Why doesn't Musk take his spaceship and go to space?
I mean, I don't know what he's trying to do exactly with all his other projects, but I'm sure that just might not be in the scope of things he's trying to do. That just because he's not doing these things doesn't mean that the Earth is flat, or they know the answer that the Earth is flat.
I'm just saying it doesn't. There's no other industry in the world that has gone backwards in technology.
Oh, that's not true.
You give me an example.
IT is going backwards, right?
Dude, you're out of your fucking mind.
I'm out of my fucking mind. Did you hear about CrowdStrike lately? Did you hear about that single backdoor in an open source software that has been there for like 20 years or 30, 40 years that nobody has fixed, and that made pretty much every Linux system.
You realize they had spaceships 50 years ago that could go to the moon, and if anything, they could just remake those because no one died and there was no real big accidents. And if anything, no one died on the Apollo missions. So there's no excuse why those are unsafe or whatever bullshit reasons they have today. They could easily just remake those.
Yeah, look at the average the astronauts got into.
Dude, the whole point is, where's the technology going? Nowhere, dude. It's fake.
And that's not true. When you look at SpaceX, there is a lot of innovation currently.
No,
it hasn't been going anywhere for a long time. That's true. What has
SpaceX been doing that hasn't been done before?
Landing rockets.
Are you asking that?
The real answer is reusable rockets and fucking make it economical and bullshit like that. But they're not doing anything different.
How's that bullshit?
That was done already.
How does making that the plan to go somewhere economically viable and feasible. Bullshit.
The reusable rockets was done already. That was 1980s.
Well, my point is, if they actually have been doing anything remotely innovative, they would have already done all this shit 30 years ago, and we'd be on the moon.
So you say.
Dude,
That's your opinion.
I'm saying the reason we're not doing anything, the reason videos stuck at the space station is because they can't fake it, dude.
Unfortunately for you, it does not prove anything, and it's not.
Here's the only thing it proves is no one's going anywhere. Do you guys think that is real?
And you can have that opinion, but
The
it
proof
does,
is in the
it does
pudding.
not add anything to the conversation when we're talking about figuring this out and when we're talking about evidence and sound reasoning.
All I'm saying is no one's going to the moon.
The proof is in the pudding.
That's it. That's it. There's no one doing anything in space, so whatever you think about space travel is fucking bullshit.
Because they can't because it's not possible. You do adding a whole chain of reasoning behind that. You're not just making a statement and leave it.
Okay, so you're telling me that we're going to spend how many billions of dollars to send fake robots to fake Mars, and they don't have enough money to do anything with humans? That's fucking bullshit.
According to you, again, that's another opinion you're having.
Yeah, it's a strong one too.
It's held by a lot of
it's a strong opinion, but that does not make it evidence, or that does not make the reasoning better.
Yeah, it does.
You having strong opinion only makes it emotional, this more emotionally charged, but it does not help the conversation.
Dude, no, but the reality is, all you can say is that I'm emotionally charged, but you have nothing to say about the actual technology development or space industry as far as human exploration goes, and why that has lacked for 50 years.
Well, the common claim in America, some of the people who really are NASA fanboys, just say that America is over 50 years ahead of anyone else in the world. America is so cutting edge, so great, so powerful because of God, because it's one nation under God, that they're literally 50 years. No one's even gotten off the ground yet. And America has already been there and back, got the t-shirt, planted the flag, the whole king caboodle.
Dude, think about like satellites, dude. Think about all these multi-million-dollar things that are up in the sky supposedly, and there's no cameras on any of them. There's no pictures of any of them from the space station or anything. That if you look up a satellite on Google, it's all CGI, just fake bullshit nonsense.
During the Cold War, why was America and Russia acknowledging these achievements they were making with Sputnik and then landing on the moon? Why wouldn't they just
it's propaganda, dude? It's like a big show, man. To be honest,
no, that's a good point,
dude. We don't even know. We're just fucking peasants. We don't even know what the relationship between our two countries is, dude.
That's a good point. That's how you know I went to space too. I went to the moon because if I didn't, Russia would have told on me.
Right.
So I've been to the moon. Everyone's been to the moon. Anyone who Russia didn't tell on has.
Hold on, Kit. The crucial difference is that Russia had an interest in America as a whole, and America claiming that or being able to disprove it, while they don't even know you exist. There was a Cold War that proves that Russia was aware and acknowledged the existence of America and was even interested in what they can and can't do, right? That is not the case with every single individual, especially you.
So what if they just took a win in Vietnam as a deal for America taking a win in space?
What if?
They just went back and forth and played some sort of insider geopolitical imperialistic ball game where they never would actually oppose each other.
Exactly.
Just around the edges.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's no.
That feels like a stretch, though.
No,
right?
but the Occam's razor point, he's accurate, dude. Because realistically, in
a lot more though,
dude. No, but AK in the 50s, when this was an international like research decade when they tried to fucking figure all this shit about Earth after World War II. They made fucking treaties for Antarctica and space, dude. They literally made treaties, and all the superpowers are in on them. So they're all fucking friends at some level up top, right? And personally, I think they all want to control their own people, and if they don't have to fight each other, that's better for themselves. So they all say, "Oh, look, we're all powerful, so they all can control their population still, and they all can retain their power in their part of the world.
They're doing a poor job.
I
No,
can't
they're
say
not.
that treaties, but they might have been outside of the scope of things that they even have to care about in terms of war or propaganda. Like, it's just like, okay, let's protect this land. We can all agree on that. No one owns this. It's not very useful. I don't know what it is, what the treaty is exactly. I've never read it, but I feel like it would be pretty hard to conceal these extremely complex relationships. Even things with like JFK's assassination. All this information has been coming out recently about what's involved
nobody
with it.
knows,
So
bro. That's all bullshit. Like, no
I'm
one's
just saying
gonna
these
know.
complex relationships seem pretty difficult to conceal with the amount of people that would be involved.
No, but again, it's probably not to the scale we think. Like you say, like, oh, all the scientists in the world have to be in on it. Like people say that stuff. That's totally incorrect. I could be working at NASA on some piece of a fucking puzzle and have no idea how the whole thing works. I could be literally sitting in the command center or whatever, the Houston command center or whatever, looking at all the screens, at all the astronauts supposedly in the space station, at all the fucking maps, and I could still be out of the loop. I could still think it's all real. Being a part of it, I could still be paid. I could still, and then I'm even more. And then since
much sooner, because all the people that are not in on it, but are working on it, would have noticed those.
Look, and then it's like, and then it becomes
they are experts in what they're doing, not like all the.
And then it becomes the Matrix where. It becomes the Matrix where so many people are literally working on some of these projects at a small level, and their livelihoods are invested in them. So why would they want to lose their jobs and do anything other than just keep going with whatever they're doing without questioning anybody?
Because you're so special. You're part of the 99.99 of the 0.01% that. You
could argue that the president of the United States doesn't even know the fucking truth. You could argue there's a whole nother fucking government on top of him. Who knows, dude? Who knows how it all works, dude?
Yeah, this is a very healthy mindset you're having there.
There would be so many independent organizations that would have to conceal this information, though.
No, but dude, no independent. Listen. No independent organization is going to space. It's completely fucking governed. You can't go to space without getting approval by NASA, dude. Elon Musk and all his SpaceX companies, they're literally run at the top level by NASA. It goes through like a pyramid, you guys. Like,
they probably got a lot of money from the government.
Yes,
they probably have to follow some rules.
You don't know.
NASA
has to approve everything he does. There's no going off on his own, doing his own thing. You guys are out of your mind.
How so? Where do you get that from?
It's like the FAA. You can't just go fly anywhere you want in the world. You have to abide by the fucking rules that are whoever the authority that maintains them.
If you'd like an example, how about when he was on Joe Rogan smoking weed and they were talking about the Air Force was going to check into his government contracts and stuff because of it.
So what approvals does he need from NASA?
Everything. He literally has to send his whole fucking the diagrams, all the blueprints, everything, dude.
Any evidence?
Look, your guy.
Any evidence? Any evidence whatsoever?
Yeah, Chronic FPV just gave an example of Elon Musk explaining that on a podcast.
No,
all right, dude. All right, I would love to like go look it up for you, but just you can try to disprove me by looking up that's not true. Okay, but
No,
I'm asking you for evidence, and you're saying everything.
Why are NASA logos all over SpaceX?
Evidence is
Why would SpaceX be launched at all NASA freaking?
Yeah, dude. That's my evidence. My evidence is NASA is like funded by, or SpaceX is funded by the government, and they do what the government says.
Oh, they get money. So someone is a client of you, therefore you're run by the client.
Okay, so.
Oh no, that's just because it's NASA, right? If NASA is a client of somebody,
go listen. Go research. Go research how to make a rocket and who you need approval for.
Of NASA is run by NASA.
Go launch a rocket without any approval and see what happens, dude.
I didn't say out without any approval. You were saying everything they were doing whatsoever needs to be approved by NASA, and they're
Yes.
basically run by NASA.
Yes.
That is different from launching something or putting something somewhere where it can have an influence on other people, and that needing some approval. When I make a festival in a town, then I need approval from the town. That does not mean that my company providing festivals in different towns and doing all sorts of other event stuff is run by that one town.
Yes.
Regulations
Even
are
if
important.
that town is the client of this one festival.
We have building codes. We have regulations for how cars are supposed to be built in terms of size and how they like. I feel like this is just safety too. And I know you could say like, well, in terms of the space program, it's not. But regulations are a necessity really to have a healthy society.
I don't
Keep people
understand why
safe.
he can't believe this. Like it's just not.
Well,
I'm not
it's
trying
not
to like
that I
say
can't
anything.
believe it. I'm just asking you to provide evidence for your claims because your
And
claims.
it's gonna take me. It's gonna take me minutes to do it. I don't have a fucking file of shit, dude. You can search it yourself. Just Google it.
I don't know. You made the claim.
Alright,
You need to
alright,
provide the
I'll be
evidence for it.
back, you fucking
I don't even
bitch. I'll
think
be
you
right back.
realize. I don't even think you realize what it is that you're actually saying. What it is.
Listen to what you're saying. You're saying you can just launch a rocket and no one's gonna care. You're out of your fucking mind.
Nobody said that. No, I never said
That's what
that.
you're claiming, though. You're claiming the opposite.
No, I did not. Hold on. No,
I am claiming. I am claiming if you build a rocket and intend to launch into space,
Hollywood. Concede that.
I am claiming.
You are massively distorting what I'm saying, whereas I am
saying
quoting
now.
you verbatim. So you are the liar here.
No, I am saying that if you intend to launch a rocket, you need to be approved by NASA. And you're saying that's not true. So
provide evidence that you need to be approved.
The untrue statement of that would be you are allowed to launch a rocket without the approval of NASA.
You did not just say that. You were saying that they were run by NASA. That needing approval for a launch from a certain authority means that this authority is now running everything you're doing. That's what you were saying.
Yeah, pretty much.
You were not just saying you need approval for certain things from authorities to do certain things. You were saying you're run by them. And then you were pointing out that, they are getting money from them as well. So they are a client of the authority is a client of the company. So the company is therefore run by the authority. That's also what you were saying. And all of those things are bullshit and you need to provide evidence.
It's not bullshit. If I give you money to do something and you do it, you're run by me, dude. Sorry, that's how it works.
Okay.
I mean, maybe by some definitions, but not. I don't think that's entirely true.
Look, if you don't have my money, you're not doing what you're doing. That's the point. Okay?
That is also not completely correct because you can have multiple different clients and multiple different sources of money.
You're saying that SpaceX could do whatever they want without NASA. Is that what you're saying? You're saying SpaceX could do whatever they want without NASA?
Whatever they want. Well, they're not doing whatever they want either.
You don't say anything. All you do is try to discredit bullshit that I say.
They're doing a large part of what they do without NASA. So
you provide evidence for that claim? Because it says right here on Wikipedia that SpaceX was chosen by NASA, right? And they're funded by NASA and the Air Force and the government. So can you provide some kind of evidence for that claim?
So that means that all of their money and all of what they're doing is just because of their money.
Pretty much.
Where's the rest of the money coming from then? They have more funding somewhere else?
Their clients. Whoever puts something into orbit, or supposedly puts something into orbit.
Government clients?
Do you have a list of those clients?
You can look it up on SpaceX.
Oh, we can look it up. No, you need to fucking look it up, bitch. That's what you're telling me.
Oh yeah, as soon as you provide evidence for everything that you've been claimed so far, I'm going to go back and
my friend just
provide evidence for what I'm saying.
My friend just evidence for you.
You're the one with more outrageous things to say, so I'm not going to do a single thing until you have provided something.
I literally will accept if I'm wrong, but I'm not, and you haven't proven it, and my friend just proved me right.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm asking you to provide evidence for what you're saying.
You're literally deaf now because I told you twice that somebody else gave you evidence from Wikipedia and you're not listening.
gave me evidence. They have maybe read something, but not for what you're claiming.
Oh, it's not good enough for you, huh?
I just don't think it's a fair claim to say that just because it's funded by an organization you may not trust, it means that they're doing something wrong or hiding some information.
The point is it's controlled, dude. The point is, like I said, going to Antarctica is controlled. Going to space is controlled, okay? You can't do these things. There's literally a fucking treaty for both of them, okay? You can argue all you want with me about the fucking treaty, or you could go read the fucking treaty.
Both of these things aren't feasible for a typical civilian to do on their own, though. With like, you know, the funds that someone would have.
Against it.
I don't know what the exact rules are, but there have been countless people who have gone to Antarctica that I'm sure could have done whatever they wanted to do there.
Dude,
to determine that the Earth was flat.
Bro, you can't just go there, man. You don't get it.
Over the course of mankind, like this would have been disproven that the Earth, like,
it has been proven. The only thing that when I was young, I mean, I don't know if you guys were taught this, but I was taught that everybody thought the Earth was flat a long time ago. Were you guys taught that?
Wait, where? When?
Yeah, I've noticed this, at least in the newer generation. People don't get taught that, I guess, because they don't want people to know. Hold on. But in your education, did you not know that people thought it was flat before they thought it was round?
I honestly did not. I'm from America, and I know. At least going back to '69, I'm sure the majority of Americans believed that the Earth was a globe because we went to the moon. Or
no, of course, no. But I'm saying, like, when did they figure out it was a globe, and what did they think before? Do you know? Like, because a lot of people will say, "Oh, the Greeks and everything, they did all the math and they figured it out." Right. But my question for you is, what did they think before? If you don't know, because the answer is flat, right?
They're not only flat; they also thought that it was carried by a turtle, there were 4 pillars that were carrying the firmament, and all kinds of things that don't make sense according to all the observations we can do today. So
the whole point is the whole point is they said at some point, like, I don't know, however many 500 years ago, people figured out that it wasn't flat, and ever since then we've known it's a globe, right?
Oh, what's longer than that?
So when they figured this out, they didn't fucking have space travel. They didn't have high altitude anything. They didn't have anything. They just had fucking bullshit mathematics to make things seem like, oh, the sun and the moon are different sizes, even though to all of us in the world they're the same size in the sky.
Hollywood, what makes mathematics bullshit?
Because I can make things, I can falsify things or whatever.
You can falsify things. That makes mathematics bullshit. How do you falsify things?
I could show you 2 objects, right? Mm-hmm. I could show you 2 objects that you can't measure, and I could tell you, I could show you that they look the same size, but you're not allowed to measure them. And
not allowed.
No.
Who forbids you from measuring them?
Reality, physics. So
reality and physics. No.
So here's how they do it. What they do is they say, look at the sun and the moon in the sky, everybody in the world. And everybody in the world goes, oh, I see the sun and the moon. They're the same size in the sky. And what they do is they say, okay, we need to make this work in our model. So how do we figure that out? So we're going to make the sun 400 times. So we're going to make the sun 400 times larger and 400 times farther away than the moon. So the math works out to a 1-to-1 ratio. So everybody in the world still thinks that they look the same, but now they believe that they're different in sizes, which was the goal all along.
That's a goal. Yeah, that's a very clearly defined
the goal is
size. That's controlling you. That's obviously that.
What else are they doing?
If you wouldn't believe that, then you would be a wild card.
Well, if everyone realized that the sun and the moon are literally the same size in the sky, and all scientists agree on that.
Question I was asking you. Do you remember the question you were supposed to answer?
Yeah, I don't want to answer your dumb questions anymore. I'm focused on the flat Earth.
What makes a question dumb? Or how is it a dumb question?
That's a dumb question.
Well, he answered it. You asked him why is math
What?
bullshit. He didn't really say math is bullshit, but he answered it, and I can give you another example, just like he did, right?
How did
You
he
can
answer
say
it? He just
$500,000
rambled on
plus
about two
$500,000
objects which
equals
he's
$1
not allowed to
million.
measure.
But that doesn't mean I have $1 million in my bank account, right? The math adds up. 500,000 and 500,000 equals $1 million, but still, there's not $1 million in my bank account. Isn't that funny? So math is not reality.
No,
Is
it's not
essentially what
funny.
he's saying, and they can twist it
But hold on.
to make
Hold on.
it work, like
Hold
you
on.
said,
Realizing the difference between an
AK, let him
proportion,
finish.
realizing
the
the difference.
proportions, right? To make people think, yeah, the sun and the moon are the same size in the sky, right? But they're just one's further away from the other because of the math that they figured out.
And it makes sense because of the
that doesn't
math,
make it
right?
reality.
But the math makes sense, right?
Okay, so
and just to add on, what they do is with all these fucking objects in the sky, they say, oh, they're fucking 20 billion million light years away. Dude, they come up with numbers so big, it's so incomprehensible to anybody, so they just believe it. It's all fucking made up bullshit.
According to you.
No, because they know. Listen,
it's a pretty opinion you have again, but it's
they're smart,
again
dude.
only
They're fucking
an
smart,
opinion.
and they know.
It's not. It has nothing to do with actual evidence.
The evidence is you cannot measure the distance to the sun, and you cannot measure the distance to the fucking moon, and you cannot measure how big they are. And they know that.
No, I'm not going to
because
shut
they
up.
can't either.
You're interrupting me, so I'm just going to continue talking until you shut up. I'm going to finish what I'm saying, and then you can talk. So, realizing the difference between something abstract happening and where it connects to reality. If you took some numbers, some parameters from reality, and what operations, what mathematical operations translate to which occurrence in reality, realizing those connections is important, of course, but that doesn't make math bullshit. Like that doesn't mean that you can make everything that contains that contains a calculation. You can now say, yeah, well, that's not real. You can't inherently measure a speed.
If it's not verified. If it's not verified in reality, and
you can make up anything.
It's not reality.
When you measure speed, you are.
If you can't measure,
you're measuring the difference in distance. Over the time it took, and you're dividing the difference in distance by the time it took.
I mean, you're
that's
confusing calculation.
That's the calculation. You don't have anything. You don't have anything inherent that gives you the speed right away. You always have to calculate it.
Yeah, and so when you cannot calculate the size or distance of the sun or moon, then how do you fucking verify anything?
Who says you can't?
How can you or I measure the distance or the size of the sun or moon?
You claimed you know already, so why do I have to answer that?
Listen, I have never claimed that.
I'm not answering rhetorical questions.
It's not a rhetorical question.
And you already admitted that this question was rhetorical before. So either you were a liar before or you're a liar now.
No, I did not.
Yes, you said. You asked me point blank.
5 minutes ago about something completely different.
You asked me 2 hours ago. You asked me point blank.
Morty,
I'm asking you. I'm asking you right now, dude. No, fuck that. I don't care about that. I literally don't even remember. I don't remember. I don't.
You don't remember?
I don't care.
That's why I'm jogging it for you. Go back and watch go back on the stream then.
Hey, listen.
You asked me point blank. I was pointing out why is it? Why is that?
Stop. Just
do you not know
I don't want to talk about it.
You told me that you do know. You just wanted to test if I know, and I was pointing out that your question was not genuine then.
Yeah, that was one time, and this time I'm asking you genuinely: how do you or I measure the size or distance of the sun or moon?
So you forgot how to do it because you claimed that you know how.
I do not know how to measure the distance to the sun or the size of the sun. That's why I am asking.
When you asked me rhetorically.
Okay,
There's no way around that. That one of those two has to be false.
Won't you answer my question?
And you were lying you're lying now, or you lied before that you said when you knew and you didn't ask me genuinely, and now you're asking me genuinely.
All right, I'm going to agree to disagree with you. Whatever you say, sure. Now we're moving on from that. Okay? How does anybody measure the size or the distance to the sun or moon? Do you have an answer? Because I don't.
Good luck.
You can look it up.
You can look it up.
Would attempt to explain it to you, but
I don't know
feel like
one. Okay, how do you measure the size or the distance to the sun or moon? Because those are the only ways that we could verify what they're telling us is true or not.
No, that's not the only way.
Because the only other way is to look at them, right? And they look the same exact fucking size. So why would I believe they're different sizes? Why would I ever in my life believe that the sun and the moon are different sizes when everybody I've ever met in the world can see that they're the same size?
Well, the size of the moon varies much more than the size of the sun. You can see moon liberation. That means you can see slightly different sides of the moon at different times when you take pictures of it over like
Not concerned with that. Not concerned with that. I'm not concerned. I'm concerned with verifying what they're telling me.
You're not going to see that with the sun.
What does that have to do with the distance to the size of them?
Well, that indicates that there is some difference between them, and the more logical conclusion would be that one of them is.
But what you're saying contradicts. But now what you're saying contradicts modern science, which claims that they're the same size in the sky.
What?
You're starting to say that the sun and the moon appear to be different sizes. But everybody in the world, including scientists that are on your team, say that they're the same size in the sky.
Sun and moon exactly same.
I mean, dude, just think about it, and then next time, go look for yourself.
Sun and moon are about the same size when you look at them in the sky. Though that's just thanks to the coincidence. Blah blah blah.
La 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 la. I'm gonna ignore that. The thing that Hollywood's been saying this whole time.
Okay, so
dude, but isn't it the crazy part? Is like people that one blew me away.
Hold on, Hollywood. When someone said, hold on, when someone says, two things are about the same size, does that mean that they're always exactly the same size?
I don't care about the fucking one article you're reading that's using one word, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Okay. When I look up solar eclipses, I also can find like annual eclipses and total. I can find different types of eclipses.
All I know is you're avoiding answering how do you measure the distance or the size of either.
Oh no, I already told you that. I'm not going to tell you.
Here you go. Astronomy.com. Why is the moon exactly the same apparent size from Earth as the sun?
Oh, wait, did he say exactly?
Just coincidence.
Did he say exactly or about?
Odds
I don't know.
Such a perfect match are enormous. Sorry to cut you off there. It's just so funny.
And that guy used the word exactly. Oh man,
the size of the moon varies much more than the sun. So their sizes are not exactly the same all the time.
Okay, dude.
Angular size of the moon.
Here, let me try something here. So if two things appear to be the same size, is it possible that they are the same size?
That's a good question right there.
Or it's impossible.
No, answer the question, AK.
If they're yes, it is possible if they're at the same.
Listen to the truth.
That's flat Earth right there. You just saw it. The possibility that maybe you're wrong. And there's other explanations for what you think you already know that you don't know.
Wait, can you?
What did I say? I know that I claim to know that I don't actually know.
Yeah, both you guys are talking.
What exactly did I claim to know that I don't actually know?
Yeah, repeat this. I gotta remember it.
All the sky magic you talk about, rockets in space and people boldly going.
I'm not talking about any sky magic at any point. So no.
Just say what you said before. It made a lot of sense. Like,
okay, so if two objects appear to be the same size.
Oh yes, okay.
Yeah, are they the same size or are they not?
Or could they be the same size? Or
is it possible they're the same size?
That's a great one.
You already said yes.
Oh yeah, Hollywood just wanted me to repeat it.
Yeah, I just had to remember because that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good proof, right, Hollywood?
No, it's just it's a really good, fair question for people that like you.
Like me? How so?
Anti-flat Earth.
What are people like me?
People that they're smart enough. They're smart enough to like be honest, but they're confused.
Okay, so you're calling me confused. What am I confused about?
No, but I'm saying you're smart enough to be real to
What
a
am
certain
I confused about, Hollywood?
Well, see, until he brought that question up, you would have only just stayed on your side of that.
On my side? What is my side?
The globe side.
It's not possible. It's
So
the only possibility.
Yeah, your side is that there was only one possibility. That's the side.
How's that? How's that?
Because the Earth is a globe.
Because you literally spent 5 or 10 minutes trying to work around how the sun and the moon are different sizes, even though all the scientists agree that they're the same size.
No, that's not.
Oh no, it's a known fact that the apparent size of the moon varies much more than the apparent size of the sun. They're not exactly the same size. Anyone that says that is being inaccurate.
Dude, so you're saying all the scientists are inaccurate?
They're all in on it.
Not all of them.
And you name me one scientist. Name me one.
Dude, it's literally something they can't lie about because everybody can see it with their own eyes.
Yeah,
so it's
you can see with your own eyes. You can measure the angular size of the moon, that it varies much more than the angular size of the sun. They're not exactly the same size, therefore, at all times, obviously. There's annual eclipses where the moon is slightly smaller than the sun, and it makes a ring of fire. And if you don't observe the sun with some protection, so that you can see it as a disk, and when you have the glare, then you won't even necessarily.
All right, I'll play ball. Okay.
And when you have,
yeah. I got you. Everyone understands. Okay.
Or a little bit bigger than the sun, and it will actually make the sky go dark for in totality.
Next question. So how much do these sizes vary? Are you talking about sun and moon? How much do they vary?
Variation of the size of the moon. I don't remember the exact. By 10%, the size of the moon.
According to whom?
According to websites, or you can also observe it yourself and see if that works out. But
no, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Yeah, because have you seen a solar eclipse, dude? They match up fucking perfectly, dude. So shut up.
Again, there's annual eclipses and
they match up perfectly, dude. Get out of here.
No, when there's an annual eclipse, it doesn't match up perfectly. The moon is slightly smaller. What is claimed to be the moon is slightly smaller than the sun, so it builds a ring of fire.
You're saying it's 10% smaller.
It varies by about 10%. I was saying, and I'm pointing out to you that there is annual solar eclipses and total solar eclipses. In annual solar eclipses, whatever seems to be obstructing the sun is slightly smaller than the sun, so you still see the outside ring of the sun and the total in the highest part of the eclipse. And with total solar eclipses, you don't.
I know, and to be honest, a lot of this is pointless because again, we're talking about objects that we can't, really understand or prove or, really.
Well, we can't, but other people who have extensive knowledge in this can. And
no, because none of them are going to any other fucking stars or planets or the sun or sending anything to anywhere. It's all bullshit, dude.
Well, you guys, they claim that they have.
Yeah, hold on. Which people? Let's get hyper specific.
I don't know the exact people. I can't name all the NASA scientists or any of the astronauts who have done this. I mean, I could name astronauts from the 1960s who have, obviously, but I don't know the people who are working on this right now.
You know all their names?
I'm just saying there's so many people involved in this. You'd think there'd be a whistleblower at this rate.
Dude, hold on. This is the dumbest shit ever.
Let me get this one.
Wait.
Let me get this. This is a really easy one.
Yeah.
What you need to look up is the record number of deaths right after the Apollo program. Astronauts were dropping like flies, car accidents, suicides. They drowned.
Really?
Yeah, there was like 12 of them. They
Yeah,
just had to knock off a few of them and say, check it out. If
that's probably right.
If you open your mouth, this is what's going to happen to you. So keep your mouth shut, play the role we told you to play, and say exactly what we said for you to say, and you and your family will be okay. If you threaten the federal government and try to expose us as some kind of liars, you won't get there. No one's going to
What has the government kept secret for those years?
And going that before the Apollo missions and the buildup, there's supposedly like Gus Grissom and the people that died in that accident with the fire. Supposedly they were pretty outspoken about the program and some aspects of it. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, he said it would never
probably
work.
safety issues and not.
And Mason, here's the real example for you. You're aware of Neil Armstrong, right?
Of course.
You know he is one of the biggest recluses there ever was after those missions, and he never spoke about them and never really did it, and he became an alcoholic and all this shit.
That does not prove anything. The people are introverts.
If you were the first man on the moon, would you not be proud about that?
Become an introvert.
He's lived his life. You know, he's probably.
Yeah, his life is a recluse because he's not proud of it.
How about what did the second guy do?
Do you think, like, the way that they only had one shot to get him to say the fucking line and he screwed the line up, he was trying to send a message out, like, this is a really small thing that we're doing here?
Wait, what's the line? What's the line?
It's one small step for man, but he was meant to say, this is one small step for mankind, or some shit. No, he was meant to say, hold on, I'll say it exactly. He was meant to say, this is one small step for a man to take, but one giant leap forward for mankind to do. Sort of thing.
And
what he said, this is what he ended up saying was
right, yeah.
He misquoted himself. Like what he ended up saying in the live broadcast was, "This is one small step for man." You know, and they were pissed off because he's like, "No, you're saying it's like a small achievement." He got it wrong, but maybe he was literally saying this is a small-minded achievement of small-minded people.
Well, how about maybe?
Well, maybe he was saying that aliens exist. You know, like if you're just gonna read into it.
Well, I'm saying it'd track more with him
saying
becoming
that you really don't know,
than whatever the fuck you just said. Like,
and then just to add,
I'm just saying you're just speculating.
Hold on, and Mason, just to add on about like whistleblowers and all that shit, like maybe there's not one person that you can put the name on of, oh, this guy, he blew the whistle, but the fact that you're here,
there isn't a single person,
and the fact that we're all here talking about this, that's probably like they don't want us to. That's already the whistle's already been blown, dude.
There's a lot of
the secrets.
Yeah, you are talking about it. Who's like busting down your door?
The thing is, the secret's out. All right. So
there's a lot of conspiracies that you guys probably don't agree with.
But so there is no. So but the fact that you're saying there's like who's gonna like keep the secret or like whatever, like there is no secret anymore. Like realistically.
Like, the government officials admitted it. Yeah, they came on TV and they said, "Guys, we never went to the moon."
Maybe
guys,
the public thinks it's a secret or whatever, but it's obviously
right?
The fact that you've heard about it, the fact that everyone's heard about flat Earth, there's no secret.
Yeah, but the fact that you've heard
it's in the fucking channel title. Of course, you hear about it.
No one believes it is the impressive part. That's the fact.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I generally do think people are kind of smart enough to realize, like, conspiracy theories are conspiracy theories. It's just, like, a minority of the population that goes this hard on all of that. You know, so, like, I'm kind of happy, I guess. Not everyone is, like, a deranged lunatic, but...
How about, like, let's look at the first guy you had an explanation for. The first guy on the moon was just a recluse and just wanted to spend his life outside of the public eye.
No, that's what you said.
How about the second?
That's not an explanation anyone else gave.
Yeah, what was the second guy? The second guy. What did he do?
Who cares? Why was this even material?
Buzz Aldrin, you can even consider Buzz Aldrin a whistleblower. Have you seen some of the videos he's like in the past few years?
He's also an old man in all of his.
Hopefully,
the whistles he blows.
He has done so many PR events. I wouldn't be surprised if he slipped. Like you see Trump and Joe Biden slip up all the like. It's just
let's
old
look at what did he do after going to the moon? What was his next job?
I don't know what it is.
Well, what would you, if you guessed, what would be the next thing after going to the moon?
My assumption would be that he would maintain his position in NASA to some capacity, but I don't know, and I'm not going to speculate something else because he didn't work for NASA.
Well, because this is the best part. Okay, So he was an Air Force officer, a fighter pilot, NASA astronaut, goes to the moon, and he comes back after all that, and he becomes a
janitor,
used car salesman.
Okay.
So what? So what does that prove?
So that doesn't make any sense.
Were cars his
What do you
passion?
mean? Like,
do you
you're
know
gonna
cars are
tell
his
people
passion?
what they get to do? I mean, if you've kind of done everything, then sure, maybe you do something meaningless. I don't fucking know, right? Like, it's up to him to decide.
I want to hear more. Crit, what's your theory?
Yeah, so this is the best part where car salesmen are generally considered shucksters, kind of
Ooh, I like this angle.
So, and then the used car salesman is generally even more of a shuckster than the regular car salesman. So the second guy on the moon had a unique skill set, and he became a used car salesman. And a booze hound who had to then eventually disowned all his children. Like, what an amazing, like, they call these guys a cream of the crop. They're the best of us, the best of the best. He's a booze hound, used car salesman who couldn't even get along with his own children.
Dude, even in the best of the best they have up there now in the space station are like, they're all just clowns, dude. They're just clowns for a show. Like, they sit there with their ladies.
So they're up there in the space station? Well, I'm glad you admit that.
200 miles.
No. That's what they say. But they have like ladies.
That's what you said, right?
They have ladies up there.
Like, I'm glad it's getting through to you. I'm happy.
I'm glad that's all you can do to me is pretend like I said something or whatever. I don't know.
I mean, like, it's a Freudian slip, it's fine.
Yeah, no, it's not, dude. It's just to go along with the narrative and to just tell a story, right?
I mean, you just know the truth,
No, you can say up. They're always up.
Because
they're always
it's fine. I'm glad
you're
you're being honest for once.
They're never down.
Yeah, I'm glad you're being retarded most of the
time.
You
have to say they're also up and down.
He's mad. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm mad because you're bad, dude. So if it was really the best of the best and it was really like such a serious situation up there, they wouldn't be doing all this dumb shit with all these ladies having all their hair flying around and all this shit flying around up there. Like, the whole thing doesn't make sense, dude. They're fucking drinking their own recycled piss. There's no where's the trash? Where's all the people, dude? There's 5 people up there.
I've seen a lot of videos of people claiming that they are scientists in the ISS, right?
Dude,
so
what
all those
science
people would
are
have
they doing?
to be in on it as well. They'd be lying about being on a set, right?
Yeah.
So that's just more people that would be lying about what they're doing. They would have to know something, right?
Yeah,
because they know they're not in the ISS according to you.
No, because remember what I said. Because remember what I said earlier. You could be in the space control center and you wouldn't even know if it's real or not. You're playing a video game and you're looking at a screen of people. I don't even know if they have live fucking footage of the actual inside.
Crazy graphics that like Unreal Engine 6 or something like that. Dude, how do I download that?
This complex operation that's going on, and there hasn't been any slips or cracks.
Listen, Mason.
I just want to know why I download that game engine.
Mason, this is a complex operation, maybe the most complex in the world, right? And there has been slips. They're all over the place, dude. Just because you haven't done enough research, you clearly haven't looked for them.
This would look at all the most tightly held conspiracy ever. Then probably is. That would be insane compared to from what we know of other conspiracy theories that have come true to some degree, or that are to some.
It's absolutely true. You can find the data yourself, but you won't believe your own eyes.
I love that. I fucking love that. It's like, it's out there, but you just won't believe it.
Well, they destroyed.
Just trust me, bro.
Dude, I've seen too much shit. I've seen too much bullshit in space videos of astronauts where it's just not believable anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's also what's the
it's Unreal Engine 6, right? Unreal Engine 7, maybe. I just want to play a video game with graphics like that.
No. What it is a fucking movie set with no windows on it, so you have no idea where the fuck they are. They could be in my basement.
That's a great movie set. Then when do we get to our Hollywood movies then? Because that's some top tier fucking graphics.
Oh, hey, so yeah, exactly, dude. You're making my point. Dude.
Gravity, but no, that doesn't look at all like NASA videos.
How many movies have they made?
I'm just saying, I want to see that movie, not in 20 years. Okay, I want to see
no shit, dude.
I want to crazy graphics like that. Damn.
Yeah,
CGI
dude.
would be pretty insane and ahead of its time.
I'm just saying, like, I know why only NASA has access to that
Hey,
type, right?
listen,
like, technology 20 years into the
you
future.
guys have all
I don't
seen
know.
movies of space and sci-fi movies where people are floating around. It's
Yeah,
completely,
and I've seen Hollow Earth movies.
and it's completely,
in,
and
like,
it's
the
completely,
Godzilla
and it's completely, and it's completely believable when you suspend your disbelief, or whatever, right?
I mean, you
Guys,
look
check
back
the
at
chat. Sorry to cut in.
What's the
6 minutes
difference?
past the hour. 6 hours of ISS footage.
What's the difference between
Bloopers.
a Hollywood movie and a NASA movie?
I guess these NASA movies are like hundreds of years ahead of their time in CGI. Then
That might be the case. They might be.
Damn, dude, I want to work at NASA. I don't know, dude. It seems like
first-
as fuck.
Okay, like literally, I mean, I consider the Apollo missions like the greatest movies ever made because people think they're real.
Yeah, back in the 60s, they had this crazy CGI. That's insane, actually.
No, they didn't.
It's sodium, the sodium vapor process.
No, hold on. They didn't have good CGI. They had shitty movie tech, and that's why the fucking.
Well, I mean,
moon
they
mission...
might have had shit movie tech, but somehow they were able to.
No, it's called the sodium vapor process. They use it to make Mary Poppins.
But I mean,
they use it to make.
Right? They have like.
Hear me out.
CGI. I just want to be at that level.
It's not
I want Unreal
CGI.
Engine 8 right now.
Dude, you realize
it's not. Listen, it's not CGI. It's the sodium vapor process. They use it to make Mary Poppins, and Disney used it to make Man and the Moon, which is another movie most people haven't seen. They tried it for a while, and it's easy. It's not a green screen. It's a yellow screen using sodium vapor.
Okay,
yeah, I said
listen.
Okay, that doesn't generate
Doka. The whole point I'm trying to make is all of us have seen movies of space movies. Okay, and all the only proof that we get from NASA are movies and videos. There's no difference. That's all I'm trying to say.
What else would they show us if we can't physically go there?
They should show us better stuff. That's all I'm saying.
But show you anything.
They should show us better things because they don't show us shit. I'll tell you that.
You'll believe anything they show you. They can literally show you all kinds of shit, and you'll just gobble it up.
Is there a really odd looking video you guys could share with me right now from NASA?
Kind of a lot.
Yeah, here I got one.
And I want it from NASA's website, not some random GIF.
Yeah.
So you think NASA just clips out their own bloopers for us to copy and paste in?
It's a poop coffee GIF, but I think I got something better than since he's got all this high.
I mean, just
he hasn't looked up.
Just go to the last time they docked at the space station on the videos, and you see they do their big kumbaya celebration when they all hug each other. And first of all, they're all wearing the tightest shit ever. They're all on some sort of like harnesses or whatever, some sort of shit. Who knows?
Right, is that something you posted that is supposed to be from NASA?
Dude,
yeah, what do you think? What's that look like?
No, but go back to the thing, and you'll see their shirts and all this weird shit going on. Like whatever CGI, whatever the fucking shit they're doing, it all looks so fucking weird. And then on top of that, they have all their hair going everywhere. It's all fucking.
It's the harness technology. They have these solid plates that go on their back, and it's like with straps that go around their front and clips on, and all the wire hooks are attached to the plate.
Yeah,
you can see the polo shirts like folding over the wires and stuff.
It's so crazy. It's like not that hard to see, and it's not even unbelievable because they do it in movies. Like I literally watched behind the scenes of Gravity and watching Sandra Bullock on the system, and in the movie you can't see the system, can you? Like it's just like you guys make it seem like it's impossible that they could fake it, but. Again, to Crit's point, is it possible that they could make a movie about space that's not real, that looks real? And the answer to me is yes, they can make it. So it's possible that they're faking it. You guys are blindly thinking it's impossible that they could fake a space movie, right?
With the $26 billion a year, is that enough money to fake it, or not enough?
Yeah, I was considering movies cost like $50 million, like cheap ones to make, and they get $50 million a day.
And they purposely my position is they purposely make the NASA videos and shit so fucking boring so no one watches them, and no one except for us who like I'm interested. I always liked, part of me liked realistic movies, so I was always like really into just examining all the shit and just whatever. So I got into examining the space videos and all that shit, and it's just there's bloopers, there's fucked up shit. There's no way.
You know what the best part is that the Guinness Book of World Records features nothing about the ISS. Not the largest thing built is none of it. No record.
So there's
but what
no,
they do,
no video
what
of
they
the
do have,
construction of it.
what they do have in NASA has in the Guinness Book of World Records is the largest green screen. Huh. So the largest green screen ever conducted in the Guinness Book of World Records is NASA.
That's hilarious. Never knew that.
Yeah, I mean, when you look into it, this is the best part, getting the globalists to actually look that way instead of back at us. Like the people saying, hey, government's up to no good. And they don't believe it because they need to believe that government is somehow God bless America.
And honestly, so here's the difference between, I would say, us and them, is that I'm going to go look up right now what you just said, and they're not. And even though I still want to believe it, I still want to believe it. I'm not so certain you're correct, but I'm going to verify it.
Oh, yeah, trust but verify.
Well, I'm looking up the ISS, and it seems like they build it in small chunks, in small pieces. It's not like they built the whole thing out in space. They build one part and then take it out there, it seems. Maybe add more to it when they take it out there as well. But there's individual pieces they add to the ISS.
Of course, but there's a
You just
rumor.
believe it. What evidence did you use for that?
Okay, you just believe that the ISS wasn't built.
Spaceship did they use to launch those pieces up? They pre-built sections of the thing and launched it up in the space shuttle, or what?
That's what they. Yeah.
I mean, I'd have to look all this information.
Yeah,
up,
it took supposedly years to build in segments, but the rumor is there's no fucking videos of them putting it all together up there. That's the real question. And honestly, like, I mean, dude, if they're really up there, they should have videos all day, 24/7, looking back, showing. They should have people pan around. There's nobody does that. Nobody pans around and says, "Oh, look, there's the moon behind us. There's the Earth. Look, there's the Milky Way over there." They don't show any of that shit because they can't. It would blow everything up.
Here's a citation for you directly from NASA. So their green screen is 23 feet wide, 7 meters.
I wonder what they do with that.
Yeah, well, I wonder, huh? What could they possibly do with such a large green screen?
I just, I wanted to believe it for so long, but it just doesn't hold up.
Doesn't the ISS provide like a live streaming of Earth from space?
Yeah, where?
Yeah, the best thing is so does the Chinese one. And one of these things is not like the other. Are they over two different worlds? Why is one live stream radically different from the other?
And how is it different? Can you describe it?
Acid, look at it. Acid, let's go. Let's do this. Just do this test together, dude. Let's go find the live stream together. Where is it? It's not hosted on NASA.com or Gov or whatever, for sure. It's probably some bullshit YouTube channel that has a recording or pre-recording.
No, I already said ISS. I didn't say NASA.
It's the same thing, but
no, it's not the same thing.
Okay, where is the live stream though? It's on YouTube, right? Or what are you saying? Which live stream?
No, go to the ISS website, and there's
Okay, I'm trying.
Streaming. There's a streaming portal.
What's the website?
You can Google ISS live stream.
And is it NASA.gov, like I said?
No, bro. I said ISS. What the fuck?
Okay. I'm literally at, this is hilarious, good timing about this. I'm literally at NASA.gov, ISS high definition live streaming video of the Earth.
Is it offline? It's 24.
Yeah, it's offline, dude.
Yeah, it's 24 hours.
This stream recording is not available, dude. Like, so, you know what?
It's there. There's a link to click on, but
it doesn't go anywhere.
Surprisingly, the footage isn't anywhere.
I mean, so like, dude, this is just like the fucking perfect thing for all you retards out there. Like, you guys think this is real? Oh, there's a live stream. Where's the fucking live stream?
Matt,
Where is it? This is NASA.gov,
NASA.
dude. This is NASA's. This is their website. This is the fucking stream. This is. I didn't even think they had one on their website.
That's their
This is
YouTube
it.
channel. Here. Here's a different angle. Let's see. Also, in terms of streaming stuff inside of the ISS, I know they do a lot of experiments, and I'm fairly certain that would breach client confidentiality if they were just constantly
Can you
streaming
produce
stuff.
any papers coming out of the ISS? Just one scientific paper.
I've never looked into this, so I really don't feel like putting the time into looking into it right now.
So they're doing all this science for 20 years. 20 years of hard, groundbreaking science, and not one single white paper has ever been produced.
I don't know if they're doing science for the public or if they're doing it for independent clients, though, as well. I'm not going to speak on that.
Real quick, so I'm at I went to the NASA YouTube channel that has the stream supposedly. Also, it says the stream is down. So, like, you know, it's not what they say.
It can be down. That's okay for it to be down sometimes.
Why?
Sometimes, sometimes my internet goes out.
Here's what it says.
And they're out in
Video
freaking space.
Video from the space station, external high definition camera
posted it
has
in the chat.
interrupted. Oh, it just came back on.
One is working and one is not working, and many are working.
It just came back on, and what is it? It's a fucking tiny ass view straight down where you can't see anything.
So now it's just not a sufficient stream.
Well, maybe they got smart, you know what I mean? Because they had, you remember,
oh my God. No, but hold on. Sorry. Let me finish this real quick.
Let me get in after you, though, please.
Okay, for sure. But so the stream right now, they just turned it back on, right? I'm not kidding if you're watching it. There's at least a third or more of the screen is covered by some piece of the space station, right? And so first, they always do this. They always have a piece of the space station in the camera angle, either to provide some sort of like relative like thing, or just so you like know where you are. You know, I don't know why they do it, but in this specific angle, what they're showing, more than half of the screen is almost taken up by something blocking the view. So it's the dumbest fucking stream angle or whatever there is. Sorry, I just had to point that out.
No, that's a great point. And also, they might have gotten smarter, right? Because I don't know if you guys remember, right? Years ago, they had this NASA Live thing that was running, but it was a 4-hour loop, right? So most people would just log in, watch it for a couple minutes, be like, "Oh, look at this guy," right? But flat earthers would sit, like myself, would sit there and watch that. You could watch the video loop. The only thing live about that YouTube video was that there was live chat, right? It wasn't a live feed.
No, but here's the best
live
part.
chat. So maybe now they interrupt it, right, to make it seem like, and they, you know, maybe they're getting smarter about how they're producing their footage to make it look more believable because they realize there's people out here who are going to call them out on it. But yeah, we've seen all this.
Just to add on to you where you said, the best part is those chats are all disabled now. And
they got bots. They got bots like, oh yay, God bless America.
No, but explain to me why the NASA chat is disabled. You know, like there's only certain disabled chats on
the C-SPAN chat is always disabled too. I don't think that's suspicious.
Anything that's controversial has like a disabled chat or comments or anything like that, and I find it all suspicious.
They probably know people like you are going to be on that chat and say stuff that they don't like.
Yeah, I know.
They probably just want kids to enjoy this and not have to be bombarded.
What does people
by what
like you mean?
Dude,
define people.
I'm saying
like
flat
you.
earthers. I'm not trying to be rude.
I know, but
not just flat earthers.
It doesn't matter what the context of the video is. I've seen it on other videos that are controversial topics too. Where they just like don't let people talk about it. No comments, no nothing, and I find that very suspect.
You know, the best part is
say about a position that doesn't take criticism.
There aren't that many flat earthers in the world.
A position that doesn't take criticism. What does that say? You think?
Yeah, what Ego was saying though, there are not.
I'm not going to listen to any
flat earthers.
Yeah, the biggest critics of this are Globers. You'll find way more Globers in terms of numbers that are critiquing NASA. Don't buy any of this. Than there are probably the entirety of flat earthers.
Yeah, that's
me.
probably true.
As all the globers sit here and agree and provide it as evidence, and the flat earthers are calling it out as bullshit. Show me the globers.
You're in the 24/7 Flat Earth channel, dude.
Yeah,
like,
you're in a
look around.
specific.
Ding dong.
What does that have anything that you so you guys should be showing more
You're in
actual
a biased
critical
channel
thinking
towards
here.
flat earthers. That's why you don't find too many globers in here.
The best part too about like why they
Because you
disable
guys have
chat.
an argument, right?
The excuse for
Yeah,
why
you made a terrible one.
Look at your excuse for why they disabled chat because they don't want flat earthers commenting. If that stuff was true,
And
think of all the conversations that would start about how our place in the universe, all these things that are happening. It maybe one or two flat earthers might squeak a little comment in there, like NASA faked it, but the vast majority of comments like would drown out like any flat earth speech. But that's not the case because people don't give a fuck.
There's a couple hundred people watching all these, I'm guessing.
That's it.
Bots.
No one
right,
even
and they
cares.
probably just want kids to be able to enjoy the video without comments that might, take away from
they
that.
want to be able to bend and warp
I don't
kids'
know the
minds
explanation,
without
but guess
any
what?
kind
You
of
guys don't
deceit,
information to
right?
kids
That sounds
without being impeded.
legitimate.
There's something suspicious about it, and you guys think that's proof that there's something fishy going on.
No, I'm just saying.
Don't allow criticism, do they?
Yeah,
That's suspicious.
That's the thing.
There's a
Simple.
the astronomy Discord, Astronomy Live Discord. I had just joined there. I got a link, and I wasn't going to do flat Earth at all. I was just going to pretend, like just see what they do, what they're talking about. And I had posted, "Is this a good server to get away from those pesky flat earthers?" And bang, I was banned. It said flat Earth, like just banned for saying flat Earth. That's all it took. They didn't care the context, none of it. And I was like, well, do I bother opening up a ticket to see if I can get unbanned? I'm like, fuck it. Their astronomy shit, that's how bad it is. That even if I was disagreeing with them, which I wasn't, they'll ban it anyway. Their whole worldview is based on a small and sad world where they fill themselves with echo chambers. They avoid anybody who will disagree with them. They avoid any speech. Imagine if we did that here. If someone just mentioned the globe, bang, they're banned, permaban. No comebacks. It didn't matter any context. You just type the word globe and you're banned. That's how bad it is on the globe side.
This channel is built for debate. Let's be honest here. Whereas I don't know what the astronomy Discord's about, but I'm sure they're not looking for debates on the flat Earth or globe Earth.
So they just put in words, like if you type in flat Earth in any context, that's permaban.
That makes science isn't about challenging
It was like that earlier with the C word.
Reality to be, right? And also, let's do a quick thought experiment. Why don't you name me a time in history where it's shown that the good guys are muting and censoring people? Go ahead.
I still don't think that's proof. And even then, the people who run that Discord are probably not in on it with NASA like how you guys see it, right?
No, they're
NASA's a public entity. NASA's a public entity. These Discords are not. That's a false comparison.
You missed the point. The point was these are the people who supposedly are open-minded. They've accepted this wide universal model where anything is possible. Anything in their worldview, there is literally endless amount of ideas. The only limit is your imagination, and they are extremely upset that people disagree with that. They are in a contradiction. That's the point. Inside their worldview, they should have baked in explanations on how to deal with disagreement. Michio Kaku did a whole TED Talk on this, how to deal with disagreement. Your
sure,
position,
maybe we can disagree on how they. That's
your
fine.
Your position should be strong enough to handle a little disagreement, but it's not.
I agree, but maybe they just see the case is closed and it would be ridiculous to argue it to begin with, so they're just tired of it because maybe they were getting bombarded by a lot of flat earthers. I don't know what's going on there. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Neither
whatever it
do you.
is, it's an
None
echo
of us
chamber.
do. So making these accusations that this is going on, I think it's unfair. It's not a good argument to begin with.
It's literally an echo chamber. They turned their globe into an even more sad and small space than anything a flat earther is talking about. Anything I present as a flat earth model won't even be a comparison to how sad and small Astronomy Live's Discord server is. It is literally so much an echo chamber that even if you mention the idea of wanting to get inside the echo chamber and get away from anyone who disagrees with you, that's also bannable.
Maybe they're just tired of it. They probably get a lot of flat earthers.
So,
but Mason, I don't know.
Mason,
and you don't either.
Mason, why do you think there are so many flat earthers?
Why do I mean, there's a lot of conspiracy theories that I'm sure have a lot of backing to it that you disagree with as well.
Maybe.
I didn't answer the question.
But why do you think? But like, why are there so many flat earthers that they're trying to stop?
Probably because people believe that since they can't observe something physically, that it can't be true.
You don't need flat Earth to talk about conspiracy.
I don't know. It's a conspiracy theory that's been around for a while. So obviously there's going to be a well-built community around it. There's people on YouTube doing stuff about this all the time.
Because I could see where you're coming from. Like I grew up and learned all that shit too, so I could understand how like you could believe the globe. But can you understand how I could believe the flat Earth?
I understand your stances, and I just disagree with the logic of it.
Well, Mason, I'd like to address you real quick on something. After you're done, I don't want to cut you off.
No, I'm basically done.
Well, you said maybe they think it's settled science, right? You said maybe it's settled science, right? I have here something called
I know
conceptions about science, scientific proof. And it talks about proofs existing only in mathematics and logic. And then in the fifth paragraph here, first sentence, in contrast, all scientific knowledge is tentative and provisional and nothing is final. How do you feel about that, sir?
So something like the globe is something that at least scientists state, you guys disagree with, but state that they've observed it, versus other things that can't necessarily be observed. It's just by like determining it from other methods that can't be empirically determined. I'm not going to speak much more on that, but people have.
I mean, that sounds like a whole bunch of what you guys call word salad or whatever, but there is no such thing as final proven knowledge in science, period, end, bro. So scientists,
like
quote
around
unquote,
Earth
like
being observed
people
as
who
round.
think that they're scientists and want to say, well, this is final, this is settled, that's incorrect. There is nothing in science that is final.
And Mason, that goes back to but Mason, that goes back to the ancient people thinking the Earth was flat, right? They changed the
but they could
worldview.
Not observe it as being round.
Yeah,
they just
but listen,
had to do it through math.
I know, but they changed it, right? So science changes, right?
They did.
So what's to stop it from changing back?
I feel like empirical evidence is the most solid evidence you could have.
Yeah,
and sure, there is some possibility that something wasn't observed correctly, but it's not there for this. It really is.
What's empirical evidence for the globe?
Other people observing the globe.
Yeah, but
I have not observed
people observing.
Other people.
Also, number two, verifiable.
How do I observe a globe?
Experiment. So tell
you just can't trust other people. That's what it comes down to. But you really can't. You really shouldn't. But Mason, you really shouldn't trust any of us or any of the astronauts. Like you really shouldn't trust anybody with regards to this. Like that's the point is that you should be able to figure this out on your own.
Can I ask a question real quick? Do we assume that all the other planets are flat as well?
I don't know. We don't know what those are.
The rest of the solar system. So Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, Mars. So
okay, hold on. Do you even know their names? You kind of stopped abruptly.
Venus, Jupiter, Mars, Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, and then also you have all the moons around it, and you have the sun as well, and also the other.
Do you skip Jupiter?
So those are.
I did say Jupiter.
So those are just lights in the sky, right?
How do you explain Saturn's rings if it's flat?
We're not saying that it's flat. I don't know if anyone says they're flat. All we know is that they're lights in the sky.
Yeah, nobody said that any of that's flat. And do bubbles float above puddles? Have you ever seen a bubble float above a puddle?
Yeah, like bubble baths.
There you go.
Okay. So, what's the difference between a star and a planet?
One twinkle.
From your point of view, none. There is no difference.
No, there is a pretty big difference. One is a ball of gas that is constantly exploding.
How do you know?
From your point of view.
Wait, how do you know that though?
Physics lessons at school.
Okay, so you don't know, you just were taught that, right?
So you regurgitated, you parroted something that someone told you.
Equally, you're just regurgitating.
No, we're not. We're explaining that we
How
observe.
did you learn then? Were you born knowing that the Earth is flat? This is an instinct.
No, we observe it, and so just like the planets you talked about, we observe them, and all we can observe is that they're lights in the sky.
And no one can tell you otherwise because it's what you observe.
You don't observe a burning ball of plasma and gas. That is an interpretation.
Yes, you do.
No, that's an interpretation.
You can assess the qualities of.
How do you observe it?
But how do you know what the sun even is?
Imagery. There's the way that the light moves. You've got different ways of looking at it.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of BS.
Yeah, how do you verify it?
So, would you say the Earth is the same as the other planets?
How do you know Earth is a planet?
What other planets?
So, what is the Earth? From the flat Earth perspective, what is Earth?
The floor of the universe.
What's your perspective?
Earth is our world, dude. Right? We live in or on Earth.
Hollywood, hold on. Let him answer. So you've gone down some weird pipelines here that you seem to be asking questions. You seem to be asking questions about things that you are thinking, and then want someone to explain your thinking back to you. How about you just explain what you're thinking, and let's start there. What is the Earth?
Okay. The Earth, to me, is a planet that we live on.
Based on what?
Based on what I've been taught in books from other scientists, from lessons in school up till the end of high school.
Okay, so you just believe it.
Well, I've not been offered any academic instruction in the flat Earth theory. The closest I would have to that is the story of Nicholas Copernicus, where he was executed by the church for saying the Earth doesn't revolve around for.
You don't even know the Lord. Copernicus was never
executed by.
Well, you asked a really novice question about
Hollywood.
The flat planets.
Hold on. He's still,
okay.
Once he's still got his head in the clouds, he's not going to understand flat Earth yet. He still he thinks he knows what the globe is, and he doesn't even know Copernicus.
And now you're speaking from me.
Wasn't executed by the Catholic Church.
Okay, I got my story wrong. That's fine. The reason I'm asking, do you want me to answer, or are you just running your mouth?
Yeah, who do you think they were executing at that time?
Heathens, pagans, and those who challenged Catholic doctrine.
Yeah, so heretics. This was the height of the Inquisition. So during the height of the Inquisition, you got a guy who they tell him, don't talk about this heliocentric craziness. It goes against church doctrine, or B, they just don't want you to. The Pope says, don't talk about this. And what happens to that guy? It wasn't Copernicus, but who was it? Happened to him?
I don't know. You tell me. You know the story very well.
Galileo. It was Galileo. And he got sent to his room with dinner. He literally got put under house arrest, which was already sick. He was basically in near hospice care already.
Okay.
And they just said, "Here you go. Spend the rest of your life on your property," which even by today's standards is absolute luxury. He lived in that time frame. He had like a castle. It had an indoor and outdoor pool, like all kinds of things you'd want. You could.
Does the story of Galileo link to flat Earth in any way?
Does it what?
Does it link to the flat Earth perspective?
This is the Catholic Church. I do not believe in heliocentric model or models, even more so when they're presented by state sponsors of religion. You do believe that. I don't.
I do. Okay.
So your belief system,
we have an impasse.
Your belief system is not something I care about, is not something other people care about, and is really not something even you care about. It's a completely
I think we can say that of both of our perspectives equally.
Your idea is a completely vacuous statement that you don't even know why you think this stuff, other than somebody you think you trust told you a story and you liked it.
Isn't that how you learn anything?
No.
Okay, so what's different about if you read a study or read a book or perform your observation? What's different?
You could test it.
Can test it with what?
Yeah, how would you test it?
No, I'm asking for your scientific process here. Answer the question.
Yours is a belief system.
No, I asked you a question. Answer it.
Yeah, until you get out of your fifis and your
You're
beliefs.
answering my question.
Yeah, here's the answer. You need to let go of this emotional
answer. What is your process?
You need to answer your.
You're talking about me, not about you here.
Yeah, you need to get out of this social, emotional model that you're living in. That somehow
me, you. What are you living in?
Your heliocentric model that you don't know anything about.
Your model? You're not explaining your model. You're just criticizing me.
Yeah, because you have a belief system. You have a belief system that you can't explain. You can't take questions on.
You're still not answering my question.
Yeah, here's your answer. Until you're able to say you don't know, it's just a belief. There's no place to go from here. You're going to have to let the ball go.
I will indulge this idea. Okay, nothing is certain. These are observations. They're not concrete. The scientific process is ever-evolving knowledge. I'm willing to indulge this scenario.
How did you get to a globe then?
So here we're working on the idea.
You walked yourself into a contradiction, and now you have to walk yourself back out.
So things are certain, not uncertain.
You did the Vsauce method. The Vsauce, when he came out in 2014, wanted to do a hit piece against flat earthers. He's like, imagine if flat earthers are right and all of human history is wrong.
I'm doing this to try and understand your perspective because I'm coming from a different perspective. So I want to try and understand where you're coming from.
I think he has good intentions to some extent.
I'm trying to. I just want to understand where you're coming from. This is not me trying to belittle your system. It is genuinely, I want to understand your perspective. So I need you to explain your perspective.
All you need to do is use the earth. Yeah, use the earth in you and just make some observations.
If I can interject real quick, we haven't been presented with verifiable evidence of the globe. That is our perspective.
Okay, so what is the criteria for verifiable evidence?
First, I want to see a verifiable, observable phenomenon.
What is a phenomenon?
Something occurring naturally in nature.
So, what is something that occurs naturally?
For the globe? Nothing, as far as I can tell. What is the claim?
So, I want to know, is there something... So, we have something that needs to be verified or checked. Do we have evidence of something natural so that way we can know that the natural exists?
The surface level of water, still water.
So yeah, I mean, that is true. We can go out in reality and we can observe the water lace level. We can observe and measure a plane surface. Mean sea level has a slope of 0.
Okay.
All rivers flow downhill to the ocean, sea level.
Okay, so things on the earth here, we can test, we can measure, we can observe, we can do things with the stuff
that's the point.
No, we.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay, so
no, we. Say it again. Say I.
So there's no unified method. It's I, not we.
No, you. Like, not instead of saying a we, say I. And then now you can have a group of yourself that you actually know something. Instead of we are the board, you could say I, X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
Hey, so since you started off with the question like you did, I was wondering maybe if you could just fire off some more like rapid fire questions that you may be like not confused but uncertain about what we believe, and then we could go into the weeds from there based on what you ask and what we understand that you know at that point.
Yeah, because I want to clear up, this is not from a place of pure hostility, it's from trying to understand the perspective, and there are a lot of things that are different from different perspectives. So someone coming from the heliocentric like globe perspective, will have a lot of presuppositions and assumptions that are inherently different, and it's about understanding what is different in the different conceptions. So,
and I understand like where you're coming from, but like the question threw me off because like if you had done any research, I guess I don't know, that's hard to say also, but like if you really looked up flat Earth stuff, like that kind of question is kind of silly. Like, do you think all the other planets are flat? Because you're assuming that then we're still in a solar system with flat planets or something. But if you knew any basic of the flat Earth, then you would disregard the whole solar system in general. And so it's like I just want to know what else you don't know.
Or just geocentric. Is he even able to start off at geocentric and then get back to heliocentric? He can't.
I want to know
because he's got a flawed idea of human history.
rather than criticizing me, can we engage in some constructive dialogue?
Yeah. But I'm just saying you have a flawed perception of flat Earth, so I just want to clarify some things or unclarify or whatever.
Do flat earthers believe in the concept of an atmosphere? So the levels of the atmosphere, like the difference between space and an atmosphere, does that exist?
Yeah, it's not curving.
So how do we sort of know where space ends and the atmosphere begins? Well, like
we don't.
We don't. Okay, so also for things like space travel.
So again, just to interrupt you, this whole concept of space or like anything outside of Earth is kind of fringe because no one can go there and we can't really verify stuff like that. So if you keep it like inside of Earth or something that we can all actually talk about that we can do, that's more.
So everything is around the Earth. It's all about the Earth. Anything beyond that we can't verify.
Well, the Earth is the only reality that we can experience.
I see. Okay. Is this a kind of like a sort of...
Okay, here, I'm going to just make this simple. You just put yourself in your own body right now. Like I know you're yeah, this is crazy. You're outside of your mind right now. Go back to the basics. Go back to you sitting in your chair right now. And think about the world from that position on. You're thinking about too big of a picture. You're thinking about everything, and you're putting yourself in it. You got to go from the inside out.
To know everything.
No, I know, but you're thinking about the outside in.
It's not just that Globers have unverifiable beliefs. They submit blatant contradictions all the time. For example, gas pressure without a container. For example, Earth is so flat and it looks so flat, but we know it's a globe because...
Or the sun and the moon are moving, but we're spinning.
So is the Earth completely flat?
And Einstein even said there's no optical tests you can do to determine which is moving, Earth or the luminaries.
Or the sun and the moon are the same size.
That's the Einstein equivalence principle.
So, like, what about like Newtonian laws of gravity and stuff like that? Or do we consider those verifiable?
Mass attracting mass, is there an experiment for that? Newton didn't propose any, and Einstein doesn't have a scientific hypothesis in his body of work on relativity.
And are there any objects that you can go buy at a store that have any sort of gravity or anything relatable?
If I take I'm holding a glass right now in my hand. If I let go of the glass while it's in the middle of the air, it lands on my table. How does it do that?
Okay, it's because it was sitting at equilibrium when you picked it up, right? So you created a potential energy by lifting it.
Right.
That's thermodynamics.
So my energy is holding it in the air.
The first part, yeah, you brought it up into a place where it's not supposed to be.
Okay.
Your challenge is to link that phenomenon to like why Jupiter is flinging itself around the sky.
Right. So is there a force moving it around the sky?
I don't know. Your side claims that gravity is a force, and it is not a force.
My personal opinion is all the things in the sky are pretty unbelievable already, and I don't know how they work. And
the claims about them are not believable.
Yeah, that's
but we all see the same thing.
But can you at least sympathize with the idea of trying to understand things that we can't understand, or at least engaging in a process of trying to understand them?
That's what we're doing.
Absolutely, but we do it honestly.
Yeah.
Honestly, right. So is this
Right.
so there is, let's go back to the very, very basics. So there is like an objective reality we can grasp, we can hold, that we exist in. It's not like a Descartes of I think, therefore I am
Right.
type thing.
100%.
The world is
I
like
exist 100%. And yes, like the fact that I'm talking to you on Discord is 100% true, not 99.9.
Right. And it's because this communication occurs through tangible things that exist in reality that enable us to do that.
It's a shared reality. So
yeah,
we all
I know that
experience
we're on
this
Discord
reality.
right now. Like, how is it possible we're not on Discord? Like now you're just, if anybody opposes this, they need to be committed, quite honestly.
I'm not opposing that idea whatsoever.
But I could literally physically go see you, and you could physically come see me, and we could experience the same things. So that's the reality we live in.
I guess, yeah, but then when you come to things like linguistics or language, I could have
concepts, not reality that's material reality. So that's a category error.
But when we speak, we use those words in our heads.
What about it?
Yeah, and people speak and say lies.
Ooh.
You know?
Okay. Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. So where does our understanding come from? Because surely we learn a lot of things from other people.
First order measurements.
Our senses. Like, come on.
Direct first order measurements builds knowledge. Do you agree?
Direct first order measurements. Can you define those terms, please?
Sure. For example, I can go and I can take a stick and I can determine how many sticks long my couch is. And that is something that is directly measurable, directly experienced, and is not subject to interpretation.
And you can do it too. With the same sticks.
Like when we have like blind taste tests, right? Like, when companies like Pepsi or Coke get you to do a blind taste test of 2 drinks.
Yeah, and then you're testing subjective preferences.
No, but if you're trying...
This is not subjective.
But let's say they're asking you which is Coke and which is Pepsi. You have to test, and then you say, I think this one is Pepsi, or I think this one is Coke, and you get it wrong. Why do you get it wrong? If there's a specific taste that exists in reality and our senses can accurately tell us which is which.
Because maybe you haven't tasted it enough, and you haven't conditioned and repetitioned enough. Like, what are you saying?
You haven't measured
I want to know, so our senses are a foolproof way of understanding how reality works.
Not foolproof, however, they are essential for survival, right? If you're going to accept something like evolutionary biology, then your senses are what keep you out of trouble from getting eaten by lions. You have to rely on it.
But our senses change as well, and our genetics, we all have different levels of different things.
Some people... but reality itself doesn't, that's around you. It remains objective, regardless of how you experience.
It's going to change.
So that's why we need verifiable observations that people can go and check for themselves. Because maybe my stick is not right. Maybe I didn't look at the couch right. Maybe I didn't measure it right with the stick. Maybe I overlapped the measurements. There's something wrong, right? So anybody else can go and directly measure the couch in the same manner and see if they get the same results.
So are you building your conception of understanding through consensus, through other people having a unified method and agreeing on that method and agreeing on the conclusion, like a form of consensus?
Isn't that what science is?
More like falsification and validation.
Right, but that validation and verification comes from multiple people agreeing on the same thing?
It comes from multiple people being able to perform the same thing in order to verify the claim or falsify the claim.
If you do a scientific experiment and you use the same method and you get them to agree on the method and the result, isn't that just the same as scientific understanding? It's like a proof by consensus.
It's not a proof by consensus. It's a proof by measurement.
But the measurements are agreed upon by different people with different senses coming together to create a method.
Different senses, or you mean like the same tools and methodologies?
Like, yes, tools, methodology, senses, anything at your disposal to come to a conclusion.
Well, yeah, I mean, you want to be able to produce something that is independently verifiable.
Right. So what is independent? Like, what's the independent aspect here? So is it one person?
The independent aspect is you're not relying on somebody else secondhand. That's why I said first order direct.
Right. Okay. But then how do we get other people to recognize those beliefs outside of simply agreeing with them?
It's not a belief if you measure something, right?
Right. But if it's coming from one person to another, like if you have a conversation with someone from the heliocentric perspective and they think they have a method for understanding their reality and you have a method for understanding your reality, how do you get the other to agree when they fundamentally contradict each other? How do you prove one is correct over the other?
Well, you encourage each other to try each other's methodologies, right?
Right, okay. And
usually the globe has no fucking methodology, dudes. What's your point?
Well, I'm just trying to understand here, like, because we're getting almost to the level of like dialectics where you have like a logical impasse and you're trying to
ultimately it comes back to philosophy, right? The scientific method was born out of empiricism, or born out of epistemology.
It's true, yeah. No, that's the sort of thing. That's why I'm trying to go back to this method to understand it as core, and we do.
Here's a great question for you: Is this globe problem a scientific problem, or is it something else? Are we even in the wrong category in trying to pin this down into a scientific problem? Because before you can do science, you need to measure variables.
I think we do sort of. It goes from a conversation about scientific method to like epistemology to almost like how do we understand things, because once we sort of get into the nitty gritty of method and we start going back and back and back and back, we do sort of end up at like a philosophical discussion about the nature of knowledge and reality. So yeah, I would like.
So ultimately, this can lead to someone, concluding that their experience is a result of them being a brain in a jar. At which point we reach an impasse, and there's no point even having a discussion, right?
Right.
Because if someone's experience is subjective, then why should somebody have such a hard opinion about the nature of Earth and argue that they're so correct about it?
That can apply both ways, right? To someone from a globe or a flat.
We don't assert that we're a brain in a jar, though.
Right, but I was just saying
we're not being sophistic.
I was just like, right, so because we cannot have like a fully articulated method that meets the criteria of everyone, we can't believe in a globe.
Not everybody is obligated to accept what somebody says, and that works on both sides, right? But there becomes a point where it becomes unethical.
Right. So like forcing a perspective on people that they can't believe based on how they sort of interpret and work with reality. And when I say interpret, I mean the different methods that you have for understanding reality, whether that is senses or measurements, etc.
Yeah, and you've already heard from several others several times them saying, why don't you go figure this out for yourself? Don't just trust what we say, and don't trust what the astronauts say. Go do this for yourself. Make your own observations.
That's the key.
Maybe you'll reach some of the same conclusions we've had, and then we can talk further. But if not, then okay.
Just trust.
Okay, we can disagree for the sake of disagreement, and then we can move on to somebody else who's more willing to have a cooperative discussion.
Right. I throughout this discussion, I've not been my goal hasn't been to disagree. It's more to just come to understand where the impasses are, and like understand the full method or perspective. And when we work it all the way back to the beginning and we go from the beginning, I can see the logical roots of a lot of this. So it has been quite a fruitful discussion, in all honesty. And I hope I haven't, like, I understand there was a lot of bitterness at the start, because I'm guessing you guys get a lot of hostility for your perspective from people who come from a different starting point. But my goal is
we are very much hardcore objectivists in every sense of it.
Right, of course, yeah. I mean, from our perspective,
that alone pisses people off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a humanities student. I study history. We deal very heavily with the subjective. It's pretty much what we're taught. Like, you start analyzing postmodern schools of thought, which are all about everything is narrative, nothing is objective. It's like the thing that's hammered into us from the beginning. So that's why
it sort of separates what you do from science.
Yes, exactly. It's like,
That's a good framework because you know that in an evil society, who is the hero?
Yeah, well, you see, that becomes hard because how do you have a universal set of morals to determine good and evil?
Oh, right. It's like the funny expression, right? Is it just a coincidence that the good guys won every war and conflict throughout every civilization in all of history?
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. I think I'm here in the United Kingdom. I think we need to teach more about imperialism, about the stories in the past. I think it's very much something that needs to be talked about more. There is not one good and one bad. It's not that simple. It's not black and white, But I think people across any study love to make generalizations and make things easier to understand by making it black and white,
Yeah, we hear this all the time when Globers come in and give us a high school definition of gravity.
Right, of course. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's difficult because I think this is something people probably grapple with up into PhD level, beyond into research. It's like basically an eternal quest for understanding, right? No matter what your study is, if you're philosophy, if you're physics, or anything.
Absolutely. Like the most ardent defenders of these ideas are the least educated.
You can, yeah, because the more you learn, the less you actually know, because there's always something else to read
Correct. And one thing we do here with people is we have them separate their beliefs from knowledge. And hopefully they come to the understanding, like we have, that we actually know far less than we thought. And we've supplied beliefs in place of that knowledge and convinced ourselves it was knowledge all along, when these are just matters of trust and acceptance of stories that haven't been verified by anybody.
And I can completely understand the perspective of knowing less and stuff like that, and not just accepting things for the way they are. That makes a lot of sense.
I think we can move on. I'm going to take a step back. I'm actually cleaning the inside of my car. I might pipe in every now and then, but I know you want to chomp a bit here.
Well, no, I know I've been talking quite a bit. I probably should yield more than I do.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, I think yeah, I've answered everything I want to say.
No, Smokey, I think you got more questions, dude. I want some more flat planet questions. Because we need to dispel some of these things that you think are possible.
Yeah, flat Earth has been strawmanned so hard. Like you see at the bottom of every YouTube channel where it says that flat Earth's this archaic idea that Earth is a flat plane or disc. It's like, well, we don't necessarily say Earth is an object itself. What about that idea?
Yo, ego. We found out today, and we were looking at YouTube earlier, and they changed that little thing underneath the video. It's slightly different. It's like sentencing. It's interesting though.
Oh, that's wild. I was just remarking that right now. Like they did kind of tighten it up a bit, and it's still wrong.
No, yeah, they definitely changed it recently.
Is there a model for flat Earth or not?
It depends.
No, not in that sense. There's no model for the globe, right? There's no single interoperable model that ties in all the observable phenomena, concluding that there's a globe. You have a model for this, a model for that, a model for that. And so we accept many of these mainstream models.
So
incorrect.
Really? What about maps, for example? Can we agree on maps, like maps of countries and maps of continents?
Yeah, you can agree on the map, but what you don't do is take one step more and then say this map is actually not a map. It's actually the real world.
Okay, so a map is a depiction, not objective reality.
Yeah, or an abstraction. Yeah,
abstraction. Yeah, of course, right. Because every map is stretched, obviously. Like it's not an accurate representation of every continent.
Right, every map is wrong. Map makers will tell you this. A lot of it is based off of transforms of coordinate systems.
Mm-hmm.
Except for globes. Globes
are arbitrary.
It's only flat maps that are.
Is that dogs? Holy shit, dude.
So yeah, that's an interesting idea, right? Like, if like say you're in a geography classroom and they have a spinning globe that depicts the countries, can we still accept that as like a valid depiction of countries to use, even if it depicts a globe? Because it's still serving its function as a map, but it's in a globe shape.
I always wondered that
just one more time. models can be wrong, but still provide predictive power. An example is like the Bohr model that was used to develop nuclear power. And we know today it's wrong, but you know what? It worked. And so this unveils something that we like to point out all the time, which is a pragmatic fallacy. Just because something works doesn't mean you fully understand it or it's fully true.
Of course, yeah, totally.
With your question about the globe, I do wonder if how accurate it is, the actual land masses, and then are there bigger southern oceans than they appear, or how that all works? I don't know.
Yeah.
Is there another continent? I don't know.
You can buy super, super, super accurate globes nowadays.
For a $1.05.
That make no sense in reality.
No, they make perfect sense in reality. So if you get like a string and you measure out a distance and a
if
direction,
you pour water on it, then what happens?
That to reality with a plane.
What happens if you pour water on it? What happens if you pour water on it?
Well, since the direction down on Earth is towards the center of the Earth, it won't stick to the globe. Are you aware of the direction down?
Yeah, are you aware that gravity's not real?
Sounds like a broken model of the globe.
No one's ever managed to falsify gravity. Have you falsified
I'm just
gravity?
saying you're saying something is so real and you sound so sincere about it. But the fact is that you can't replicate water sticking to a ball.
Yeah, that's part of our model. That's a truth of our model that you've co-opted to say it falsifies our model.
Yeah, well then if you're going to say it sticks to a ball because of gravity, then where's the gravity? You can't even prove gravity. Then we can just keep going, and you can't prove anything.
I'm sorry, where in our model does it say it sticks to a ball on the Earth?
How does the water stick to the ball in the Earth?
It doesn't on Earth. It sticks to the Earth because down, or the vector that everything has a bias towards, is towards the center of the Earth. Are you aware of that's what gravity does? Or are you talking about something else?
That's the claim.
World of doom, young man.
That's the claim. Now provide evidence that gravity has an inward vector to an object.
Inward vector.
Just give us an example of an object that has gravity.
All objects of mass have gravity.
So, like what?
The water? Does
so
water
like
have
all
gravity?
objects of mass, anything made of matter.
So, like my bowling.
Red went under the chat.
I don't have a bowling ball, but like a bowling ball, does that have gravity?
Correct. The gravity is proportional to the mass and the distance between that mass and whatever other.
Hold on. So you're saying bowling ball has gravity, but it's so indiscernible that we can't.
Repeating back something in an incredulous voice isn't an argument.
No, I'm trying to confirm what you're saying. You're saying that a bowling ball has gravity, but we can't sense it?
Hey, Hollywood, if Radwin is still here, you should listen to him take this on.
Measure it.
Yeah, go,
we can build experiments that can measure it. Are you aware of those?
Yeah, what kind of experiments can you measure that a bowling ball has gravity?
So I watched Blue Marble make a Cavendish, and I spoke to him actually on Discord about it.
What?
A Cavendish experiment. It's where you get an object of mass and you move it towards another object of mass that's on a torsion bar, and the torsion bar will.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. So have you done that? Have you done that?
Yeah, I'm going to talk. So for your experiment, where did you see that in nature that you decided to hang bowling balls in a closet?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to see the bowling balls. You just have to observe something that can give you the hypothesis of mass attracting mass.
Oh,
hold on. So, sorry, real quick.
I'm sorry, you're scientifically illiterate.
Hold on. I just want to make this straight. So you're saying that what do I have to do?
My epistemology isn't your epistemology.
You're saying the Cavendish experiment, right? So what do I have to do to replicate it in my room?
So the best thing to do would be to Google a Cavendish experiment and then find someone who's done it and then replicate what they've done.
I've Googled it before, and it's all kind of bogus.
Have you? Oh, is it? How do you know it's bogus? If you can't, can you
I know it's bogus because you believe it and you haven't done it.
So can you explain it to me, though? I don't have the same epistemology. I don't need to have done something in order to believe something is true. I just have to see
it supposedly shows two things attract each other, right? And in reality...
I was talking again, Hollywood. Do you want to stop talking for a second?
I thought you finished.
No, I hadn't. I was halfway through a sentence. But I don't have to do something. I just have to see a robust methodology that's been repeated by multiple people who have documented it, including video and photographic evidence.
Well, I think that's your problem.
How is that a problem?
Well, because
Does it
I
not
can
work in
believe
day-to-day
everything
life?
I've seen on video too, but I've seen a lot of movies, and there's a lot of movies that are science fiction.
Did I say I believed everything that I saw on video?
No,
Great. So why did you just say that back to me?
I said I've seen a lot of movies.
So
wants to know
is
how
it
to
because you're
differentiate
desperate to
something that's real
invalidate
from
my
something that's faked for you.
Dude, just tell me how.
That's really,
Just
really
tell me.
easy.
Just tell me this gravity thing, dude. I just wanted to see two objects attract or something. Like, how hard is that? You make it seem like it's so easy.
Yeah, so you don't understand the very basic concept of what gravity does, which is proportional to mass, and it creates a downward vector towards the center of the Earth. Now, multiple times you have misunderstood that either intentionally or you are refusing to update your knowledge. So I can't explain something to you until
So
you
how do you know the
acknowledge that.
center of? How do you know the center of Earth? And how do you know what the Earth is made out of and all that stuff?
You don't need to. You just need to know that the center of the Earth is massive.
Okay, so your only proof of gravity is the world itself and something that you're observing, like a
How do
phenomenon.
you come to that knowledge? How do you come to that knowledge in the first instance? It sounds very circular, dogs or gods.
So what knowledge is very circular?
I mean, we've already gone from the water can't stick to a ball. You have to have gravity, and now you can't prove gravity. So what else is there?
When did I say I can't prove gravity? Sure, science doesn't prove things.
You've said somebody else has
Happy to say
proved
that
it.
it is the only
You've said
logical
somebody else has
explanation
proved it with a Cavendish
it is
experiment,
logically.
but you've never proven it.
Yeah, I don't have the same epistemology as yours. That's why you guys never get anywhere, because you're too obsessed with
I don't
doing
know what that
so
word
your
is.
epistemology is trust.
incorrectly
That's it, like we were
formatted
saying before. You don't
experiments
have any
for
first order
yourselves,
direct measurements.
doing
You
it
have trust.
firsthand before you believe something, instead of just doing what the big boys do, which is if you see 20 different people who are experts build something, actually get it to do the thing that it's supposed to do, including the predictions they've made.
If
And
the
there's a good
Cavendish was real,
justification to believe that thing is true. Is there not a good justification?
Can someone explain to me what a Cavendish is? I have no idea. I'm so sorry.
let's let dogs are gods explain the Cavendish to you.
Yeah, great. So the Cavendish is basically a ball on a torsion bar, which has a string attached to it, to a little sensor that will record the torsion of that string through that bar through the string. Then you get a second object of mass, and you move it towards the first object that's connected to the torsion bar. And as they get closer together, there is a proportional increase to the apparent force created by gravity of those two mass objects that is recorded through the torsion in the string.
So suppose we were to accept that, not that we do. How does this go from gravity being a downward vector or that we experience in life to an inward vector to a ball?
Well,
so
we can give you gravity. Now you have to give us how we know that gravity is not just going straight down where the vectors are parallel to each other, but they are splayed out radially from a point of origin.
And how does Earth's gravity
great. So there's
Earth's gravity
the way
must
we know that is
outweigh the
because
gravity
of
of these two small objects, right? How does Earth's gravity not
the
affect
way that
it?
we know? It's a really good question. It's because Earth's gravity is on the vertical axis, and the Cavendish is set up on a horizontal axis. So that vertical, like the downward acceleration, isn't going to affect the rotational acceleration on the horizontal sideways.
What if Earth is an extremely long cylinder with a flat developable surface that we live on, and all of the vectors are effectively parallel to each other?
That's a really great hypothesis, except downward vectors like plumb lines, they diverge. That's why you get spherical excess in large-scale survey.
Oh, you have proof of diverging plumb lines now.
Yeah, large-scale survey.
You also have claims of deflecting plumb lines and curving plumb lines.
Wait, I want to see your large-scale surveys with curvature.
So you can have some deflection, but if you have, say, 3 different towers set up across a big difference, the measured angles between those towers make it apparent.
How do you know where the towers are in relation to each other, though?
Because you can physically measure them.
Well, how do you know where they are then? I mean, what's the methodology employed? You're just making an assertion.
wow, there's an entire document. It's called the Transcontinental Arc of the Parallel.
Oh, the one on page 19 where it says that they performed a mathematical reduction to take their planar surveys and curve them around a datum, which means they couldn't have
isn't that amazing?
measured a globe without assuming the datum in the first place. It's circular logic.
Page 19. Are
No,
you
it's
serious?
not. It's not. And just be quiet and listen for 2 seconds.
Wait,
what
is it
actually happened is they measured the excess. They measured the spherical excess.
They don't
and then
measure the
tried to
excess.
see
They calculate it. They
and
need a
then they
datum
tried
to quote unquote
Amish,
measure.
shut up for a second.
Yeah,
Don't
you're
interrupt
lying.
me. You know you're trying to save face right now.
But you're lying.
They measured
The spherical excess is a
I'm not
calculation,
lying.
not a measurement.
I'm not
I'm
lying.
stopping you because
I'm not
this is a
lying.
claim.
I'm not
If
lying.
you're going to just
Amish,
toss
you're
claims on top of
lying. That's why you're
claims,
stopping
then you
me,
don't
because
belong
I'm
here.
about to expose your lies. Right. So
All right, I'm muting you because you made a claim that they measured spherical excess and you want to just keep whistling past the graveyard. I'm going to unmute you. I'm going to ask you to describe the measurement process, and it better not involve a calculation.
great. The measurement process is to have 3 towers, and you measure between those 3 towers using basically theodolites. They're not actually theodolites, they're called something else. But they do the same thing. And the angles that you measure will have a difference that will be called spherical excess because they're not in the same vertical lines.
All right, so observationally, what are they seeing?
They are seeing angles between towers.
Okay, so are the angles line of sight?
The angles are line of sight, yes.
So are you saying that gravity is warping the light rays into a Dorito chip?
Oh, bless you, Amish. No, what's happening is the towers are all
is it refraction?
using theodolites. The towers are all using theodolites that need to be leveled. And since each of these theodolites are leveled on a different horizontal, because all of their verticals are diverging, they end up having greater internal angles for the triangles that they create, which is called spherical excess, which only happens on spherical surfaces that you try to measure triangles on.
All right, so but Earth is a lumpy geoid. How do you differentiate when you're on a bowl shape versus a flat shaped part of the geoid versus a concave or convex or hyperbola? You have saddle shapes. Like, how do you differentiate between these? And do they, or is it always just magically spherical excess conforming to a datum somehow?
You make the towers very tall.
Okay, how tall?
Tall enough that they all exist at similar elevations.
Well, how tall?
Do you have like a specific place?
Depends. Some are on
Dogs, can we like search this somewhere? I want to search what you're talking about. Do you have an actual example, or is this all just make believe?
Yeah, I'll
Because
drop
what you're
the PDF.
describing is not in the document you mentioned.
Yeah, it is actually, but you've only read page 19. That's why you just lied about it.
No, it actually continues in page like 69 or so and into 71, where they provide the mathematical process without pre-assuming a datum.
What those pages say.
Yeah, so they described that they selected between 2 datums, either the Clark ellipsoid or the Bessel ellipsoid, for which that they take their planar surveys and bend them around this mathematical datum.
You're lying again.
It's called a mathematical reduction.
What they did is.
Hey, why do you
what
say
they
he's
did is they
lying?
took
Maybe he thinks he's
So I'm about
right.
to explain to you.
But lying implies
Okay,
that
I'm about to explain
he's
what
doing it on
you're just
purpose.
saving
It
face right
sounds
now.
like he thinks something.
He is doing it on purpose, yes.
But what's
No,
he
he's
doing?
doing it on purpose because
What's
he's
he
a player.
lying about? I
So
want to
he's
know.
lying. What happened?
What's the claim that he's lying about?
What happened? The claim is that
You can't just
the
say that. You
primary
can't just say
measurements.
someone's lying.
Hollywood, shut the fuck up for a second and listen, okay? I'm trying to explain it to you, but you keep talking. So, the lie is that the primary measurements that measured spherical excess were altered before those measurements were showed spherical excess. So the internal angles were altered.
In the document, it
to show
says that they
spherical
took a
excess
bunch of
because they
measurements and
did
threw a
it
ton out,
to the
and they
Clark
didn't print them.
or the Bessel ellipsoid.
Hold on, dogs.
Amish, you're doing it again.
I'm going to say
No,
dogs.
you're lying, dogs, because I can. It's going to take me a while, but within the document itself, and everybody on both sides agreed to this, that they took a bunch of measurements and they threw out, which did not conform to their pre-prescribed notions of a datum. They said that they took measurements and threw a bunch out, and they presented the best ones here. So it's like, well, what's wrong with those other measurements? Shouldn't we include them in our statistical sample? Like, what method of statistics did they use to determine what to throw out? They did not specify that in the document.
And so, like, why is he
This leads to my
lying?
accusation that they're cherry picking, and they're not only cherry picking, but the data that they had left didn't work on a ball, so they had to select a datum. They chose the Clark ellipsoid, 1866, which became WGS 84 after many evolutions. And they used the mathematics of the lat long coordinate system in order to contort their planar observations and fix them to control points on this mathematical ball. And then they said, there, we measured it, and there's their spherical excess.
Sounds about right. But Doug,
so the reason all of that is a lie is because you're putting the cart. Shut up, Hollywood, and listen, okay? You're putting the cart before the horse, Amish. You're saying that they contorted the numbers to show spherical excess, but it's the opposite. They had spherical excess, and then they tried to fit it to the two different models, and they were off from one of the models by like 20 miles or something for what the circumference of the.
How did they differentiate spherical excess from an error of measurement? You know, so you guys think that they've got like 3 points set up. Let's say you got ideally 3 different theodolites, and they're all looking at each other and measuring angles. And they're just like, oh crap, it's not equaling 180. Oh no, it's more than 180. Oh no. And the first thing that they run to is to assume, oh man, maybe Earth is a ball. Maybe it's not just our measurements are wrong. Maybe it has nothing to do with refraction or user error or device error or anything else like that. Earth has to be a ball. But the thing is, if they do this like hundreds of times, they throw out a bunch of data that they say they can't make work on a ball, and then they're left with a nice little sampling left that seems reasonably close to what they need for spherical excess, and then they applied corrections after the fact. And those corrections only worked because they had a datum. So they were taking reality and benchmarking it to a model, instead of taking a model and benchmarking it to reality. So they put the cart before the horse, not me. I'm going to yield the floor and go back to detailing my car.
And I just want to say, I don't think like Ego is trying to lie. I think that's what he thinks. I think it's disingenuous to call him a liar based on what he thinks. If he's trying to deceive you or something, that's one thing. But
that's a good point too. Yep. I'm not lying.
I just have a problem with that specifically.
Yeah. Well, because hey, if you're a flirt, you're lying automatically, right?
Well,
I mean, that's kind of the trope.
Yeah, I got called a liar earlier before by this run guy, and it's all he said, just you're a liar, you're a liar. I was like, dude, what am I even lying about? I don't even know what you're saying.
All right, somebody else can take over. And any other mods in here?
Flat Earth is dumb.
Oh gosh, you guys aren't going to let me get to my freaking car, are you? All right, I'm stepping out. Feel free to unmute dogs or gods, somebody.
Yeah, great. So the reason I used liar then, and we're not going to name names anymore, I'm just going to give you general statements. The reason I used it then is because it was the intentional misleading or mischaracterization of the entire experiment, despite there only being one page that was referenced. He can't remember exactly what was on that page, and that page just says
I referenced 4. Jeez, man, come on.
Spherical excess, they tried to fit it to a sphere, and it didn't fit the two models that they tried to fit it to. It was only off by like 20 miles.
To be honest, I think only you two have an understanding of what you guys were talking about.
Well, do you understand what spherical excess is?
No, and I honestly don't really understand what you guys are talking about too much, but it's interesting that, like, a lot of, like, not just you, but like globe people, they'll find these like really crazy things to just go off on that aren't really easily understandable, that somehow is supposed to prove the globe, when it should just be pretty basic shit like, oh, the water looks flat, like, why do you have to go into these crazy like towers and theodolites and spherical whatever bullshit you're talking about, dude? It's just like,
to be obvious, right?
Crazy.
Can I get in here real quick?
It's just beyond like comprehension of like what are you trying to say? Like, this, to speak in layman's terms, are you saying if you have a triangle, if you triangulate 3 towers and they're far enough away that they're actually not pointing all the same direction up? Is that what you're saying?
That is the gist of it, yes.
I know you just asked you a question.
Where is the proof of this? Like, are you saying there's one paper that you guys are arguing over? Yeah.
No, there's literally
Can I just talk to
every
Hollywood for a
large-scale
second? Can
surveying
I just
since the end of
address
the
Hollywood for a
1800s into
second
the
before
early
Dogs
1900s.
goes into
Sorry,
it?
dude, can I just finish up this conversation, then you can jump in, right?
No, he
Just
just
do
said
like
he
2
wants to
minutes,
jump
and
in
then
for
you
one
can finish.
second, dude.
I just wanted
go
to
ahead.
just real quickly talk to Hollywood. So when it comes to the spherical excess thing, I can explain it pretty simply. Like, how many degrees are in a circle?
360.
Okay, how many degrees are in a sphere?
360.
No, there's way more than 360, right? Because it's, a ball, right? So what these people are saying, right? What they're calculating is they're turning around in a circle in horizontal angles, bro. They're turning around in a circle and calling it a ball. They're saying if I get
What does that
over
mean? Turning around in a
180
circle?
degrees. Yeah, like literally, if
So
you
you
stand
wanted
up
to
and
jump
turn
in to
around
say
in a
something
circle
untrue that
in
isn't what we believe.
360 degrees, if I could just finish this point.
So you're wrong about what
He's trying to help me
Guys,
understand
get up.
something.
I'm just trying to
But
help
he's
him to
wrong.
perceive
Okay,
what's going on
let him
here, because he
attempt
said
then.
he
And
doesn't
then you
know.
can correct him.
But basically, what they're doing, they're taking horizontal angles and saying they're triangulating, right? And they're saying there's no possible way that anything over 180 degrees can be flat or whatever. But if you stand up and turn around in a circle, you're going to go 360 degrees. That doesn't mean you just went around in a ball. That's what they're doing here,
I'm
essentially.
still
That's
confused.
the whole argument.
So, no, that's not what we're doing. What we're doing is there are 3 towers, and with the angles between these 3 towers, because they're leveled off with a theodolite, which means that they're 90 degrees from vertical, the angles between those 3 towers will end up being greater than 180 degrees, because if you take a triangle segment out of a sphere, the lines of that triangle segment, when you flatten out that triangle, will be greater than 180 degrees.
You're saying a triangle on a sphere is different than a triangle on a flat plane.
Of course, it's a fundamental of
Okay, but that's the gist of it, right?
Yeah.
And in your proof is this study, or what?
It's just about every large-scaling surveying project that's been done since the end of the 1800s to the 1900s.
I'm interested in this.
Hollywood, wait, Hollywood,
Can you show me?
Just wait, Hollywood. Just wait.
I don't want to hear. I want to see it, dude.
No, just learn and wait.
I've
answering your
waited enough.
question
I want to see it.
while you're cutting me off to ask the fucking question, mate.
I don't want to hear an answer. I want to see it.
I have dropped the PDF into the chat if you look. Okay?
Bro, why Hollywood, bro?
It is 15 minutes past. It's literally like 6 up. It's a PDF for Transcontinental Arc American Parallel. Fuck's sake, Hollywood.
I can't read, dude.
Bro, cannot read.
Well, this is where they invoke a special part of geometry that they had to create in order to justify this, called spherical geometry, which deals with the studies of shapes and angles on the surface of a sphere. Right? This is a whole special part that is all mathematical, that has nothing to do with reality.
Yeah, we went
nothing to do with reality. Hold up. That's
we went
claim.
through mathematics and how you can just deceive people with it. So it's like,
Dude, Dude, can I make a soccer ball out of triangles? Well, it's good that you're all really, really quiet now. But you can make a soccer ball out of triangles that have curved lines, right? It still has 3 points.
You've done this in reality.
Lines.
You've taken triangles and made a soccer ball. Show us. An actual physical soccer ball made out of triangles, not mathematically, conceptually, just.
Oh, I see. Now we're getting
theory.
to
we want to actually, in reality, we're talking about reality.
Yeah, okay.
Is transcontinental triangulation? That's what I'm supposed to read.
Yes.
And is there a summary or something? Like, what is this about?
If you look at the tables in there will sum up to greater than 180 degrees before they've been altered.
What do you mean?
So
what tables are these, and who like again? I guess I wasn't following along earlier. They measured all.
Yeah, this is another example of you just
hours?
never being able to learn anything because you refuse to just sit down and learn something.
I'm literally trying, but you're the worst teacher ever.
Yeah, that's because you won't shut the fuck up after you ask a question. Do you understand that, Hollywood?
Yeah, I have a problem with that.
Yeah, I know.
But again, so what is this?
There we go.
Supposed to do?
So, if you look at that, and you look at the methodology, which is at the beginning, you'll see that they put up their total stations, they leveled off their theodolites, they included standard refraction, they even did some ground measurements between some of the total stations, and every time they did a set of measurements, they would get a value for angles, and in most cases, those angles measured to greater than 180 degrees, which can only happen through spherical excess. So it's a logical argument that if the Earth is a sphere and you measure a triangle on the Earth,
Yeah, I already got that part,
triangle
dude.
will show spherical excess.
So what are they measuring in this, and how do they
That's
measure?
not true. Yeah,
I literally just said it to you,
There's
Hollywood.
no such
What
thing
didn't you
as
understand?
spherical excess. There's no such things as curved triangles. So stop.
Then why
with
can
the
I Google it and
witchcraft.
find it in
Stop
mathematics
with the
papers?
witchcraft.
Yo, dogs,
Why
you
can
have
I
to
Google it
understand
then?
they're mathematically illiterate, okay? They didn't get past daycare. I'm sorry, buddy. You're just never going to get through to them.
Yeah, I know. So if spherical excess doesn't exist, why can I Google the term and it comes up with a whole list of different ways of measuring
I can
it?
Google
and
a unicorn,
it,
dude. What
and
are
the
you
mathematics
saying?
behind it, and how Euclid wrote about it. Why can all that exist if it doesn't exist?
Why
They just disagree. They just fundamentally disagree with math that they don't like. Like if you brought up topology that they didn't like, they'd be like,
Doug's,
You don't measure. You measure in straight lines. You don't measure in curved lines.
Doug's, like, it's just, I don't know. To me, it's like you have this one document that I don't really understand yet, and that's your only proof of the Earth being a globe.
Is that all? Is that what you're going back to? So far, I've given you a document and then a video directly showing the curvature of the Earth. and
Where's
you're
the
just
video?
nutting both.
Where's the video? And what the document?
I fucking gave you Mage 2 like 2 hours ago.
You're a Mage 2 guy?
Yeah, I gave it to you. And then you got the timestamp, and then I explained the entire thing to you. Did you watch it?
Not yet. I've been chatting, dude.
Holy fuck, Hollywood. This is direct evidence of the thing that you seem to really, really care about, and you're just ignoring it. What
Not
the fuck is
direct
wrong
evidence, dude. It's a fucking string on a camera, bro. You're retarded.
Pay attention. No, you're retarded because you're ignoring all the evidence, all the actual evidence with measurements, with controls, because you look out at the ocean and you go, ha ha, ha, looks flat.
Yeah, and you look at a video and you go, ha ha ha, looks curved.
No. I look at the video and I go, those string lines are taut, so those string lines are straight lines. And camera lenses, when they distort on the outside more than the inside. So anything between those two string lines must be less distorted than the string lines. Therefore, if I see curvature of the surface of the Earth between those two string lines, it must be less distorted than the string lines, meaning that it is actually curved and not just distortion.
Witchcraft, huh?
Cool story that you've never done and no one else here has done.
Yeah, you're just not eyeing it. That's all you have.
Dude,
But all you do is you look out in the distance, mate, and you go, it looks flat, therefore it's flat. It's literally just your opinion. That's all it is, mate. It's just your fucking opinion.
No, it's literally my observation. Your opinions.
No, it's your feelings. It's vibes. You've got vibes about reality. Your observation isn't that it is flat. Your observation is it kind of looks flat.
All my observations are it's flat, dude. I wish I could see the globe.
No,
I want to
your
be an
observation
astronaut.
is it kind of looks flat. You've never looked at it and gone, it is flat because of my observation, because your observation isn't a precise measuring device.
Yeah, it is, dude. That's how everything is measured, you dipshit.
It isn't, mate.
Yeah, it is. You use fucking your eyes to measure everything.
That doesn't mean it's precise, you fucking idiot. I could use a spoon to eat a steak, but that doesn't mean it's the right tool for the right job, or we'll cut the fucking steak.
Dude, all right. I just want to know real quick on this document, what were they measuring and how did they measure it?
Holy fuck. I explained this to you 3 times. They were measuring the angles between the
random towers? What towers?
Shut the fuck up. Shut up if you ask a question. Shut the fuck up.
You're going to berate me. You're not even answering. You're just going to fucking berate me.
If you ask a question, then shut up and listen.
All right, well, then drop the first sentence about being retarded or whatever the fuck you were about to say and just answer.
I'm saying that I have already explained this to you 3 times. You clearly did not listen. So
I'm asking you
3 large towers.
Dude, which large towers? You fuck.
You're doing it again, buddy. You're fucking doing it again. They set up 3 large towers.
Specifics. Which large towers?
They're called daily stations.
What are they?
They are large towers.
I'm trying to fucking research this shit, you fucker, dude. I'm trying to do your work for you, but you
fucking imbecile. Do you not know what a tower is? It's a really, really tall building.
I don't know what a daily tower is, like you just said, asshole.
They are tall towers. They are tall
so
wooden
you're saying
towers.
Are all these towers
has a
in?
platform
Are all
for
these
someone to
towers in?
stand
Are
in
all these
so
towers
they
in the
can climb
document?
Shut the fuck up, Hollywood. So they can climb the tower, they can stand the
Now
tower,
you want to
they
answer.
can level off a theodolite, and they can measure angles between them and the other tower off in the
Okay,
distance.
so you're saying all these towers are listed in the document?
Yes, the entire methodology is
Okay,
listed in the
and
document.
then
Every
okay,
tower is
right.
listed. The
Okay, great.
angles
Great.
uncontrolled
And then
in
how do they
the
measure the distance
official
to? How
measured
do they measure
angles,
the
and then
distance
the
to the
angles
towers?
after they include refraction, and then the angles after they adjust for all the other variables that they found. All of that is included in this document because this document is the leading document to know exactly how big the United States is across the whichever parallel is. I can't remember off the top of my head.
And how do they measure the distance between the towers?
In some cases, they measured the distance with like actual physical poles that they knew the distance of that wouldn't distort. But not in all cases. They didn't actually need the hyper-specific distances.
So again, this is just some.
So yeah, did they not have spherical excess when they first got the distances, and then they got spherical excess after they got the
Yeah,
distances?
so this is just some shit you're just believing, dude.
No, Amish, you are wrong. They did not have spherical excess suddenly appear after they adjusted things. It was there from the very first measurements of angles that they did.
Uh-huh.
In every table, the unadjusted angles will also include
Unadjusted.
spherical
I'm
excess.
dumb.
And a lot of time, the adjustment is to get it closer to 180 degrees.
Oh, so they didn't want to get any spherical excess at first?
No, it's just part of the adjustment. So if you adjust for things like refraction, that will reduce the spherical excess that you'll see, but there's still spherical excess. So unadjusted spherical excess, adjusted, it is less spherical excess, but still spherical excess. There are some measurements that don't have spherical excess, but those measurements are like incredibly small distances where you wouldn't expect it. It's outside of the margin of error. Oh, sorry, inside of the margin of error.
But why would they
You haven't
expect
read any of
anything?
this,
If this
have
is
you,
a
Amish?
measurement,
You're
they
going off
shouldn't
what some
expect
other dude
anything.
told you to think about this, aren't you? You've never read
No,
any
I
of
read the
this paper.
document.
No, you
I read
haven't.
the
You're
document
lying.
bunch. Yeah,
You're
I've been
lying,
talking
Amish.
about
You're
this
just a
for about 2
liar.
years.
Stop saying he's
You're
a liar.
liar for
He
your
said he
cult.
read it. How do you know he
have
didn't
not
read? How
read
do you
it.
know he didn't read it? How do you know? How can
Because
you?
everything he said is counter to what's in the document. The very first
Maybe he's
measurement, the measurements that are unadjusted show
Right now,
spherical
prove it.
excess.
Maybe-
And
maybe
he's saying
he's-
they only show that after being...
Maybe that's how he understands it. Doesn't mean he's a liar, dude. Okay.
It's
Maybe
time for you to put up
understand
document
something.
logs. You can come off mute when you can show me from the document where I'm lying. Okay?
I would
I'm gonna go
say
do my
quite
car.
often. Yeah, go do your car. Relax, bro. Great information, by the way. Thank you. I would say like it's quite often the opposite, right? A lot of times their documents all talk about how they have to use flat Earth and all this stuff, flat planes and all this stuff, and then there'll be like one sentence that says, "Yeah, but we know it's a globe." So like that's what they're holding on to.
Dude, even radar. Yeah, I was researching radar, and they say radar, like certain radars or whatever, can be viewed beyond the physical horizon, and then they just say, yeah, it's just because it bends and it goes further, so we have to like treat it as it's flat or something. It's like, what the fuck? You guys are out of your minds.
I don't know if you caught what Dog said there though.
Hold on, I'll quote it.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, sorry, go ahead. I'm gonna search.
Oh, for sure. He was talking about how they're calculating spherical excess, right? Something physically there, right? It should be physically there, and he talks about refraction changing the spherical excess. That's an apparent thing, bro.
Yeah,
So
I know
how's
that.
something visually changing your physical freaking measurement, quote
That's what I
unquote,
don't
that they're
get.
taking.
Here's one. This is for like some equation to find in the radar stuff. It says in practice to find distance, whatever h, one must be using the value of 8.5 or 10 kilometers, blah blah blah, for Earth's effective radius instead of the real one. So it says they have to use 4/3 of the Earth's radius instead of the real one for this equation about like radars and stuff. So essentially, they have to say that the Earth is, or they have to treat the Earth as it's either bigger than it is, because like things go farther than they should, and physically possibly.
Right there. So it proves, they're telling you in there, like, hey, this is not.
They're saying it doesn't work out how it should, but believe it still.
Just believe it.
That's the crazy part, dude, and that's why I'm really interested in this document that he's showing, is because I haven't done like extensive research recently, but I never found any fucking engineering documents that showed curvature, and maybe he's claiming this is like something like it's calculating it or whatever bullshit, but like there's no like long span bridges over water that show curvature. And some other guy earlier was saying, oh, they only engineer them pieces at a time where it doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, because the whole thing doesn't matter. But like it's stuff like that where I'm really interested to find some actual engineering documents that demonstrate curvature. And this seems like a post design phase thing where it's like, okay, let's just measure all this shit after it's already done, and then we'll make it fit on the globe model. Right? It's not let's fucking design it for the globe and build it. It's let's build it and then design the calculations around it for the globe, right?
100%. It's how we got the AE map in the first place, right? They took it. Well, they took. I don't know. Maybe people don't follow that, so I shouldn't go too crazy. But nah, I totally hear you, man. That's all the time with the NASA and the freaking aviation and everything. It's all treated flat, and then they say, but when you look at it, calculating and blah blah blah, and it's not there. It's not there.
I don't know. It's just, to me, it seems like it's a lot of these globe guys, they seem overly confident with a lot of this really complex science shit that shouldn't be so complex if it's real.
Yeah. Here's a simple question. If they're truly measuring spherical excess, then what is the purpose of the datum that they have to presuppose?
What's the datum you're talking about?
The datum is a mathematical model, an assumption that Earth is a globe of a specific dimensions, proportionality. Right. So why do they have to have a datum in the first instance if they are truly measuring curvature?
Yeah, why do they have to have they should just be from a blind or blank slate, right? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Like this is an accurate measurement. Just measure it, not base it on something, right?
Exactly.
Well, isn't that because everything starts at 0? Measurement starts at 0, doesn't start at 5 or fucking 6.
It says in the document that they presuppose an arc of the parallel in the first instance. They're measuring a presupposed arc of a parallel. They're assuming a globe. They take flat measurements, and then they bend it to the model.
Yeah, that sounds fucked up.
Yeah, that's because they start stuff at 0. Measurements start at 0. They don't start at 5.
So you agree with him then? You wouldn't be presupposing a model. You wouldn't have a model and then go try to attempt to measure based on that model. You would just go take measurements and see what you got, right? Starting at 0.
No, that's not what I meant.
Can we unmute Blueberry? He was a globe guy. He seemed to want to defend it.
Y'all so quick to mute me. It's so slow to unmute me. Jeez.
Y'all.
Huh.
Blueberry, weren't you one of the guys saying that we were all stupid and didn't understand science or something?
Oh no, I never used
Now
such
says
an
straight
insult.
lines are not real. They don't exist.
Yeah, straight lines don't exist in physical reality. They're just convention we made up. And you literally can't disprove that. That's just a fact.
He's a brain in a jar kind of guy.
No, that's not what I'm
interesting.
saying. I'm saying like straight lines aren't actual real physical things. We just interpret the.
And neither are perfect spheres.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's almost like when we use any form of math to describe the real world, whether that's Euclidean or not, it's just a convention we're using. It's not actually reality. So when you say physical, when you say that you want to use a flat horizontal baseline for your celestial navigation, well, that isn't a straight line either.
Is it curved?
It has a small deviation.
Listen, you're splitting of hairs act kind of fell apart, bro.
I'm not. I'm pointing out nothing in reality is actually.
You're splitting it. You're attempting to split hairs that aren't there.
No, I'm not.
He's actually making great points.
So you're on board with him attempting to split hairs.
I've heard that globers shouldn't be using math to describe reality when literally using straight lines in any way to describe, Euclidean straight lines to describe anything in reality as a flat earther is also using math to describe reality and just abstracting reality to math to try and describe it. You're doing the exact same thing globers do. You're just wrong about it and we're right about it. Because even though you guys might have passed 7th grade math, us guys actually passed 12th grade math. You know?
How did you get so smart?
You never reached the grade where they told you that a TH wasn't an F.
Huh.
Math?
Yeah, that'd be funny accent joke.
It was.
Oh, you're blaming your accent for your inability to differentiate between the TH and an F, huh?
I'm not blaming anything. That's just the way I speak.
Yeah, you're attempting to split hairs, bro.
Isn't English your first language?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's resorting to concrete thinking. Seems to be his original language.
Huh.
The term flat is used is in opposition to globe. You don't need to get pedantic over it.
No.
Yeah. Yes.
No.
Yes. When anyone says flat Earth, they don't mean, everything's a perfect straight line everywhere around you, dude.
Yeah. Okay. So the term. Okay. Well.
Do you listen? Do you listen?
When have we said anything about straight lines? When have we said anything about straight lines, though? I'm just confused.
He just said they don't exist.
You guys keep mentioning celestial navigation all the time and how that uses straight lines to triangulate. Duh.
So he did.
Yeah, like you guys talk about level. What is level? How can you describe level without invoking straight lines?
We'll just fill up a bucket of water and check out the surface.
Yeah, it's pretty basic, dude.
Okay. Wait, is the surface a line or not?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
When you observe,
I guess in nature, still water is a straight line. I'm gonna say that.
Good.
I said you
that's what he's been talking about this whole time.
You're being.
And why do you think that's wrong?
You're being impotently pedantic here. It's ridiculous.
I don't even know what that means. So
now you're projecting.
Oh yeah, that's because you're an idiot.
Yeah. So how is still water not a flat line?
How is still water not a flat line? Because well, first of all, lines can't technically be flat. Flat is.
So it's concrete. He's resorted to concrete thinking.
Lines can either be straight or curved. Okay.
So we have to get a microscope out to see that the surface of a mirror is really bumpy.
Is concrete a line?
Oh, okay. That's what he's saying. Gotcha.
Okay, wait. So hold on. Are you guys trying to imply that anything that isn't within conventional use can just be disregarded?
Yes. No, just continue with what you were saying about lines.
What I love about flat Earth is you guys have so many enthymemes in all of your arguments that you refuse to accept.
What are you saying, dude? What are you using? What kind of words are you using?
Enthymeme is just like a hidden assumption that like your argument relies on that you haven't actually made like clear through a premise.
Dude, the argument is clear. Still water is flat as fuck, and it goes on.
You're not listening.
It goes
Like,
on at every scale, dude.
Earth is not a globe. That's
Large
that
scale.
easy.
Please,
every-
I need you guys to really put on your reading glasses here, put on your thinking caps, okay?
I need you to go fill up a fucking bowl of water, dude.
It's the imagination cap he wants us to put on.
Yeah, dude.
It's been made clear to you, crystal clear, Blueberry, and now you've decided to split hairs.
That's why they can't read anything.
So
you
guys-
so hold on. So you're Blueberry. You're gonna say that you're gonna disregard all your natural senses and believe something in your brain because somebody told you?
What? No.
That's
Obviously
you
things
guys are describing yourselves.
Yeah, things look pretty flat to me on a small scale, but I have the intelligence to understand that things aren't always as they seem.
This is coming from the guy who sees a
Crazy.
TH and says F.
But dude,
same
No,
goes
he
twice.
agrees with us.
That's not an argument,
He
retard.
agrees with us. He's one step closer to flat Earth. He acknowledges that reality presents a flat world in front of him, but he believes it's not that.
Yeah, I know.
Uh-oh.
That's what he's saying, right? You're saying you're so smart that even though it looks flat, you know it's not
No.
flat, right?
I never said that I'm so smart. I just said that I'm smart enough.
I know, but so you're smart
No.
enough where you're
Yeah,
able
I'm
to
saying you guys
you're
aren't.
able to disregard your natural senses.
I'm not
'Cause
disregarding my
you're
natural
so smart,
senses.
right?
I'm not disregarding my natural senses because I can take into account the fact that my natural senses give me information about my locality. They're okay, think about it, right? I can't see that far. I can't hear that well past a certain distance. I can't feel anything that isn't basically right next to me. But I can learn about things that are way further away from me.
You can imagine
by,
it.
And you can
by disregarding my
you can-
local senses.
But you
right?
can, but then you can go to those places and you can verify that, right? All these other things you're saying you can't verify.
But I can't exactly go everywhere. Like I can't go to the bottom of the ocean. Like okay, let me give you an example. I can't go to the bottom of the ocean and feel that the pressure there is deep enough to crush me. Without
Yes, you
and then let me finish. Then let me finish.
Yes, you can.
Can you let me fucking finish, dude? I haven't finished my sentence. You're like, yes, you can. Yes, you can. Like, let me finish.
Because you're saying you're saying shit. You're saying you can't go in the ocean. You can definitely go in the
Never let me
ocean.
finish. Okay? I can't exactly go to the ocean.
Well, because the
get
next thing
myself
you're
all
saying is going to
fucking
be
crushed,
dumber.
and then come back and write it down as part of some scientific experiment.
Wait, what does pressure have to do with anything to do with flat Earth? Can someone help me out?
Wait. That was so dumb. What he said, what Blue said now, it was so dumb. He said that he wanted to go to the deep ocean and throw himself to the floor of the ocean and himself being crushed by that pressure. But he said that he wanted to come back and write it down. That's impossible.
He's really smart.
That's what I just fucking said.
That's impossible.
He's really
That's what I just said.
I can write it down.
Y'all need to take your fucking vitamin brain cells tablets or something.
Can you guys see an object thousands of miles away with your naked eye?
Okay.
Depends.
What do you mean depends? Can you see an object thousands of miles away?
I don't know if I have or not. I don't know if I have or not. How about that?
Oh, is that your whole argument, guys? So you don't actually believe in flat Earth. You guys just don't know.
No, I'm saying I don't know how far I've seen, especially up, because I know on sea level or whatever, around sea level,
thousands of miles
yeah,
away.
it's impossible to see through the atmosphere very far. If you
By the way, guys,
if you go
by
look
the
at your
way,
local weather report, I bet the maximum visibility will be around 10 miles.
If you guys want to only believe in your senses, I have so many optical illusions for you. You can believe in anything. You guys want to go ghost hunting with me?
But if you're gonna say how high are the lights in the sky, I don't know. Those could be thousands of miles away. I don't know.
Or you could actually humble yourself and actually learn.
Dude,
Okay,
Rejection, Blueberry.
why does Blueberry keep getting suppressed? Is he that stupid
There we
and
go. Hold
nasty?
on.
You guys,
Yeah.
there's too many.
Right. So now you guys can hear me, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So when you got 4 people talking at the same time, it sounds like just a shit show, and I'm not going to do that anymore. So as soon as you guys start talking over each other, I'm going to mute the one that talks second. Got it?
Roger that.
Got it.
Okay, the main issue is that we're live streaming and we want good audio quality. Okay, now the hot mess that no one wants to listen to.
We want the algorithm to transcribe us.
Okay, let's fucking go YouTube. Hello. Okay, anyway, my question is, how do you measure the curvature of the Earth? Anybody?
Well, I don't think it can be directly measured. I think you can calculate it.
Yeah, Globers, that's for you.
You calculate it, but like, is there a tool to measure it?
No.
There's no. Then we need to come up with a tool to measure the potential curvature of the Earth.
Well, we haven't done a direct measurement of the height of Mount Everest either, but we can calculate it.
Okay, so, I mean, yeah. So I mean, like, how did they measure the height of Mount Everest?
Using surveying techniques and surveying tools, and then
So can
calculate.
they use that same survey technique to measure the curvature of the Earth?
Right, and then that would be a measure. That would be a calculation of the curvature, not a measurement of the curvature.
Nope. You should be able to measure the curve, Matthew.
No, it's too small to directly measure.
No, 66 feet over 10 miles is measurable.
Yeah, where are you going to get a 10-mile straight edge?
Make a straight line that whole way with one surveyor after another.
Yeah, those are measurements from.
They're straight lines. You can see it, yeah.
Yeah,
measurements.
and then the deviation from that's a calculation.
The end. Welcome to Flat Earth. Thanks for the question.
No, I said it's a calculation, so therefore, welcome to the global.
No, Matthew, you can't win this one.
I just did.
Yeah, like
He did. Actually, he did. Your Radwin is a retard, man. Holy shit.
You're actually a globe earther now. He brought you in.
Wow. I mean, Radwin is an amazing retard, bro. Like, it's an honor to meet you. I mean, we see
he's pretty smart.
few people like you here.
Okay, Acid, thanks for that. Okay, next.
Okay, so I guess I'm trying to be a flat Earth convert. I'm just curious why there is no way to measure the curvature of the Earth or using survey techniques. How is there still not a way to measure, like, to end this debate?
Because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, so what happens when they go and do the survey?
Curvature does not exist, so they cannot measure
it's a
it.
flat plane. When they do a survey, it's a flat plane, and that's what they deal with. And they don't get a curve, but somebody else says it's curved. Geodesic surveyors now apply math to it to make it turn into a curve. Even though
math, that thing that you guys never use.
No, math. You don't, Blueberry. You don't get it. How math can be deceiving
over each other, right?
Oh yeah. Well, no, math is never deceiving. People can use math to be deceiving.
Yes.
Okay. But math itself isn't deceiving.
Okay, but
and
people,
it's so disingenuous that you guys say that like there's something wrong with us using math when literally any form of calculating any angles or any distances is math. Even using straight lines in any way is math.
Yeah, but you have to be able to verify it.
It's not an angle calculation; it's a measurement.
Like I said earlier, dude, here we can observe the sun and the moon are the same size in the sky, and all the scientists agree because that's undeniable. But they use math and they say, "Oh, the ratio is only 1-to-1," and you have to believe us that the distance is farther and the size is larger if the ratio is 1-to-1. They look the same size, but there's no way for us to verify the size or the distance. That's how they use math against us.
Okay, and by the way, whenever you use a ruler or whatever to measure something, you actually are using math because you're actually using a metric. You just assumed that something is of unitary distance, which is how you actually, grade a ruler, for example. That's just a convention. That's just assumed. There isn't an
I
actual
can just
like
use a stick with the
physical
red
object of the
dot
thing.
on top. I
Also,
can just use a stick with the
okay.
red dot on top. When the
Yep.
red dot
Mhm.
lines up again, that's a straight line. I just keep moving
Well, guess
the
what?
stick.
Well, there you go, straight line. Turns out, actually, you can't produce a straight line. You just have something that approximates a straight line in reality,
Lasers-
and then you
lasers are
assume for your uses that it's close enough to a straight line for you to apply a straight line measurement.
For everybody uses it, dude. You're acting like this
Yeah,
one guy
exactly.
has
So
used
you
the
guys
temperature
use
before.
mathematical
Everybody
conventions
uses.
as well. So stop being so disingenuous.
No, you're not
and
understanding.
pretending like the Globers are the only ones who are using math to produce certain results. We all do it.
Whenever you guys
Okay.
get done with mudslinging, I'd like to ask Matthew Learns a question.
let's
That
do
and
that.
also, I asked ChatGPT how you measure the curvature of the Earth. So there's that. It's in the chat.
Yeah, go
Matthew,
through
would you-
those.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No. What? I kind of cut you off though, Craig. What were you saying?
I was gonna say for, I guess, was that mute or sincerely wrong? Just go through those. Go through all 6 and pick your favorite one and give it a shot.
My favorite one's satellite observations.
I feel like the Everclear.
I want to go in a satellite, look down, and take a measurement because that makes 0 sense.
I just the second point that
You
it's
claim
making,
that we
Everclear-
cannot measure Mount Everest. I'm just going to go ahead with the question at this point. You claim we cannot measure Mount Everest. You would think, would you agree that an altimeter could measure the height of Mount Everest or
no, and I'll explain why. Because if
That
you're a
wasn't
pilot,
you, but go ahead.
if you're a pilot, right? At any airport, when you take off, you have to set your altimeter. It changes. The air pressures change at different. It's not always the same, even if you're at the same airport.
My answer,
Yeah, but that doesn't
Chronic?
disregard that it's an accurate measuring device, right? To measure. Are you saying you won't get an accurate reading of how high you are off the ground?
I'm saying you probably get semi-accurate.
So, Chronic, my answer would be you're correct that the altimeter would correctly measure the barometric pressure, and then you
Yes.
calculate from that the altitude. But technically, you're measuring the pressure and then calculating an altitude from that. And like
If
Hollywood
you
said, yes,
verify that the device is correct, right? Like if you
But, you know,
verify that
you
what you're doing creates a verifiable result, like I
No,
have a
but it's
1,000-foot
different,
tower and I
dude.
can
If
take
I'm
this
at
altimeter.
yes,
If
Can
I'm
I
at an
just finish?
airport, no, but if I'm at an airport on tomorrow, the altimeter that I'm gonna set on my fucking little cockpit, whatever shit, it's gonna be different than the next day. You have to set it every day to whatever the air pressure is that day.
Set it every
That
flight.
doesn't negate my point, because what you're
point
saying
is
is that
that
barometric pressure changes when they recognize that barometric pressure changes. They fix this instrument so that it reads an accurate altitude. Like do you agree that because they're changing it because they're gonna go fly over the surface, and if they don't know how high they are, that's gonna be a problem, right?
Yes, I think.
So I mean, I don't understand. You're saying just because the barometric pressure changes, that means the measurement isn't a measurement or it's not accurate? I'm just not following that.
Chronic, even if it never changed, the point is that you are directly measuring a pressure.
Yeah,
to get
not the
a
physical.
altitude from that,
Yeah,
you do
yeah.
a calculation, and then
Right,
now
but you can
calculation's not a
verify
measurement.
what you're calculating as
Yes.
accurate, right?
Yes.
In reality, right? The
Yes.
problem, right, with then going to the Earth curvature is how are we going to verify it, right? Or how are we even going to measure it in the first place?
I mean, don't we agree that there's
Well,
an inner
it's
core
visible.
and outer core? Don't we agree that there's an inner core, outer core mantle, and like crust? I mean, like,
No,
I don't know
I
if you
don't,
know that.
because okay, listen. Anything in like the textbooks below the crust, for example, is just who knows? How did they verify any of that?
I guess we could ask
What's the
ChatGPT
big-
that,
the-
right?
the- like the-
Fuck.
no, like
I guess you can.
No, but like the
Simpleton.
in the 50s when they did all this scientific research, the U.S. and the Russians they had a competition to dig the deepest holes in the world, and the U.S. did it in the Gulf of Mexico, and the Russians did it on land, and the Russians got deeper, and it's called the super borehole, and it got like 8 miles deep. And after that, like the fucking drill bits and shit just like didn't work, or was too hot, or they melted, or whatever. But anything after that is unknown. How the fuck are anyone going to know what's below 8 miles, and that's on one little hole?
So I guess both sides, flat Earth and globe Earth, the weaknesses is just observation. We only really have observational data, because if you were to prove flurf, you would have fuck shit. Wait, where's my chat?
Spit it out.
Yeah. So like we there's seismic waves.
So using
and we can observe-
observational data, you just come up with flat Earth then, so you can eliminate the globe then if you're going to use observations.
Yeah, the globe is observed on television. You understand that, right? I mute. Textbooks, television, and the cinema. Other than that, nowhere.
But like, have you ever looked at like a field, a massive field, and then you see like there's a slight curvature? You know, if you look out.
Okay, that's so water can drain. That's so water can drain off the field.
Yeah.
That's why roads have a slight, curve to them, and all sorts of shit like that, dude.
Yeah, you may be confusing your peripheral vision for Earth curvature.
Oh shit! Oh fuck!
Yeah. Oh shit!
Yeah. Wait, that's because our eyes might be globular. What do we call it? Circular, spherical. But okay. But like. I mean, I have this theory called the wraparound theory, where it's like, our eyes are kind of like it kind of mirrors the globe, so it's like
because everything is a globe, there has to be something in nature that reflects it,
right,
including
exactly.
Earth.
So that's right. So our eyes are kind of like our vision is it's a globe, and then there's like the globe, that's the Earth, right?
That's cute.
Yeah, but you see the same thing if you take a picture with a pinhole camera with no round lenses.
Nothing's really flat though.
For water. Still water is so fucking flat. Like, can you not comprehend that?
Yeah, you're
confused. In nature, though, like science and mathematically.
In nature, when early morning or in the evening at a lake, when there's not much wind, it's flat. Like, what are you saying?
But water bubbles are not flat, though.
Water bubbles have nothing to do with that.
No, water bubbles have everything to do with water.
That's surface tension.
Bubbles are globular.
First of all, bubbles are not spherical. You guys are out of your mind. Have you ever looked at a bubble underwater? No, no, my gosh. Just go search a bubble. Go search a bubble underwater. Honestly, a bubble underwater looks like a half circle. A half sphere. It looks like it looks like a dome, and then the bottom of it's like kind of ripply, and it floats up. It's not a fucking circle. It's not like in the movies. What are you guys saying?
And what he was talking about, not about small quantities of water, he was talking about large bodies of water, and specifically at rest. Large bodies of water at rest lays flat.
Yeah, at all scales. That's the crazy part, right?
Okay.
So the oceans, therefore, must be average flat.
Starting from a cup. You can start from a cup till the ocean. A cup, and you can test it in a cup. You can test it in a bucket of water. You can put that water in a pool. You will have the same thing, a flat surface of water. And in a lake also, to the sea.
But then magically, the ocean curves, right?
The only body of water that's actually flat is calm body of water. If you were to use an altimeter or whatever you call it, and go down to like the very bottom of the sea level of every part of the world, shouldn't it be on average globe or spherical? If you were to wrap around the entire sea level of the floor, if you were to use an altimeter and measure every single point on this sea level, on the very bottom of the ocean, shouldn't it on
it's
average
all the same.
come out It's all the same.
It's sea
And
level.
we don't have the right tools.
That's
And
why
we don't
it's
have the
one.
right
It's one level. It's sea level.
Sea level, it's not the bottom of the ocean, it's the surface of the ocean, because we know that the physics of water that says that the surface of water will lays flat. The water will seek its own level when it's done moving. So when you watch a wave, the wave will not stay in the top in the sky. No, it will just fall because water on the top of the wave will try to seek its own level, so it will fall to the surface to have that zero level.
Okay, I think we just don't have the right tools to measure for globe Earth or flat Earth. We don't have the right tools. We need the right tools.
I mean, Mute. Like, have you just think about it? If you pour water over a ball, like it's not gonna stick, right? That's the basic concept.
Because of gravity.
No, my lord. Space time?
You say gravity pulls water
There's
to the ground?
There's no, but like, do you have any proof of anything that has gravity? Like any example of an object that has gravity? Like,
Wait, is gravity still a theory? Because is gravity still a theory?
I don't know. Is it? That's a good
In which way
question.
did you use it? How are you using it?
Gravity.
It's a law.
Do you think it's a theory, or do you think it's real?
There's a law of gravity, and it's also
Gravity
a theory.
is a theory in the same way that set theory is a theory. Like, you guys are using theory in the colloquial sense in the way that we would actually use the word hypothesis, right? When you have a mathematical or scientific theory, that
Blueberry,
is actually
ask Mute how
a system of explanations based on something that is true.
Yeah, Blueberry, why don't you ask Mute how they were using gravity?
Go ahead.
No, they brought it up. Mute brought it up. They said, but what about gravity? They said, we have no tools to measure whether the Earth is a globe. How about gravity? How desperate is that?
It's not desperate. It's just saying
You brought gravity up.
Yeah, but I'm not saying gravity's a tool.
Gravity,
Oh my lord! I never said you said it was a tool. I was following the sequence of your spiral out. You threw your hands up and gave up, and then you said gravity.
You did surrender.
I'm going to give you an indispensable insight into how the universe works, right? There's this thing called logical implication, where if something is true, therefore some other thing is also true. You know, if A then B, right?
It works. It works the opposite way too.
There are things on Earth that could only be true if gravity was also true.
Like
therefore,
what?
gravity must exist, and that explains other things.
Like what?
For example, Mute, think about this, okay? In a vacuum chamber, why do things fall down? Why do they fall down at the same acceleration? And why do they always go from the exact same path? No deviations, nothing, right? You can't say it's density, and you can't say it's electrostatics. What is it? Well, we have this word for that, actually. We have this whole theory. It's called gravity.
Hold on, I think it is relative density, because if there's no air, everything's gonna fall the same. It's all relative.
Wait, no, but you're not explaining why it would fall in the first place.
Because there's an up and there's a down, and density goes down.
Oh wow, Did you just come out of daycare? There's an up and a down. Oh, the sky is blue just because it is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty much, dude.
Brilliant.
Is it not that?
It's just an up and a down. Why do things fall down? Because they just do, I guess. Whatever.
No,
don't think about it anymore. Just stop thinking.
No, listen, I said density, and you disregarded that.
Well, what does that have to do with anything?
So
why does that make things fall down in a straight line, no deviations?
Nothing falls down straight.
They don't go backwards. They don't go back up. They just go straight down with a constant acceleration.
No, they don't.
No matter the mass, no matter the shape.
Okay.
First of all, you
act on a bridge, and it'll go all over the place when you drop it.
And you act like things like this constant acceleration. I don't know. This is a big point I have, is that there's no such thing.
My big point is, why the fuck are you just like,
thing.
there's just an up and a down, and things just fall down, I guess, because they just
There's no such thing as constant acceleration, dude. That's fake.
What?
What?
You can't accelerate forever, dude. You can't.
Elements fall.
You don't understand how.
You know, like terminal velocity. You know how that works.
Oh yeah, I do.
So you can't
in
accelerate.
fact, I probably actually know a lot more about science than you do.
When does your
You don't have
gravity
to
change?
try to
When
bring
does
these things up as if I don't know them.
when does your gravity change then?
What?
How come you max out? You stop accelerating.
You're not serious, are you?
I think he is.
I'm asking it.
I think you didn't understand him when he explained it to you. I'll ask you a simple question. Why the helium balloon goes up?
It's anti-gravity, duh.
So we're agreeing there is gravity. If there's anti-gravity, then
I'm
No,
waiting for
mute. That was a joke.
So
I'm
okay,
waiting
no,
for the other guy.
no, okay, Necros, I have to answer Ollie Hollywood here. The reason we have terminal velocity, all right, is because of air resistance. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
there's so in our reality there is no never-ending acceleration.
You don't know how velocity vectors. Okay, would you talk about linear algebra in school? Would you talk like how to add vectors and
okay,
stuff?
guys, no one call me a globe earther because no one has won me over in this. I'm literally independent centrist moderate in terms of flat when it comes to flat earth.
Anything to you?
No, in the comments, in the chat, because I'm not a globe earther.
It's
but like no
okay.
one has won me over in this stupid debate. It's never gonna.
It's not to win somebody over. It's either you get it or you stay brainwashed in globe reality.
Or you're brainwashed in flat Earth.
Get it.
I'm saying I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence with this one.
Gravity causes things in a vacuum chamber to fall down at a constant rate, no matter their mass, no matter their size. And y'all are just like, nah, that's not gravity.
Dude.
That's
not gravity. The world is a triangle. Okay.
Exactly. Okay. So things actually do constantly accelerate, but here's the thing: how you actually move
until they don't.
Okay, let me finish. Your resultant movement is based on a sum of forces, right? Also, it's also based on the possible movements in your geometry of your medium. All right. Now, for example, if I have a roller coaster. All right. There are only certain actual trajectories that roller coaster ride can take because of the shape of the roller coaster, right? It's the same with our universe. All right. If the roller coaster rail was flat, it would basically move like a train would. But when you have loops, it has to follow that train of movement, right?
Necros, you're a hot mic.
So based off that logic, if you start with a constant of 0, and then you apply some kind of force to that, and then you will let it go, it'll return to 0, which is the constant. There you go. There's your gravity.
You're actually applying another assumption here, which is assuming that things start at 0. What reason do you have to assume that? Things are always in motion. Why do you assume that things start at 0?
No.
Everything on my desk is not moving.
You just assume that, even though we see everything, we see constant motion in the universe. There is never a time when anything is completely still.
No, that's
we know
a
this.
lie.
What are you saying?
No, because even the atoms in the things that you think are quote unquote still are moving.
Prove it.
What do you mean prove it? Prove that atoms vibrate? Prove that molecules move?
Yeah. You heard the man.
Jeez, you just consult a fucking textbook or basic YouTube video or something, dude. Like, do I have to explain that the sun shines to you as well?
What if somebody
I'm
else?
sorry.
Okay. Oh no, you can prove that the sun is shining very.
Do you want me to prove to you that Mexico exists?
Just no, that's provable. That's provable. That's something that you can prove. Yeah, you can
go
prove
there
that
tomorrow. Should we do that? Like, but the other things you can't prove, dude. Like
But you can't prove the molecule.
I can prove Mexico exists. I can go there tomorrow, today probably. But you can't prove atoms and all that other shit.
I got surprised for saying
exist.
The bullshit that you were talking about now, just stop crying. We all know that the bullshit that you were talking about, that the molecule is vibrating.
You're like,
no,
atoms?
just stop whining. So the shit that you were talking about when you were talking about the molecule vibrating and those,
you sound like a
things,
fucking distant Tasha.
you can't prove that thing. You can prove Mexico. You can prove the sun shining. You can prove those things, but the molecule is vibrating. That's just this fairy tale that you're
I
believing in.
cannot see it, therefore it does not exist.
No, you
Okay,
can't
dude.
prove it. Even
Go back
you
to
can't
daycare.
prove it. No, you can't prove it. I don't ask you to show me it.
No,
Just
Grandpa
prove it.
Fiddlebone, they're not trolling. They genuinely believe this shit.
Just prove it however you can. Just prove it.
Okay.
Why was I suppressed? Okay, both arguments are ridiculous. Globe Earth and flat Earth are ridiculous. Why can I say the globe is a triangle?
What the fuck?
Because there's no evidence for that.
That one's having a hard time with reality. It said a globe, which is a sphere, is now a triangle. So it's having a hard time.
No, so it's so easy. If you say it's a globe, you have to prove it by showing
So
us a curvature.
you guys realize that if you disagree with atoms and stuff, you basically can just never talk about chemistry. You know that, right? Just like bye chemistry, bye biology. I guess we're gonna stay in 5th grade.
Because
how did you get so smart, dude?
How did you get so
silly? What does that have to do with the globe? What does that have to do with the globe?
Wait, say that again.
What does biology and chemistry have to do with a globe?
You weren't following the conversation clearly. Like, you guys have such short attention spans.
Nope, I'm keeping it on track.
Yeah, can you try to answer him?
Yeah, I was saying that gravity is a theory in the same way that the Pythagorean theorem is a theory, in the same way that set theory.
All right, let's talk about your theory of gravity. Does gravity hold water to the ground?
Does it?
He's asking.
Ask me a question.
Well, gravity holds things together in general, including water.
You can't even answer. You don't even know what you're doing then.
No, because gravity doesn't hold things. I don't know why you're trying to anthropomorphize gravity here. It's
gravity
just
hold water to the question.
Yeah, as a consequence of gravity being a thing, water is attracted to the center of the center of the earth, pretty much.
Good story, man.
All right, so let's see what this guy has to say. So, there's no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. So you got that one wrong. So now, is gravity pulling water to the ground?
Wait, why would you believe this guy? He thinks the Earth's a globe.
He's our hostile witness.
Why should I believe him?
Don't. You're screwed, dude.
Isn't he another one of your scientists? Huh?
You're screwed.
Scientists, I like that.
Yeah, the guy who can't pronounce words is trying to incorporate new words.
I think we can throw.
So gravity's now debunked, so you got nothing left because your worldview's been destroyed.
No, he never said that gravity isn't a thing. He just said that gravitational pull isn't a thing because he is on a level of science where they actually understand, space-time, geodesic paths, sums of vectors on geodesic paths, which I said earlier. Like, for example, when it comes to the roller coaster.
So for him,
but you guys just don't want to listen to what I have to say. I could be Jesus right now. I could be preaching the Sermon on the Mount. All of you guys.
Super smart people, if they're super smart, gravity doesn't affect them. This is what this guy just said.
I could be Jesus right now, and y'all would be like, "No, he's lying."
You're
Silly
not
guy.
Jesus.
I said I could be. I said I could have.
Appeal to Jesus,
you guys could be presented with Jesus right now, and you'd all be like, "No, he's lying because he thinks the Earth is a globe."
Yeah, what's fair for us to question?
Do you know about the astronauts found the space Jesus?
Yeah, they did find space Jesus. They found him on what planet was it? Mars?
No, literally, they found them. Like they wrote a book about it last year, and right before Easter, one of the astronauts dropped a book about how he found space Jesus. It's on Amazon.
No, he's definitely lying. He definitely found the space Antichrist.
Well, he says space Jesus.
Well, he's wrong. He was fooled by the devil.
Yeah, Blueberry.
I think Jesus believes the Earth to be a globe.
Yeah, Blueberry. If you're so smart, and there's a lot of people that are probably smarter than you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
How come the space industry sucks so much then?
Oh no, sometimes some things are difficult, boo-hoo.
Well, not really, because they apparently
not
did.
all.
Well, like you would think things are difficult, right? But they did it 50 years ago.
I mean, yeah, they got a probe to the moon, and it cost tons of money and took tons of work. And they were like, "Well, we got to the moon now, guys.
So
Isn't
no
really
one,
much."
and so no one else wants to do that. You're saying?
You know, there were several moon missions, right?
Yeah.
You.
Yeah, and what about them? And you know there hasn't been any
Why
in
is
50
Old
years.
Horse is just trying to constantly bully me, bro? You're so fucking weird.
So you don't think any multinational
making fun of my voice
corporation?
constantly. Stop being so fucking weird, bro. We're not in primary school.
Bully.
I watched the Tesla launch
Probably
today.
get up. You probably
There's a few
got
weird
beat up
things.
for saying you're bullying me in school. They probably said, "Now you're getting punched in the face."
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Just, hope you enjoyed that little fantasy, I guess.
And then you went through the wall, and then everybody's like, "Oh shit!"
So all your theoretical astrophysicists and all their friends, they haven't figured out how to like go back to space or do anything cool.
I don't know if you know this. This is gonna sound crazy, but it's actually really expensive, and we've already gone there before, so there isn't really much incentive to go back. I mean, people would. Astronauts would want to go back.
So you're saying all the billionaires that are building rocket ships aren't trying to go back?
Oh yeah, well, for their own personal reasons, sure.
And how come they can't go?
Because they don't have enough rockets, I guess. I mean,
how does counting to like? All right, so like you can't go, but then if I keep counting $1, $2, $3, $4, they're like, all right, 5. That's it. Now we can go. What makes it so that you can go once I count to 5? I don't get your reasoning.
What?
Talking to me?
Well, the guy who said it costs too much money. Like, what, if I count to
exactly.
100,
No, yeah. At what
200.
point, right? At what point can we go, and how much money?
Yeah, they're not just going to be sending fucking missions to the moon constantly.
Okay,
Plus,
but
we have
honestly
we have
not even
objects on the
concerned
moon
about
that we've literally seen with telescopes, and then you guys are like, "Nuh-uh, those images aren't real."
Okay, but explain to me if fucking China or India or whoever did this put some rover on the moon for $50 million.
You guys don't
Hold
believe
on.
that India put the thing on the moon, so
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying I'm playing along. Let's say they did for $50 million. You don't think
50 million?
No, 50 supposedly, but that's still not a lot. But let's say it was 50 million. Let's say it was 100 million. You don't think McDonald's or any big corporation would have any incentive to put up anything in space, like a big golden arch on the fucking moon, or maybe just a satellite that looks like a...
Okay, well, one, that's probably not even legal, and two, it would be cheaper to just do normal advertising. I mean, McDonald's logo is fucking everywhere already.
Now there's space lawyers and space judges.
You don't think there's any entities that have enough money to do anything remotely like...
Okay, yeah, well, there are probably entities out there who are rich enough to buy all the Lego in the world and put it into like a fucking bathtub and swim in it. Does that mean they will?
You can't buy all the Lego in the world. Most of it's in a landfill.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're Jeff Bezos, why would you build a rocket that doesn't go to space?
How big do you think these McDonald's arches are
Huh?
going to be in space that we can see it from Earth?
Okay, so let's put it this way. If you could see anything, it would be worth the money, right? For them.
So what we do is we go and we put a giant satellite orbiting the moon with a laser beam that just stays stationary, and it makes a giant M on the moon so we all can see the McDonald's golden arches.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. How come they haven't done that one yet?
Or put up like 10 satellites that make an M, and then always is in the same shape, and it goes around the Earth every fucking day, and you always see the arch and the stars. You know,
Maybe they will. Maybe they will someday. Who fucking knows? Right now, their money's better spent doing what they're already doing.
No, bro.
So
they have
endless
insane
excuses.
budgets, bro, that you don't even comprehend. And so do these fucking billionaire dudes, and they can't do shit.
Mm-hmm. Wait, so just because McDonald's doesn't follow your harebrained advertising idea, therefore the Earth is flat? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's just one basic reason, example that
Yeah, you have to understand these guys are
industry is
master
bullshit.
magicians, bro.
You're coping, Blueberry.
Yo,
Dude,
you're
this
fucking
industry
Socrates,
put
bro.
You guys
Huge
acting like
brain.
money. You guys are acting like money is a restriction to space, and it's not.
Yeah,
Oh
money is
no,
a
man!
restriction
Lots of
for
people have
everything.
to work, and they need to be paid. I don't know about you.
Most people
Lots of
like
materials
us.
are needed, pretty expensive ones.
Yeah, the billionaires. Do you understand? There's billionaires in the
Do you
world.
think they're magic or something? Okay,
No.
and first of all, do you think that all of their money is liquid money that they can actually just purchase things with?
Do you think
that? Yeah, because you can just print money. 3/4 of all of American money in existence was printed over the course of the past 5 years. Do you not know that?
Yeah, this guy's a jokester.
Yes, thank you, Donald Trump.
And honestly,
okay, brilliant.
Listen,
fun fact for you: do you know where most American money is? You'll never believe it. In the hands of just American population in general.
Did you know that Bezos sells?
That's an incorrect statement. I just have to correct that. 98% of the wealth that was generated last year. The statistics are 98% of the wealth that was created last year went to 2% of the people. You're absolutely
wealth is just capital in general. That's not the same as paper money floating around.
Paper money is
or money in bank
is a
accounts.
small percentage of the real money out there, dude. Sorry to break
They
it
didn't
to you.
print a bunch of money. They just created it digitally.
You guys, you think he thinks they printed money, dude? Do you know how much cash there is versus real money?
I know, and that's why I said bank accounts as well, dude.
Okay, but
you realize most of this
you.
money is in constant like flow. You can't. It isn't just in a big vault somewhere where they can just like hand it out like it's some kind of movie. I'll spend 10 trillion on that. I'll spend 5 trillion on that. Get it done now.
You know what? But Bezos, you know what he does? He sells about 1 or 2.
I need to get some food.
Bezos sells about $1 or $2 billion worth of Amazon stock every year to fund his fucking Blue Origin bullshit, and he's not going to space.
But like you say, for example, that they can just fund these like massive operations.
I'm saying he has enough money to literally rebuild the exact same fucking rocket that went to the moon multiple times, that carried multiple people and no one died on, and they played golf on the fucking moon 50 years ago. And if he didn't even want to improve upon that, he could rebuild that and go, but he doesn't.
Yeah, it's called the Starship. He's working on it.
Oh yeah.
You guys, your desperate appeals to the future are hilarious.
I mean, the thing is,
you guys are supposed to be the.
It's crazy,
the quote unquote science people.
Yeah, we actually do know a lot of science and math. The stuff you guys refuse to accept, you know.
Dude, when I was younger, I bought it all up too. The president of the United States are going to say, we're going to go to the moon. And NASA says, we're going to go back to the moon in 10 years. And Elon Musk says, we're going to have self-driving cars and we're going to have spaceships and all this shit. And then, and then what? 10 years goes by and nothing happens. And then guess what? They say the same thing. And then 10 more years goes by and nothing happens. And they say the same thing. And then guess what?
Business owners do that.
10 more years goes by and nothing happens.
Business owners do that.
Yeah, your gullibility is being preyed upon, Blueberry. You and Matthew's gullibility is being preyed upon.
Oh my God,
I'm not gullible. We're not gullible.
Well, you can get
in the future, one day, maybe they'll make a Lego rocket.
For me, it didn't take more than like 3 or 4 times of them saying that over the course of 20 years for me to be like, all right, this is bullshit.
Oh no, his hopes got smashed. He just gave up on reality. Oh no.
You can't go to outer space with these guys like yet, right? But you can. He said, well, listen, instead of the promises, you can get this chip in your brain.
I mean, we literally have the ISS floating around, and y'all are like, that ain't real. Anytime we have somebody up in orbit, y'all are like, nuh-uh.
Bezos spent all this money to make a rocket.
What up, Gord?
He literally can't go to orbit, so he had to fake weightlessness by just going straight up and falling down.
Once again, highlighting your naivety, Blueberry.
Actually, to the moon right now, and they were live streaming it, you'd all still say it was a lie.
No, because you're
yes, you would. You'd be like, oh, they're in a warehouse.
Dude, this is a bullshit what if, okay? Because the reason they don't even fake it is because they can't, because it wouldn't be believable.
I'm saying, even if they did,
you're right. Like, I wouldn't believe it.
Even if we imagine that the moon actually
no one else would believe it either, or else they would fake it. If they made their little space movie of going back to the moon and they showed it to an audience and they're like, "All right, does everyone believe it?" Then they would say, "Okay, everyone fucking buys it. We're gonna send it to the public." But I'm guarantee they've tried different shit and they've tried to trick different people, and it's just not believable. And so then they can't fake it.
Oh yeah, because
because physically they can't fake it because they cannot show a video from the surface of the moon and show stars because that would what's it called? It would disprove everything.
It would disprove everything.
Yes, because you would be able to fucking figure out where everything is.
Oh, right. Yeah, the entire fairy tale.
Uh-huh.
What do you mean you would be able to figure out where everything is?
Like the placement of the stars in the sky, correlation, dude. That they give us with the map.
You think they couldn't just do that with CGI? You really think? Like, you've seen space movies?
There's
right?
a reason. Look, guys. There's a reason when you go to the space station videos, there are no stars.
For real?
Interesting, right?
Do you realize how much light is being radiated from the sun in our solar system, and how much light is reflecting off of Earth? Do you realize that's why you only see stars when?
No, do you? No, I don't. Do you?
We see. I mean, the idea is we see the stars at night, like here, like at home. I see the stars.
Earth
at
literally
nighttime.
shines. I don't know if you guys know that, but Earth literally shines.
Relax, dude. I'm saying words, right? So we see the stars in the sky at night, right? When the sun is on one side of the Earth. Then we, because the Earth spins. Then, it becomes day. So now we're in the ISS that orbits the Earth. It's got to be nighttime, like on the other side at some point, or the moon, either one. So you're telling me they always land on the face of the moon?
What's more interesting is that the most recent moon missions by the Indians and Chinese, they landed on the dark side where no one even can verify it.
Well, all right. Well, that one must have stars then, right, Blueberry? When they landed on the dark side of the moon, that one has stars then, right?
Should do, depending on where the angle from the moon to the sun, yeah.
I mean, dude, and first of all, why the fuck are all these videos the shittiest videos? Why don't they have 4K, 8K cameras up there now?
But the dark side is dark, Blueberry, because there's no... Yeah, maybe not. But the dark side is dark because of the angle of the sun. There's no sun shining on the dark side. That's why it's the dark side.
And you're going to have all these multi-million-dollar satellites with no cameras on them to see how they're doing for maintenance purposes or whatever. Like okay, let's put it this way. If they're going to put a fucking rover on Mars, supposedly, and have cameras so it can look at itself and see the fucking treads are wearing out, and they don't have any cameras on any satellites seeing if there's any damage to them ever or anything, that's bullshit.
So that's maybe true, right? So Blueberry, like if you're saying that the way it works, is nighttime. We have nighttime in reality, but you're saying, well, when you're in outer space, maybe the sun shines around and it bounces back and forth, so it's never going to be dark in space, but it's dark on Earth. It's never going to be dark on the dark side of the moon, but it is dark. How can we never see the stars?
I don't know what you're saying, bro.
Well, like you said, you aren't thinking about how shiny the Earth is. You said there's Earth shine.
He's saying at some point we must be able to see the stars in space.
At some point, there's got to be some.
I mean, as long as you have the right exposure on your camera, yeah.
Yeah. So how come they never do that?
Well, I mean, they have done that, and you just say it isn't real.
No, it's just they usually take these pictures on the moon during the daytime because there's a day and night cycle. I think. I don't know if it has a day and night cycle, but the sun literally shines, and the sun outshines all stars.
Here's the thing: even if you guys did get video evidence of stars on the moon, you guys would just say that it was made by Hollywood anyway. So because you guys keep saying "nah" to ISS, for example.
No, I would question it.
So obviously over the Earth, and then you're people have literally there's video of people spotting the ISS flying overhead, and y'all just nah.
Yeah, dude, I'm not saying nah to you. That's what I'm saying to you. There's got to be the video, Blueberry. I'm not saying nah. I'm saying you should be able to debunk it right now. I'm not even arguing you. The ISS orbits the Earth enough times. I mean, every day, right? So we
every 45 minutes.
Yeah, so we should see stars from the ISS every 40. Every 30 minutes.
I posted a literal stream of the ISS showing stars.
Are you asking from stars from the ISS or asking for stars from the moon when the Indian space mission went there? Which one are you asking?
So I clicked on your stream. What are you saying? This is your stream? Hold on.
You don't see stars in that?
Click on his stream that he claims that this is proof of everything. This Dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Oh yeah.
This is the NASA official live stream. Everybody click on it and see what he's talking about.
Yeah. And tell me you don't see stars in there.
What do you see? I see a red blotch, dude. Does anyone else see anything? I don't see shit. I mean, this is the reality, guys. Like, we're trying to actually look at the live stream of the fucking space station, and
click through
this
that
is
stream.
it.
Tell me what you see.
This is retarded. This is actually retarded.
Gramps is incredibly confused. So let him stumble around.
It doesn't matter. That was the claim put forth by somebody. It was that if they showed these stars from the ISS or maybe from the moon, maybe it was just the moon, not the ISS, they wouldn't do that because then we could figure it out. But now they're showing.
They're the stars.
Even if it's a lie. Even if it's a lie, they're showing.
Are you looking at it, Tanks? Are you looking?
Yeah, I looked at it.
Dude, what stars? What are you saying?
There's stars in there. What do you,
Joe, dude,
open your screen bigger.
It's just a solid red screen. That's right.
You're out of your
guys
fucking
are-
mind.
True. It's a solid red
Those are stars.
screen that we're looking at right now.
Dude, that's a sad story. I mean, trust me, I wish like NASA and all this shit was real. I used to like think it was so cool, but like it's so fucking sad, dude. It's so sad. It's
That's the sad part. Yeah.
it's
Not
that it's
denying
not
reality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it just should be way better. Like, this should be the fucking shit. This should be 4K video live stream. All the time. Personally, I think they should have a 24 live stream inside the fucking space station because those are all public fucking servants of us.
So, do you admit the space station is real?
That's a good question. I've never like seen it with my eyes, but like I'm assuming you could point it out or whatever to a certain extent. But again, there's no proof of where it is or how high it is or how big it is. All you see is an object in the sky that could be a fucking airplane. For all
the people who run the ISS are radically unconcerned.
The people on the space.
Okay, that's the most hilarious point right now because literally I could be on a ham radio and you could be on a ham radio and guess what? I could just tell you I'm at the space station. How would you fucking know?
You're actually retarded.
Thank you. Seriously.
If you're seriously genuinely retarded, and
how would you know where the
You're right.
coming from? Seriously,
You're right.
how would you verify it?
Seriously, no, you're totally right.
No, I'm actually wondering about ham radio.
You're honestly a waste of breath.
Are you going to point your antenna somewhere? All you're going to do is get a signal from somebody saying, "Hi, I'm an astronaut," whoever.
Yep, that's how it works.
I mean, if you can't tell me another way how it works, that's how I assume it works.
So what are the odds the signal only is reachable once the ISS is directly overhead?
Okay, so
what are the odds that you could only reach that station when it's overhead?
Gotcha. So I didn't claim that it doesn't exist at all, right? So there may be something. Listen, there may be something above your head that flies around that gives you a signal back.
Okay, and that's
maybe
just a random person that's not in the ISS?
Maybe it gets bounced from somewhere. Maybe whatever. Maybe you do get the signal from above your head. Maybe it's a fucking balloon satellite.
Your claim was, how do I know I'm not just talking to a random person?
Exactly, that's my claim. And
your claim is retarded. I mean,
why?
I don't know what to
And
tell you.
why? Because
I just explained it to you. The signal is only reachable when the ISS is overhead.
Okay, again,
how do you explain that?
So I'm explaining to you that the ISS may not be what you think it is. Do you understand that possibility?
Okay, no, I don't. I don't speak
so
delusion.
He's incapable of visualizing anything outside of his cartoon ball, but you can try, Hollywood.
Yeah, that's the problem. So imagine an airplane flies over your head, right? How would you know if that is a space station or an airplane?
It's impossible. We don't have any equipment to see the space station versus seeing an airplane. That's impossible. We only have our eyes. You're right. There's no telescopes that have ever seen the ISS. That's completely right.
I'm asking you.
No. You're right. You made a great point.
So
It's impossible to see the ISS.
So what you're saying is when you're on your ham radio, you're looking up in your telescope and you're waving at the astronaut you're talking to. Is that what you're claiming?
That's how it works. You got it.
Finally, repeated empty hubris
You're waving,
proves the
you're
globe.
smiling at
That's what
them.
it sounds like. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, no, you're comprehending this conversation
Because
perfectly.
because if I have a walkie-talkie, I don't know where the fuck the signal's coming from, dude.
Right. A walkie-talkie and a ham radio are the exact same thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. No, I'm saying you're right. You're grounded in reality, unlike those globers.
Dude, I mean, do you let's see. Hold on.
I know you're trolling. I refuse to believe you're serious.
I'm literally
I know you're trolling. I already know you're trolling.
This is a so that's the funny part glow people do is when they just can't comprehend something or like I guess my conviction is too strong, then they think it's like fake. It's
No,
crazy.
I don't think you're trolling. I know you're trolling.
Okay, so that's incorrect. So
okay, no, it's actually very correct.
Okay, yeah, you know.
Why am I still muted?
So, but are you under the so do you realize that a satellite could be something different too, but it could also still be in the sky, right?
Oh yeah.
No.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, Grandpa is so naive that he can only accept that it's people in a tin can.
Like
that's it. That's like the limit of his brain processing.
A balloon.
It's sick.
Is it
Okay,
similar?
there's no balloon.
Very
There's no
unwell.
balloon.
Yeah,
There's no
hold
balloon.
on. Is it similar to a flying submarine then?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Ah, flying submarine.
So, what happens when you talk to the astronauts? What do they say?
They say, "Hey, it's Bob, your neighbor. How's it going, man?" That's what they say.
We're gonna get rid of Grandpa so others can speak.
I mean, the funny part is, well, like, so his ham radio thing, I've actually spoken to like a really high level ham radio operator with 4-level call sign, and I told him that, and he didn't have shit to say. He just kind of had to, accept that it's a possibility.
How else would they do it?
I've been on the ISS, so
You're not
it's a
floating in
little
a
bit
tin
ironic.
can. Floating in my tin can.
Yeah, somebody who's been on the ISS. I think it's a little bit ironic how you say.
I mean, I'm just gonna talk shit now, but like, isn't Project Blue Book or Blue Beam? Couldn't that just be the ISS?
I literally was on the ISS.
That's why we always keep you muted. I forgot. That's all that guy ever says. Grandpa just denies everything and says that we're trolling. So that's all we got left in this room.
I think he should stay permabanned for being an absolute blatant liar.
Well, do it up.
I mean, it's an interesting observation that sometimes, like, I think he's just like doing troll shit, but like, there was people who like had heard me talk about like flat Earth for like years, and they were convinced. They convinced themselves that I didn't believe it because they couldn't believe that I believed it. Like, does that make sense? They're like, you must be joking because there's no way that you can actually believe that. Or like, I don't know how to explain it. But I got that kind of same thing from Grandpa. Like, you're just trolling. You're trolling. You're just trolling. You're trolling.
Yeah, everyone has to rationalize it in their own way. It's like the stages of grief, denial, the whole deal, anger.
I mean, it's like, how many times do you have to say that you're not kidding until they believe it?
They can't stand that you're not as pea-brained as they are.
Yeah, they're mad that you figured it out and they didn't. Now they have to stay mad and stay pretending that it's really a ball, even though they all say they see it as flat.
Let's respect our elders, though.
I mean, imagine that. Imagine like if like my grandma had never seen a cell phone before, and I was like, "Here, Grandma, watch. Call this cell phone here," and and then somebody else is going to answer on the other phone somewhere else, right? And then she said, "How does that happen?" I said, "It's because the Earth is a diamond. Yeah, that's the only way you can answer your phone." Sounds ridiculous. And then, but that sounds a little like ridiculous, right? But then that is like what somebody's bringing forward here. They're saying, "Well, a signal was sent through the sky and received somewhere else on the other end. Therefore, the shape of reality is
Yeah, that's pretty much
this."
what he was claiming. I talked to
Meanwhile, they'll
a
admit
national
99% of our communications come from undersea cables and not satellites at all.
Right.
So what the hell are those things doing anyway? Sorry, Hollywood.
No. I'm trying to make money off this too. So, in the stock market, all these fucking fake space companies I'm betting against and try to become rich.
You're doing it wrong. Well, you got to bet with them, man. They're all.
Well, I realized that I lost a lot on. I fucked up because a couple years ago I got in. I was shorting Virgin Galactic at like $25, and it fucking was. It's just I don't know. They started saying they're gonna launch and all their bullshit, and it started spiking, and I got kind of squeezed out of it, and then it went from 25, and they've like split it and done this other shit, but it went from 25 down to $1, and I was just fucking furious that I had the conviction, but I was like there is a small part of me that's like, oh, what if they fucking figure something out and I'm wrong? Like there's like a 1% chance. But then the other part is like, it's like they could really just run the value up this thing and convince everybody, no matter if I'm right or wrong, they could still beat me because they control the fucking market and everyone's brain.
Listen, you should go for, obviously you got to put into Tesla because like Virgin, right? That's not the cool thing right now. And then it's shaped like a pussy. Nobody wants to be pussy right now.
Well, SpaceX
so they got the one that looks like a dick, right? So then everybody's turning into a dick now. So you got to go for that one while I'm talking. Go ahead.
But if you look at all these space companies, like the financials, they all lose tens of millions of dollars or hundreds of millions every quarter, and they don't fucking make any money. So they're all, all these companies are valued at like $4 billion and they have negative revenue and shit. It's like they're bound to just collapse. And I'm pretty sure they're just used as like pump and dump funds and slush funds for these big entities that run this whole scam.
Dude, I'm glad you said that because the entire time you were talking, I'm thinking SpaceX and all their stock reminds me of Dogecoin.
Dude, it's all. I mean, that's what. Like, first of all, I'm pretty sure most of the I'm in the stock market and stuff, but like I'm pretty sure most of the companies that IPO fail, and a lot of them just get run up and dumped on, just like all these fucking NFTs and crypto shit, and like it's the same concept, but it's just done at a higher level. They'll get people to buy in, thinking that they're like this one company is called ASTS, like. They're supposed to be making satellites that can talk to everyone's phones. It's like, sure, maybe they can make a system that does that, but I don't know if it's going to be widespread. Like, that would be interesting, but I just don't see it being feasible. It's like a cool concept, yeah, but even this fucking Starlink shit, it's not like everybody in the world's using that or even can use that. There's limits. You can't even. Not everybody in a big city can use it. It's all meant for like one or two people to use at a time in like random fucking rural areas. And if anyone's ever been on a cruise ship and tried getting fucking Wi-Fi, it's trash, and fucking airplanes half the time their fucking shit's down.
Yeah, but with GPS, almost everybody uses that almost daily, I'd say.
Yeah, but what about that? You could easily, like I said, you can still have systems that like replicate all this stuff. You could have fucking balloons and satellites that are still up there, airplanes that are fucking sending signals, giving you coordinates. You can do that by ground-based. You can have GPS ground-based shit, dude. You can have it's just all hocus pocus at some point.
Well, I would say inventing all these magic balloons and airplanes that run GPS is more hocus pocus.
Not really, because if you search, NASA is the largest purchaser of helium on the planet, or the fucking Earth, or whatever. And
because the A in NASA, the first A in NASA, what does it stand for?
Huh?
NASA is an acronym. Do you know what the first A in NASA stands for?
Yeah, like aerospace, aeronautical, something.
Aeronautics. So they study all kinds of atmospheric conditions and stuff. So they do send a lot of balloons to take a lot of measurements. That's
Yeah,
why
interesting, right? Yeah, so you can have your cool story about why they do it all, but the fact is they do it.
What are they testing the air for? What are they giving? Who gives a shit about the air? I mean, what are they?
They're doing science, just like the Space Center does, or the space
How many
station does
times do they have
science.
to send a weather balloon up to see that a cloud has water in it?
Well, maybe the weather changes occasionally.
Clouds are still going to be fucking clouds, dude.
Yeah, so I'm kind of saying, like, does it change its total like configuration of cause and effect? Like the the uniformity of nature changes. They got to keep doing this. They got to keep setting up all of the world's resources. No more helium left because we had to see maybe, maybe the future won't resemble the past in any kind of way. That sounds kind of far fetched, Matthew.
I'm just saying, Matthew, and like you specifically understand and know some of these things that the broad public has zero comprehension of or knowledge of, right?
Right.
If I asked anybody if NASA sends balloons up, they're saying no. They don't know that. They don't think that.
Yeah, they'd be wrong.
And that's very prevalent in reality.
They still haven't figured. I mean, all this money, all these balloons, they still haven't figured out how air works. I mean, when are we going to pull out of this investment? If these guys don't know how air works after all this time and money.
I know. I just want some fucking transparency and like, what?
Yeah, right. You want some transparency from? Yeah, that's not what you want. Are they lying? You want them to tell you they're lying? Like, what do you mean transparency?
When are these globers ever going to realize all they need to end us is just one testable, repeatable globe proof?
Sure,
Jesus,
sunsets.
so easy.
Well, yeah, we think it is easy. We think sunsets and GPS are two examples.
GPS doesn't prove shit, dude. GPS is like, even if it is a signal from the sky, it could be fucking anything.
Matthew, why do you keep
Understand? I've seen
pointing at the
documents,
fucking
Matthew learns,
sky?
that specifically say. Oh, sorry, buddy. Sorry, my fault.
Matthew, always with the sky.
Right.
I've seen documents that describe the path of those GPS satellites as over a flat plane.
Yeah, they don't really actually.
How would you respond to that?
Earth is measured flat using GPS, so there's no curvature or globe measurement in there with GPS. So that's a flat Earth proof.
GPS presumes that the Earth is roughly spherical.
No, you just assume that.
No, that's the designers of GPS.
No, it uses a Cartesian grid, which is flat. It doesn't use a curved surface or a ball or anything like that. It's a Cartesian grid. It is flat.
Yeah, it's not like the GPS uses it like I don't know. Maybe it's a conflation, right? Like, I do agree, Matthew. They most likely upload the WGS84 model that's taken from elevation angles and terrain, etc., into this. I mean, but is that what you mean, or you mean something else?
Right. Yeah. Those models, the models of the WGS84 or whatever, is part of what they use, and also the latitude and longitude and elevation. Those conform to a spherical surface.
It's just a map.
Right. Yeah, it's a map.
All right. So what I'm saying is, like, are we saying then that it uses the map it's given, or it proves, or it makes a map itself?
Yeah, I would say I don't think it proves anything. I think it's strong evidence that there's something up in the sky.
Yeah. Forget the proof thing. I didn't really mean to say the proof thing. I'm trying to differentiate between it uses the map or it's able to create a map.
I'm more concerned with like, it's like I'm fine with signals coming from the sky. Like maybe it's just we don't understand exactly how they're what device they're on. But I would love to talk about specific GPS satellites that you think are real, and so I can search them.
Yeah, I guess I would put it this way then. I think that since we have signals coming from the sky, the best explanation is GPS satellites in orbit. That's a better explanation.
Well, so the thing is for me though.
Alternatives.
Well, the other alternative is a realistic alternative, which is a balloon. Because the other alternative is going to space, which is apparently not very real and possible.
Well, yeah. See, that's why I have an easy time believing it, because I think it is real and it is possible. So
Okay,
of course,
so let's search these. So there's like a certain amount of GPS satellites, like 24 or something, right? Like, are these? Like, should I search these and try to find pictures of them or whatever? Because I'm not going to find shit.
Did you used to read a lot of Arthur C. Clarke, Matthew?
Yes, I did.
That's what I thought.
That explains it. So we're going to look at the path of Sirius XM satellites, and we can clearly see that those are not going around a ball. So,
Dang.
Anybody want to explain that?
Yeah, how do they do that, Matt?
That's a special kind of orbit. Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah, special.
Special kind of flight path.
Special rockets on them.
I mean, realistically, like even if you are in space and you have a spaceship and you're in orbit, how much mass and shit are you burning off to make any sort of adjustments of your trajectory and like headings? You can't go anywhere, right? You're using all your mass to get up there, and then you're stuck in something. You're not like flying around doing shit, right?
Typically not. They try to conserve their reaction mass, so they put these things in stable orbits, but they do have to do some adjustments, and because of that, satellites have a limited lifetime. Also, the Radman posted the Sirius XM satellite paths that shows the the GP ground position of each satellite. But the thing that I posted right after it shows you sort of a better description of how those satellites are moving.
Also, can you explain the Navstar system as it relates to GPS and?
So they go out in the middle of space. They go out in the middle of space. They get lonely and they do a loop and they come back. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. How do they turn around? Because you realize that's like impossible.
They get lonely. They get attached to Earth. They get too far away. They're like, "Fuck it, let's turn around right at this point and go back, and let's get away from it. We don't want to be by it."
Yeah, that's orbital mechanics. The equations
don't
dictate.
Say, yeah, that's orbital mechanics because you haven't proven that you live on a ball yet.
No, I'm saying the mathematics dictate that there's several different ways you can put satellites into orbit. This is the tundra.
So saying that they just go up, they get lonely, and they come back is not a reasonable answer.
Yeah, it is. It's literally in the mathematics.
It's also in Arthur C. Clarke writings.
Right. Arthur C. Clarke is credited with coming up with the idea of geostationary.
A sci-fi writer.
Right. I mean, sci-fi writers on Star Trek were the first people to come up with a communicator. Now we have cell phones, and you can take a call with your watch.
Walkie-talkies back then.
Oh yeah.
So wait,
you're saying they didn't have radios before Star Trek?
No, I'm asking, are you committing the genetic fallacy to say just because a sci-fi writer came up with something, it must be false?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know about Navstar to answer the other question. I'm not familiar with it.
It's your original GPS.
So then it's not like an orbit. Definitely does not require going all the way around the Earth.
An orbit doesn't require a circular orbit. It can be these other shapes also.
Shapes, yeah. Does it require it to, go around?
How does it go? How does it stay only over the United States and do the crazy "I miss you" loop?
Orbital mechanics and mathematics.
What's the smallest orbit we can make?
Go ahead and show us how that works. I want you to put the formula out and explain to the whole class today, since that's what you do for a living.
Oh, I showed you an image of how it works.
I want to see an image.
How come when I search pictures of GPS satellites, all I get is CGI?
Because they're typically too far to directly image.
Well, why don't they have cameras on them or anything?
Because they're unconcerned with convincing flat earthers.
But wouldn't they be concerned with their multi-million-dollar piece of tech?
Oh yeah, that's why they have sensors on them.
So they don't care about anything else. They don't care about what happens to it.
You put cameras on $5,000 machines.
I know, it's just nonsense, dude.
Wait,
like,
so you think that because they're not
to our
taking your
satellite.
advice about how to manage their equipment that they are doing?
They're using all of their senses other than their eyes. That's weird.
Matthew, this is bullshit, dude. Because any company that has anything that's like any assets that are valuable, they're gonna have cameras and shit on them. Okay, like that's just like basic.
Your most valuable asset is your house and your car. Do you have cameras on both of those?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Does everybody?
Dude, but when it comes down to like we're talking about organizations too, not just personal fucking privacy shit.
Cell phones, so they all have cameras. Yes, Matthew, cameras are everywhere now. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you are making the case like, listen, maybe they do have cameras. I don't know. You don't know why they don't have cameras. It's not like you ask them.
It doesn't make sense.
It makes sense. Yeah, but it makes sense to have them. Like to say, well, they're just going to use sensors. Like they're going to use touch, smell, hear, feel,
how come there's only sensors? There's not only sensors on the Mars rover. How come they have cameras on that shit?
So how come they're not conforming to your idea of the way they should do things? I don't know.
No, how come they're not conforming to the way everybody does things?
I don't think everybody does things like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to make the case, like, listen, they don't need a camera on there because the things never break. Well, then they don't need any sensors on there, I guess, to tell them how it's all tilted, wobbling. If something's wrong with it,
yeah. Why waste money on sensors? Just send it up there. Leave it up there.
I would assume they'd have accelerometers so they know which way it's pointing, but I don't know.
Now they have batteries and motors and using up all that energy, and they got these whatever kind of magical batteries they have, like the ISS. How long has it been up there? 30 years. It's got the best batteries known to anybody, and they never have any fucking issues with that thing.
There's plenty of power in space. There's like 1,000 watts per square meter up there.
Is there water in space? Is there food in space? Is there anything else to sustain life?
Square meter.
Because there's like 900 down here, and there's atmosphere blocking it. But if you don't have atmosphere, there's more. Maybe it's even 1,200 watts per square meter. On Earth, it's like 800 watts per square meter.
So why do you talk about all these?
They got amazing batteries, don't they? Fucking cell phones go out in 3 years if you don't charge them properly. And you think that the ISS has 30-year-old batteries that just work and work and work and work and work and charge and discharge. And they make gorilla suits and they blow up balloons and they blow up globes. They got air compressors on board. They've got all that shit running and no problems with the batteries.
I don't know how old the batteries are.
Sounds like hocus pocus, Matthew.
Well,
that sounds real.
They tell us and they tell the public so that
keep telling yourself that
we can make our shit work like theirs.
Yeah, Matthew, is there anything that you think is real that you have actually like evidence of being real? Like you say these satellites are real, but there's no evidence of them being real, like other than you saying signals or whatever that could be produced by other things. So like I'm looking for actual like hard evidence that you have other than just believing it or all that other shit. Do you have like an example of a satellite that you know is up there that I can see a picture of somewhere?
Yeah, it sounds at this point from the outside looking in, it's I'm sort of on the edge of this conversation, but it sounds like you're just like how you would have sounded when you were a child, when you were still trying to hold on to the Santa Claus mythos. Do you not see the parallels there, Matthew? Well, there's a flying reindeer, and he has an electric nose. It makes sense to me. How else would the presents end up on Mercury? That's what it sounds like, Matthew. No offense.
Yeah, to answer the question,
Seems like you don't care to question it. Sorry.
So I'm old enough to remember satellite dishes, from the 80s and 90s that were these big 6-foot diameter parabolic antennas, and those had to be very precisely aimed so you could get old school satellite TV. And so I think that's pretty strong evidence that there was some transmitter.
Okay, but so where is the
trans?
what? This is what I'm getting at. What satellite are you talking about?
I'm saying.
You're saying satellite TV. You said satellite TV, dude. So let's talk about satellite TV. Well, like which one?
Geostationary satellite TV.
Which company? Give me some examples, dude. Like, you're talking about what's the like DirecTV? Are you talking about something different? What are you talking about?
DirecTV would be an example, sure.
Okay, so
he's old enough to remember and old enough to forget.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, Matthew. So the toy showed up. It came from somewhere. You say Elven Workshop. I say Hasbro.
Okay, let's go with Prime Star.
Prime Star. Okay,
we heard you clicking.
What's
yes,
Prime Star?
I click sometimes.
Probably getting old.
Prime Star is
when you're in class, you got to Google shit to make sure that you're telling the class the correct things.
Prime Star said it used a 3-foot satellite dish, not 6-foot.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you ever seen those big 6-foot satellite dishes?
I know what you're saying. Prime Star sold its assets to DirecTV in 1999.
Yeah. So
what assets are these? Let's find out.
At 3 past the hour, I posted some images of satellite dishes pointing straight up into the sky.
Yeah, where are the satellites, though, dude? Everyone's fucking knows. Everyone knows.
He doesn't see the Santa Claus parallels.
You can't.
Do you not see it?
Like you think there's Santa Claus up there, dude.
No, what I'm saying is that those are parabolic antennas, and they're pointing straight up.
Your story is equal to the flying reindeer.
But do you get what I'm saying? That there might be a signal coming from above.
Where?
Do you know how parabolic dishes work, Matthew? Do you think it just focuses on a straight line? Do you think it's a wide coverage focused on one point in the dish?
Yeah, and also
they're directional antennas, parabolic antennas.
Also, Matt, so supposedly you can bounce signals. Supposedly you can bounce signals off the atmosphere and everything. So who's to say that these signals you're getting from the sky aren't literally generated on the ground and got up into whatever and bounced back into wherever? That's another possibility, right?
Who's to say it is how parabolic antennas work?
What?
You just bounce them off the big silver NASA balloon. And that's how they can pick them up in a wide path. You just got to point in a certain direction, and you'll get it at this time of day.
So that's actually a good point, because so technically the first satellite was a balloon called Echo 1, and it was what's it called, like a signal satellite, like you're explaining, right?
Mylar, silver mylar, very reflective, highly reflective material.
So it sounds like that was used.
They beamed radio signals at it, and receivers anywhere on that hemisphere pointing at you from that balloon could pick that up.
Easy. So there's another example for you, Matt, right? But there's another possibility for you. I'm just wondering where your signals are coming from. You have no proof and no good examples, dude.
Here's my argument. My argument is that those 1990s era 6-foot diameter satellite antennas are parabolic directional antennas pointing in one specific direction, and therefore the transmitter must be in one specific direction without moving. Also, balloons are unlikely to stay in the same spot for decades at a time.
That's not true.
Therefore, the geostationary satellites are the best explanation for where those signals.
Wait, hold on. You're saying balloons cannot.
Go to my friend's house. Yeah, hold on. Every time I would go to my friend's house, 8 out of 10 times, satellite wasn't working that day.
Yeah, and I told you earlier.
I hated my DirecTV. I hated having it.
And
it was always going out. I had to go out there and wiggle this shit around.
Yeah, and I told you.
We had the 10-foot and 6-foot dishes when I was growing up. Big, giant fuckers in people's backyards.
Right. You had to aim them very precisely to get them to work.
Dude,
right?
But in 2020, dude, it's 2020 now. There's the satellites on fucking airplanes suck. The satellites on cruise ships suck. It all sucks, dude.
Yeah, the satellites on moving objects are hard to aim correctly. However, if you do aim them correctly at a specific spot in the sky, then you can get the signal. That's my
All
whole
right.
point.
Well, I searched DirecTV S7, which is supposedly one of their satellites. Again, just a few CGI images on Google.
Right, because it's so far you're not going to get a direct image.
Dude, they don't even
Are you
have
saying everybody that worked for DirecTV like was a former NASA engineer because they had to do this so precisely, or what?
Nothing precise that they're doing.
Sure, there is. You have to aim your satellite dishes precisely in order to get a signal. You're disputing that?
Yes, absolutely.
You just got to be close.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what it appears.
Oh, Jeff, no offense, brother. Dang, you. Oh, and it didn't have to be that precise. Bam. That's what I'm saying, bro. Am I hot micing right now? Probably not. Let me check. Soul Beach. He is. So I got somebody that says he installed dishes and they didn't have to be that precise, and he says you're full of shit, Matt. So there you go.
Dang, dude. Sorry, Matt.
So, by not that precise, what do you mean?
It means they can actually point in a totally different direction to get a better signal if they need to.
It still's pointing up. There's something transmitting.
What is there? What's on the end of it? It's just a little antenna that goes beep 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 in the satellite, and that big dish picks that up, or is it a big signal coming out of that thing?
It's a transmitter.
Yeah.
How about this? I'm not even.
It's easier to reflect that signal off a big giant balloon that they never got rid of.
Two microphones here. It gets dangerous.
And all that thing that hangs on the bottom is to keep that thing where it's supposed to be. That's not your satellite. Your satellite is the actual reflection coming from the balloon. They still use them today.
Reflections from these thin plastic helium-filled balloons. What kind of reflection are
Mylar,
they?
you mean? Mylar, yes.
Do some research into it.
You act like we've never shown the pictures in here of Echo 1.
I'm familiar with Echo 1.
You act like that didn't fall in Roswell. That the guy really wasn't holding a NASA Mylar balloon. You guys all think that was UFOs and shit. All that was a failed test that came down, and they didn't want to say they were making satellites, so they just came up with pretending to say, oh no, it was a weather balloon. No, let's change our statement. When in fact, it was just a satellite.
That picture there, Matthew, is that what the things that you're talking about? The satellites in the sky?
That looks like some weather equipment.
All of it?
Looks like a satellite to me also.
Well, I mean, just because it has solar panels. I mean,
Yeah.
satellites and weather equipment both have solar panels.
Okay. That's the stuff how fast is that stuff going, you think?
Probably like 200 miles an hour if it gets up into the jet stream. That's why satellite dishes wouldn't work on anything like that, because they move so quickly.
Someone paying you?
I won't comment on my sources.
He doesn't comment on that stuff because I've already busted him, and I won't bring it up right now. But other people know.
What do you mean you've already busted me? I don't.
Well, what do you mean you won't comment? How about that, bitch?
You don't understand the words "I won't comment"?
Yeah, why?
Oh, I won't comment on my reason either. Neither about my pay nor my reasons for.
So you're funded to be here to talk shit on Flat Earth?
That's not what I said.
Yes, he does show up at specific times, especially when new Globers arrive. You'll see Matthew arrive. So definitely there's correlation.
I mean, the fact that he's not denying it or anything is pretty suspect and fucked up.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it would be easy to say, no one is paying me to be here.
Oh, I'm not going to comment about that.
Well, I respect that you won't lie to our faces, I guess, but thanks for your
Thanks for your truth telling.
I guess, like, what the fuck? I mean, I've seen you before, like years ago too, right? Like, what's your purpose?
Education.
It doesn't seem like you get educated.
Oh yeah, I do learn some things, but my main purpose is to do the educating.
Who are you educating? Are you getting educated?
Potential flat earthers, people who come in here thinking about maybe deciding the earth is flat, and me showing logic and reason why it's not. So helping people avoid the flat earth.
Well, I mean, like, I understand getting involved in like a community and like becoming part of it, and like, like liking that, and not wanting to leave at some point, but it really boggles my mind when there's like globe people that are always here.
And go to flat Earth meetups.
Yeah, like that just doesn't make sense.
Listen, Matthew's part of the community. He just
That makes
doesn't.
sense, and I agree. So like, I'm not putting that past him. Like he's become a part of this, and he likes it, and maybe he likes his position too, and it's fun and everything. But like, it just seems like there's something off about all of that, and certain people that act like that. But I could be wrong, and I could just, you could just like, these are your friends now or whatever, and all that shit. You tell me.
Yeah, name your friends. Who's your best friends, Matthew? Now.
Adam, Dan, and Alan.
Now you're doxing. You mean Radwin, Jedi, and Miggy?
I mean, like, I get it, going to places that you want to kind of push your own boundaries a little bit and like get out there and see the world and like see what other people think and stuff, but I just couldn't do what you do. I don't think long term. Like,
I think you could. I think you're doing it right now.
well, like I'm doing it in a sense where like I'm an outsider, like I guess we're like outsiders in the big scheme of things in society, and like I kind of accept that and like live with that. But Matt chooses to be here. And he chooses to be an outsider like that, and that's kind of just odd.
No comment.
I'm just criticizing you, Matthew, now because like I don't know, the past little while it's just like seems like we always I don't know, I kind of remember you now because it's like the same thing over and we get nowhere. You doesn't seem like you like really teach us anything or teach me anything personally, and I don't teach you anything.
Fair enough.
Defaulted, yeah, but he defaulted to it's lonely, and that's why it comes back. And he agreed that yes, that's the reason. It's called orbital mechanics. It got lonely and came back. So when they do that, he's just saying anything to be here and not have any friction.
No, I was describing the mechanics of tundra orbit.
No, you're not.
I'm just like
it has nothing to do with feelings and being lonely.
Yeah, if I take those two tundra orbits and I separate them, like just by about like 23.4 degrees, it actually looks like a heart.
I mean, it just makes me think of like the YouTube anti-flat earthers. It's like, who the fuck are those guys?
Well, that's Matthew Learns and his friends. He's actually he's on YouTube, I think, more than Discord.
I used to post more on YouTube, but I haven't done much lately.
What, anti-flat earth stuff?
Math related stuff. So I've done Bitcoin explanations, but I did do a couple about geometry and flat Earth also.
I heard a conspiracy theory that Bitcoin is the largest Ponzi scheme ever created in the world.
Well, I mean, depends on your definition of value. Maybe, but it's also decentralized, so there's enough people who believe in it because it's not controlled by a government. So that's why it has value for.
No, it's only controlled by a few people, though.
Not controlled by anybody, but yet it makes it on the stock exchange.
Not controlled by a government. It's only controlled by one person. Sorry, it's even worse.
It's not controlled by anybody. Anybody can.
It is, dude.
In the network.
Yeah, but when you own the network, when you own all the Bitcoin, dude, you control it.
There are miners, and there are some large miners, but nobody owns more than 50% of any of it.
I would guess. I don't know how accurate it is, but I would guess that 80% of the Bitcoin is owned by 5% of the people, or whatever.
No, that's probably true. There's, most Bitcoin is owned by a few Bitcoin rich people, but
and they control it, the price.
That's also true that you can manipulate the price by buying or selling. But it's still an open market that anybody can participate in.
Yeah, Ponzi scheme.
A Ponzi scheme is guaranteed returns growing larger and larger with no end game.
That's what they claim Bitcoin is.
I don't think anybody claims Bitcoin's a Ponzi scheme. Do they?
Well, they do. That's why I brought it up. But I'm saying, what else is Bitcoin than something that claims to give you more returns ever ending? That's what it is.
No, the claim is that you can do decentralized, permissionless transfer of value without checking with some central authority. That's the main.
When you buy Bitcoin, what's the purpose of it? When people right now buy Bitcoin, what are they trying to do? They're not using it. They're not using it for transactional purposes.
They're investing and speculating that it will be some sort of digital asset in the future
that they can sell for higher than they bought it for,
or that they can use for eventually in some kind of online commerce.
Like what? Have you
like Apple Pay or
for buying and selling and doing any type of commerce?
Have you done it? Have you done that?
No.
So why do you think people would do that?
Because they're speculating about the future, and they see that there's been 3 times in human history where we've changed accounting: single entry accounting, double entry in 5,000 years ago, double entry accounting in the 1400s in the Medici family, and Bitcoin represents the best example of this new thing called triple entry accounting that is cryptographically signed that you don't have to audit. And there's a lot of people think that that's a big enough deal that they're willing to speculate that it may be something important, especially in the future.
So again, they're putting money into something with the promise of that money potentially being useful or growing, right?
Not promise, but speculation.
Yeah,
I mean, everything would be a Ponzi scheme. Like everything besides buying a cheeseburger.
Yeah, but the thing, but the thing is you get a cheeseburger. With Bitcoin, you don't get anything.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing with hoarding U.S. dollars or gold or buying real estate. I mean, all these things, people are hoping that the value goes up.
No, but all those things you can actually do stuff with.
What can you do with gold?
Everything.
No, you have to trade it for something useful. You have to trade it for your.
Or you can make stuff with it. Gold is very important in microchips and shit like that.
That's what those satellites are doing out there, Matthew, with all that energy zapping around. They're making gold. Right out of the ether. I don't know. I just need one of the I need one of the satellites to just turn to gold and fall from the sky.
I don't know. Okay. I just think the crypto shit's interesting. I looked at it when it first started, and I just still to this day I haven't touched it. I just don't know.
Michael Saylor says that the normal person, if they buy 0.1 bitcoins, that should be enough to to participate in the new economy in the next 20 or 30 years, which right now costs maybe what, $7,000 or less. But it could be that would be enough to retire on.
I got like $3,800 of Bitcoin just sitting. I forgot all about it for like a year.
There you go. Double that and get up to 0.1, and Michael Saylor says you're set.
I didn't start with 3,800, but I looked and it's like 3,800 now. So maybe another year I'll look. It'll be 7,000.
So I posted my favorite quote about the value of Bitcoin. It says, verifiable proof of its digital scarcity creates a foundation for the inherent value of Bitcoin. The blockchain makes that possible, and people are willing to pay for a certain price for that proof of digital scarcity. Current price is largely driven by speculation that this particular digitally scarce protocol will become some sort of base layer for world commerce or storage of value either now or in the future. I think that's a good description of why people buy it.
I don't even know what I would do. Like, it's like, I think I bought it on like Cash App, like, right, like a while ago, like just like for like $1,000, and then they do this thing where you can just set it up to buy $10 a month or something like that.
Oh, nice. Averaging.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
Dollar cost average.
Yeah, so I don't even know, like, if I looked back in 20 years, like, what if they decided to just cash me out? Like, who's going to cash me out or close the app? Where would it go? How would I get it? I don't know.
Well, as long as the Cash App business is still running, I think you're safe. I mean, the same thing is true of your local bank, right? You put $1,000 in your bank, and as long as the bank is still solvent, you can get your money. The difference with the bank is that the U.S. FDIC guarantees your deposits there, but they don't guarantee anything about Bitcoin.
I can bury gold in my backyard, though.
Yeah, same thing. As long as you have that same backyard, you're good to go. You have to trust a little bit. You have to trust the Cash App or your bank or your backyard.
If I was going to move, I wouldn't leave the gold there.
The whole bank thing is crazy to me. It's just beyond me that, like, that they could all fail. People take their money out. It's so stupid.
Yeah, it makes me think, like, because you said, Matthew, like, well, because I know I was thinking, all right, well, what if I just leave it there and forget for 10 more years? So if I look back in 10 years and it says, oh, now you got, you got $1 million. Like, can I get it? Who's going to give it to me?
I think so. The Cash App, I mean, if they want to like stay in business as a legit company, they would have to honor their customer deposits. So, however, to your point, like burying gold in your backyard, most people who are crypto enthusiasts recommend self-custody. So rather than keeping your Bitcoin on Cash App's servers, you would you'd have a paper wallet or your own
cold wallet.
Cold wallet, something like that.
It just seems a little, it's not like cash where you could, or gold or whatever, you could trade it. You're always going to have this system.
Yeah, I mean,
in order to use
it might seem weird, but like, just imagine that everybody thinks that like Chevy trucks are worth a lot. Like, you just think it, right? All I got to do is change their minds, and now the value of the truck is half the cost. Well, how do I secure their mind? Like, there's nothing there holding that value besides the value that they placed on it with their thoughts and their, so it's like, how do I make it safe? It's just as secured as the value we assign to it.
Exactly. And the problem with US dollars is the government keeps printing more, and so that my $10 bill keeps getting devalued a little bit every year.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. They ask me.
I went and bought this antique VHS tape, and it had a value of $200, and people desired it, and now suddenly they changed their thoughts, and now it's only worth $5. How do I stop that?
Yeah, collectibles are naturally kind of volatile.
Well, how do we stop our money getting devalued? How come I can't just save money and just be happy? I have to like constantly make money, or else I run out of money.
Yeah, that's the system. Like people kind of like get mad at that part, but that is the system. If you're not working the system, you're not, if you're not putting into the system, it's not going to grow. So it's going to stop. As soon as you stop, the money stops. That's the incentive to keep going and put in, invest in all these things. That's the whole thing. So,
And that's
yeah,
exactly why some people prefer to invest in a deflationary asset like Bitcoin. Bitcoin has a certain supply that is decreasing with time, and so unlike the U.S. government printing more dollars, there will only be a maximum of 21 million Bitcoin. So it's technically a deflationary asset.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
like,
imagine the world if you just stopped. If everybody could just get to this number and stop working, right? Then we could all get to that number. You just get $100,000, which is, not a thing, right? And then you're done. You don't have to do anything. So then it's easy to get $100,000. So who's doing anything and why? And what are you buying with the $100,000 if nobody's making anything? What are you doing with it? Because
yeah.
Yeah, you gotta keep investing. You want to call that working? That's fine, but you don't have to actually work. You do still have to invest in other people's efforts. Yeah, to keep in the system, or you just be self-sufficient in some kind of way.
So I have a question about your non-deflationary shit, right? So, let's say, you get 21 million Bitcoin in whatever year. So they may not grow more Bitcoin after that, but can't they just divide the Bitcoin constantly and go lower and lower and lower in pieces? It's all the same, right?
Yeah, that's already true. One Bitcoin can be divided into Satoshi. Satoshi is kind of like the cents for a dollar. We have 100 cents per dollar, but with Bitcoin, it's 100 million Satoshi per Bitcoin. So it's already divided up into tiny enough pieces that you can pay for small bits of things.
Not efficiently though, but again,
no, officially, Satoshi are officially part of the Bitcoin protocol.
Efficiently.
Oh, efficiently. Sorry.
Yeah, not everybody in the world could use it like they use credit cards.
There are attempts to do that with a side chain called Lightning Network that goes faster and is cheaper to do transfers. So,
but that just seems like, but like when I hear all that stuff, it just seems like there's layering extra complexity and bullshit, and eventually it's just going to be annoying. But again, like, what's to say? Okay, one Bitcoin costs $1 today. What's to say that fucking, I don't know how I'm doing this math or whatever, opposite, but one Bitcoin costs 1 cent or $100 or whatever. I don't know which way I'm supposed to go. Can't they just keep dividing Bitcoin smaller and smaller and kind of make it more of it, essentially?
Like a stock split is where you take, you have 100 million shares of a stock, and then you just divide it and say, okay, now there's 200 million instead.
Right.
But with the Bitcoin protocol, there's nothing in the protocol that lets that happen.
So you're saying the minimum value is 1 Satoshi, and it will always be.
I think they may be able to split it up a little bit more if they wanted to, but I don't think there's a need to do that for a long time.
I don't know. The system seems a little weird to me. It's just like, what the fuck is going on? All these Chinese and Bitcoin farmer people build all these fucking warehouses with all this shit so they could do all these calculations and get Bitcoin, and then what? They could make the system run? Is it the point? Was the point of the creation of the system so it became self-running at some point? Is that the point? So was the point of Bitcoin so all these miners would create these big ass computer systems to mine shit eventually, so then the infrastructure would be there to run the system when all the Bitcoin are produced? Is that the goal? Or like, what's the point of wasting all this fucking, not wasting, but investing all this capital and hardware into mining Bitcoin, if that's going to end sometime, is the system going to be there? Is the infrastructure going to stay after it's all mined to run the system? What's all the investment for? Why is it such
It's more
a
of
big thing?
yeah. No, those are good questions. Those are more of the incentive structure. The main goal of the whole system is to provide a decentralized way to transact value, and the protocol sets up certain incentives to make that happen automatically. And you're right. If once the last Bitcoin is mined, then the incentive of mining new Bitcoin will disappear. However, transaction fees will pay for that, and there's sort of a market for transaction fees. So they thought of that ahead of time, and it seems like there will still be enough incentive to continue the network.
Well, what do you think these guys mining all the Bitcoin? Are they hoarding it, or are they selling it right away for real dollars?
They typically sort of hold on to it if the price is low and sell it when the price is high. They obviously have to pay their bills, and so it's sort of a mix. They typically sell fairly quickly, though.
Kind of just seems like it's the perfect system for all the corrupt governments in the world that are running this giant deception to slush fund money around.
Most people see the opposite. They say this is the system that defeats that because no governments can control it.
They all control it, though.
No government can control Bitcoin. I mean, they can make laws to forbid buying or selling Bitcoin in their country, and if you get caught, they can put you in jail. But technically, as long as you have an internet connection, you can transact Bitcoin, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, but they probably use that for their own purposes too. Like, where do you think they just get money they need that they don't want people to trace?
I suppose governments could use Bitcoin. I don't know why they would.
Well, because it was originally used for nefarious purposes on the internet?
Yeah, I mean, the black market is always quick to adopt new technologies, so that's not surprising. But now I'd say most of the value of Bitcoin is not used for black market.
Well, what's your opinion?
I think, yeah, I don't have a quote for you, but I think that analysis of on-chain analysis shows that to be true. It's not just me claiming it. I mean, it is
On-chain analysis to wallets that you don't know where they go?
Right.
So that doesn't make sense.
What really doesn't make sense either is that the cops have used Bitcoin to find quote unquote people with their transactions through this blockchain that is supposed to be anonymous. So somebody explain that to me.
Well, no, that's the funny part about it is they make it seem like this is some fucking anonymous, decentralized anything, but the whole point of it is to be on a ledger and tracked. So it's like eventually, whatever if you were doing something bad, they're just going to go back and track it all down, right?
The entire history and transaction of every single transaction is in the ledger. You're right, and so the whole history is there. However, the question is how anonymous are each individual wallet, and if you trace them back, and you get the cooperation with people like Coinbase or some of these other online banks, then you can figure out who people are. But in the protocol itself, it's just a number with no information in it.
Yeah, but like eventually you can trace it back. Hopefully, probably not though.
Right, and there are some cryptocurrencies that are meant to be like privacy coins where you can't trace anything. So there are some like that.
And I'm sure there's people that use multiple methods to become anonymous by using multiple wallets and shuffling shit around.
Right.
It's kind of just one of those things where it's been 10 years or more, and I just don't like it. The only progress it seems like is more people have bought into it, and some businesses have tried it and all backed out of it. and now it's somehow seeped into the stock market.
Yeah, the progress they've made is that there are these other protocols on top of it. Like I said, the Lightning Network. There's a whole bunch of other projects that are, experimenting with different type of cryptocurrencies. Specifically, number 2, Ethereum, can do smart contracts right on the protocols. There's a lot of progress being made, and then even just having EFTs that allow normal investors to be able to get some exposure to the Bitcoin protocol. So I would say it's a lot different than it was 10 years ago.
Yeah, but here, okay. So do you think this was just a big proof of concept, this original Bitcoin thing? Because, like we've agreed, it's not efficient at this scale, and shouldn't they have seen that coming?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if the original
Seems like
people
really
in
poor
2008
planning.
knew. I don't know if they knew how much energy it would take.
It's not even about that. It's just how many people use it. There's no way they could have calculated that if 1 million people wanted to make a transaction at the same time, they could do that. There's like they didn't plan for that clearly because it's not possible.
Yeah, but I think that having these other sort of sidechain networks could solve that problem if they become popular enough.
Then it just becomes like really, I don't know, to me convoluted and like then why not just use the fucking next sidechain? Why even have it tied to Bitcoin? Why aren't you just using the next system? Why don't they just make a new, better system? Why the fuck are we using Bitcoin?
In fact, I agree with you. I think that Nano is the best cryptocurrency I've ever heard of. It's almost instantaneous and it's free transaction fees. But nobody else agrees with me, and so it's not a very popular.
Well, why is it
one.
free? What are they stealing from you? Your information?
No, I'm saying that there's no transaction fees in.
Well, how do they make money?
They don't.
So it sounds
that's
like
why
bullshit.
it's not popular.
What do you mean? It would be really popular if it didn't cost anything.
So Nano is a cryptocurrency, and in order to participate in the network, you have to do some of the verification of other transactions. And so anybody who participates in the network contributes a little bit, but it's basically altruistically. You don't get any money for doing that. Where with Bitcoin, if you mine Bitcoin, you can make a bunch of money, but with Nano, you can't. So that's why, unfortunately, it's not popular.
Yeah, I just don't see the whole thing fleshing out properly, you know.
No, that's totally understandable. And with any type of new technology, some things work, some things don't. But there's enough people who think that this could be a valuable way to transact, currency. That's why it's popular. And I like to say, think about what it was like in 1997. Some people said, well, this internet thing, I don't know if it'll pan out. Other people are like, no, it's gonna change the world. It's gonna revolutionize everything. The internet's the best thing ever. And it's sort of a mix between those two. 20 years later, 30 years later now, it's like, well, they're both kind of right. We still live our lives normally, but yeah, the internet changes and influences almost everything we do. And if you go back to 1997, you say, okay, I'm all in. I'm going to buy. I believe the internet is going to change everything. What do I do to get rich? But nobody knew back then. Just because do you buy Yahoo.com or Netscape.com or Amazon.com or AOL.com or whatever? Well, the right answer was Amazon.com, but we didn't know that back then. Same thing now. If you believe and buy into this whole cryptocurrency thing, maybe Bitcoin is the future, maybe Ethereum, maybe some other coin. Who knows?
It's just one of those texts that it just doesn't seem like it does anything.
Well, and that's what people said about the internet in 1997. Some people.
Yeah, maybe fair.
Because if you think about it, in 1997, well, let's say 1994.
Yeah, but here's the difference.
You could transfer information back and forth. Woohoo! Now it's kind of like electronic CB radio.
But here's the difference between 1997 internet and 2024 internet. It got faster. Yeah, Bitcoin is like getting slower, probably. I don't even know.
The analogy is 1997 internet versus 2024 cryptocurrency.
No, I'm just saying over the lifespan of the internet, like all the tech gets faster, like more powerful, but crypto, it's all staying the same. There's no fucking change in technology. Like what other than like what graphics carder is making it easier to mine or something? Like it doesn't change the actual system of getting any better. Like maybe the overall infrastructure of the world internet might improve, like fiber optics, and they might move some cables around or whatever, but it's I don't think they're like correlated as far as like the relationship.
In 2010, when Bitcoin was only a year and a half old, hardly anybody could participate because there weren't, there weren't wallets and apps to use. And now, all these years later, lots of people can participate. People in Africa and South America, there's the Lightning Network that makes it fast and cheap. And so, I would say there's been a lot of progress, and we'll just see what the next 20 years hold.
We'll see. I just think that is potentially a big, giant fucking slush fund, and same with NASA. I think they have so much money and shit that they could afford to send up a few balloons and tell people they are satellites that cost $100 million, while with the $100 million, who knows what they're fucking doing.
So sure, a slush fund is usually controlled by some entity or something, but Bitcoin is owned by lots of different people.
Yeah, but isn't it possible that it's majority owned by a few people and they're all in the same group?
Well, that's true about U.S. dollars too. The top 1% has what, like 40% of the money in the world?
Maybe.
What I'm saying with Bitcoin is that there's no one entity that owns the majority of the Bitcoins.
Yeah, but these entities that own all the U.S. dollars that like use 1%, it's not like they could flood the market with dollars.
If they got together, they could. I don't think they have a incentive to do that, but it could be. You might be right.
The whole thing is Bitcoin. The value of it is dollars.
Yeah, right now, because dollars are what you need to make real world transactions, but it may be that changes in the future.
What, yen?
Bitcoin or Ethereum.
Bitcoin will be worth its value in Bitcoin.
Right.
Yeah, I know this is sort of off topic of the off topic, off the topic. But you mentioned something about collectibles. Isn't it funny? I bet wampum has never been more valuable.
But that's the thing with collectibles. It's impossible to know which ones become valuable. Otherwise, people would buy them sooner.
Well, wampum, it's like, when did wampum ever lose its value? But it's more valuable now than it ever was.
What's that?
Stringed shells.
What is it?
Like stringed shells.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I know we're off in the weeds, but
I've never heard of Phantom. What was it
the
called?
wampum. It was what wampum. Like, I think it's WAMPAM. It's what they claimed the Indians were trading with. But anyways, I don't know. I mean, the whole Bitcoin thing's insane. There are now companies to retrieve your locked up Bitcoin.
It's just one of those things that seems too good to be true, like the space industry. Hey, old, your mic is going out. Can't hear anything. We can't hear you, roboting. Gotta pee.
Well, that's another win for Flat Earth. Good job, Flatties. Let's go.
Hell yeah, brother.
Who said that?
On me.
Was it liminal? Chronic?
No idea. I tell you, sir, those men speak somewhat improper.
Good morning.
Holy crap. Do my eyes deceive me?
Hey, how's it going, Callie? Your ears too.
I can't believe it. What's up, man?
Oh, not too much. I'm just gonna wolf down a little breakfast and head off to work, but I just thought I'd stop in and say good morning. You might be roboting.
And what's the breakfast, dude?
Grape nuts with whole milk on it.
What?
Well, normally I'd have bacon and eggs, but I'm short on time, so.
Oh, fair enough. What do you say, grape nuts?
Well, they're kind of cool. They're neither grapes nor nuts, but they're kind of cool.
They're called grape nuts.
You haven't heard of them?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a cereal. It's
Oh, okay.
grain cereal. You put milk
Yeah, I
on
love
it.
cereal.
It's crunchy and it's reasonably healthy. It's not like all sugared up. It's pretty good for you.
Yeah, I love cereal. It's great. But yeah, I love bacon and eggs. Once a year, you got to have the big bacon and egg breakfast. It's pretty special. So you guys put maple syrup on your bacon, is that right?
I don't recall putting maple syrup on my bacon, but I have put maple syrup in the scrambled eggs.
Really? Oh, wow.
It gives it a
There you
kind of
go.
a nutty flavor.
Mmm. There you go.
Well, this place is quiet.
It's the breakfast hour. We're all eating, I think.
Ah, gotcha.
We're just having a moment of silence in remembrance of the globe Earth.
Oh?
Yes, the globe has passed away. And occasionally we reflect for a moment of silence.
I hope there are snacks, all I'm gonna say.
No snacks.
There is coffee and donuts.
Oh.
Absolutely.
So anyone in here remain convinced they live on a spinning ball and literally nothing? Go ahead.
Well, Jesse, did you do any new experiments?
Not recently. I'm working on one, but I haven't finished it yet.
Oh, okay. What's the new one?
It's the 6-kilometer string test.
Oh, I think I heard you talking about that a few months ago.
Yes, yeah, it's the same one. I've been working on it for 4 years, but I'm getting very close to where I ought to be able to pull it off.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. And this is over a lake?
In a lake. Yeah, I'm using buoyant string.
Sorry to interrupt, but I got an idea for an experiment for Jesse to do, for a test. You and a buddy go to a 10-mile stretch of ocean water between an island and the beach or whatever, and clearly show the 66-foot drop in elevation. Why don't you do that one? That would be cool.
Well, how will I do that? Well, what will I use as a straight reference device?
A good zoom camera would be a good start. A landmark that you know the height of off the sea level. Anyway, y'all go ahead. It's a dead air day.
You mean like an optical? Like, could I use a surveyor's auto level or something?
I heard from somebody that those are rigged by NASA, apparently, so.
Well, I've got one.
Just, all I'm asking you to do is clearly show the drop in elevation. It should be about 66 feet. That's like a 6-story building or so, right? So that should be easy to show in a 10-mile stretch, you know, where the point A is dropping and point B is 66 feet below point A. Easy peasy. Do it.
I'll get you a link, Dave.
Well, I'm hoping to do some measuring here, maybe within next year or so. I guess winter would be the best.
What kind of measuring are you talking about doing?
I'm not sure. My husband, he's done it before over in my home state, Minnesota. He used a laser, I believe, so I think he wants to do a laser again.
Well, that'll work. Just to tell you what I did back in summer 2015, I went to a lake over 8.5 mile stretch and just bounced sunlight or reflected sunlight across the water. But whatever you want to do, the water's not bending, so that's the whole point, right? Anyway, not curving.
Well, I've seen other people's experiments, like Jesse, and I think he said that he found curved water, or somebody did. So it comes down to we all just gotta go out on our own and figure it out for ourselves.
What you just said, curved water. I mean, I know it's coming from my perspective of being in this subject for a long time now, but that's the whole point. Water doesn't do that. You can accept that or not, but water does not behave that way. I'm sorry. Back to you.
Well, we know that it does curve into droplets and such. So the question is it curving
Bodies of
around a
water.
sphere? That's the
We're not talking
question,
about.
and that's what I'd like to figure out.
Talking about massive bodies of
Yeah, the
water.
Earth is a water droplet.
We're talking about massive bodies of water curving around this sphere that's suspended in nothing and in all various motions. That's what we're
Right.
talking about.
Right. So I'm just
It
saying
makes
though, we
no
know
sense.
water curves. The question is, does it curve around a sphere with what you're talking about? Of course. So that is what I'd
Totally
like to
different.
figure out.
But you're comparing two totally different things about water. One tiny droplet to the Pacific Ocean. Don't you see
I'm
that's
not
a fact?
comparing that. I'm just saying that we know it curves. So the question is, does it curve around a sphere?
Okay, but raise the scale up. Let's make that water droplet like 5 million times as big. It's not going to behave the same way. That's the point.
It's not what I'm referencing.
Yeah, the point is that it's simply not true to say that the surface of water at rest is always flat. There are several things that cause it to be not flat, including surface tension, strong magnetic fields. Now, we're not saying that surface tension or strong magnetic fields are what is causing the Earth to be curved. We're just saying that it's a fallacy to say that water at rest is always perfectly flat, because it's just not a true statement. There are things that do cause it to deviate from flat, and so it's a valid question to ask.
Yeah,
Could
even with
other
waves,
things?
it's still 99% level.
Absolutely, water is always level.
Even with your waves and ripples and whatever.
When
Are water
unmanipulated
droplets
or acted
level?
on by any outside forces, it lays flat and level. Yes, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just asking, are water droplets level?
We're talking about the ocean. We're not talking about
And you're still
small
comparing one water droplet to large bodies of water.
an ocean.
No, I'm
Yeah.
just asking because you said it's always, no matter what water, it's always level. So I'm just asking
water's
you,
always
does
level.
it go the same for water
What happens
droplets?
when the drop hits the ground?
Why can't you get past droplets? That's not what we're talking about. Go ahead, guys. I got to shut
No,
up.
I'm just asking because you said it's always level. So yes or no for the water droplet? I'm just curious.
How about when the
always
water drop
speaks
hits the
level.
ground?
Water
I'm
takes
not
the shape
talking
of a
about hitting the
container and
ground. I'm
remains
just talking
level.
about a water droplet. Like if you wash the dishes, a droplet falls on the floor. Like as it's descending, is it level or what?
Yeah, you'll get some water surface tension in very small amounts of water. That's it. The whole thing falls apart after above 5 mils or something.
So it's not always level?
There's no surface tension in the ocean.
Well, we're not
I'm just talking about water in general.
Yeah, water in general, yeah, it's always level, always finds level. If you can show me where it doesn't,
Water droplet,
saying
that's
a
what I'm
water
talking
droplet is
about.
not it's not analogous because we're talking about
Can't be a
the
real
ocean,
person.
not a single
Why
drop of water. That's
bro,
ridiculous.
Why wouldn't there be
Comparing to the ocean.
You're comparing a drop to
The
a
ocean.
water to the ocean. It's ridiculous.
No, I'm not.
Why
You
would there
are, though.
not be surface tension on the ocean? Why not?
Big. Do you know anything about surface tension? How it works? It completely falls apart
The
after a
bigger it
certain
gets
amount,
doesn't
like
mean
5 mils or
surface
something.
tension like ceases to exist. You know what that means? Just because it gets big doesn't mean it ceases to exist.
Yeah, on small scale, but not on the size of the ocean, bro. The water
So
is
surface
level.
tension ceases to exist at a certain scale. What scale is that?
Yeah, it's above 5 mils or something of water. It won't hold surface tension.
Was easy next.
Yeah, so it's always water always finds level unless
No,
you can
that's
prove
not a real
otherwise.
response. We see waves
It's just an
undulate,
assumption.
right? The surface of the ocean is not horizontal. We see waves undulating. That's a form of surface tension. Way to go.
Waves? No. Waves are not surface tension, bro. And waves are
What do
measured
you
in
think? What do you think? What do you think happens at the larger scale? Like, what happens to the water molecules?
You're just assuming that water curves. You have no evidence of
You're
it. It's just an
assuming that it's
assumption.
horizontal. Show me the measurement of
No,
horizontal
we
water.
can see it's horizontal. We can
That's how
prove
water
it's
No, you
behaves
can't.
naturally.
You can't see the entire scale of the ocean with just your eye. So no, you're not seeing the horizontality from one edge of the container
Okay,
to
but
the
we
other.
can go from a shot glass of water all the way up to the biggest lake, and scale doesn't change how water works. It behaves the same, so it would be...
That's my point.
It only makes
So-
sense that
Yeah, so
oceans are
surface
level.
tension never goes away. It never ceases to exist.
That's an interesting point.
The surface tension only applies to very small amounts of water. We're talking about the ocean. There's no comparison.
Always gravity.
What's that? Bending space-time?
I think
No.
he just meant
I
density.
don't think any of us know what gravity is in here.
Yeah, it's just density.
I leave it up to the experts.
Well, whatever it is
It's a
or
religion
isn't,
or a cult. You can't
Whatever it
understand
is.
it. You just let other people understand it for you and tell you what to believe. Okay.
Whatever it is or isn't, there does seem to be a measurable attraction between masses. So that does raise a very valid question. Would a large body of water form a spherical shape due to that, right?
Right.
Yeah, there's no scientific evidence of mass attracting mass.
Well, I did a little
And yet-
experiment, and it looks like it actually does. Did you try?
Well, the hypothesis for, say, the Cavendish experiment, inverted commas, is if mass, then mass attracts mass. So that's not science.
Well,
It's just an assumption.
It's a measurement. If I can measure two masses accelerating towards each other for no other known cause, and that force of acceleration matches F equals gmm over r squared, then that's a valid measurement. That's data. That's real world data, and it raises some interesting questions, I think.
To be science, you need to vary and manipulate the presumed cause of the effect.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. That's science.
Yeah, you
have
do.
to-
That's
you
an
have to-
experiment.
Well, but I don't need to know why something happens. If I can 100% accurately predict that it will happen based on certain circumstances, and I can come up with a formula that describes that relationship, I don't need to know why it happens, but just the fact that it does happen is knowledge, is fact, is reality, right? Just because I don't know what causes it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's not science then. If you
What do
can't,
I
if you're
care?
not
What do I care?
manipulating the.
Yeah,
Well,
I
he says
think
it's an experiment, so maybe not call it experiment from now on to be correct.
I called it a
Strictly
measurement.
speaking.
If you were paying
Okay,
attention,
yeah.
I called it a measurement.
Pretty sure he called it an experiment, but anyway.
He asked if you have done the
Yeah,
experiment.
the variable you manipulate, you increase your distance from the surface of the Earth, and then you observe the difference in the gravitational effect on gravity. Now it's no longer a level surface. Now you have globular water on the ISS. So you can test this. It is an experiment.
That's a good
Globular
point.
water on the ISS?
Well, I have a question for let's say I did want to present my Cavendish experiment, my Cavendish measurement as an experiment. I did have an independent variable, the distance between the masses. I had a constant variables, the masses, and then I had the dependent variable, the resulting measured attraction. So how's that not all the components I need? And I had a hypothesis that the that measured attraction would be greater when the distance was less. So how is that not? And I varied the distance and I measured the difference in acceleration. So how is that not a valid scientific experiment? What part was it missing?
See, if I was a flat earther, I'd be scrambling thinking of something wrong, but there isn't. It's a fine experiment. You can do it.
Which isn't science.
All right, what scientific experiment provided evidence of a flat Earth?
We
Scale,
can't
not thinking how
science a
water
shape.
works.
It's a category error.
Could you provide a published definition for science for me, please? Because I'm pretty sure that the word science encompasses things more than just the scientific experiment, including simply the methodological study of things.
Well, yeah, generally speaking, science is to know, but specifically natural science is what we're talking about. Physics.
Right.
Cause and effect. So the cause and effect relationship between in nature regarding natural phenomena.
Right. That's why I'm asking.
To prove, you have to manipulate your presumed cause of the effect. So what's the presumed cause of gravity?
Well, see, but I'm asking you to link me to a published definition that backs up the one you just gave me, because you might be just redefining words to suit your purpose, right? I want to see it. Well, then great. Then link me to a published definition.
Crazy how we're trying to fit science into our paradigm, even though you people think you can gatekeep science. We can't even do science. Our science is invalid to you, so.
Well, okay. I googled science. The Oxford Languages Dictionary says the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, comma, experimentation, comma, and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained. So this sure looks to me like experimentation is one of the things that qualifies as science, but also observation and testing of theories against evidence obtained. So even if something is not technically a scientific experiment by the scientific method, it could still be part of science by the definition that I'm seeing.
Well, the definition basically says what I'm saying. It's natural occurring phenomena, and you're working out the cause of an effect through systematic experimentation.
Well, you're changing the definition. There's the word phenomena is not in the definition I just read.
At the start, it says natural.
Right, go look up the definitions of sex and gender and tell me if you agree with those.
That's irrelevant.
That's not the purpose of this.
Well, whatever the Google definition is doesn't mean it's 100% accurate. Sorry.
Non sequitur, red herring.
Non sequitur, red herring.
Well, anyway, regardless of how you may redefine the word science, I still measured the attraction of mass to mass, and that still raises a very important question. If mass does in fact attract mass, which my measurement seemed to confirm, then doesn't it make sense that a large ball of water or a large body of water would want to form into a ball?
Not at all.
Well,
what's your experiment? Just picking up a ball and dropping it?
No, I put it in the side chat at 40 past the hour.
Twisty torsion rod proves earth ball.
So we got to pause and watch a 10-minute video real quick.
Good idea.
Well, if you want to see my experiment, that would be the best way to see it. But it involved some lead bricks, some fishing line, cameras.
It's black and white security cams looking a little fishy.
Well, I had to enclose it inside a cardboard box to keep drafts off of it to eliminate air currents from upsetting it. And so the camera switched to its night mode, IR vision mode, because it was dark inside the box.
Because you're in night vision, bro, we gotta dismiss the whole thing.
I figured as much.
You're gonna need a light bulb in there.
Light bulbs create heat. Of course,
Which would be a variable.
You need a heatless light bulb in there.
People do Cavendish across the world every day in colleges. Everybody observes the same results from the experiment. It's repeatable. There's people out there that completely eliminated all other possible variables. Ah, mother effer, I got a phone call.
Anyone who says the Earth is flat is a retard, and I think you should not be considered a human being.
He used cold in a fairy.
Thanks for that. Your cope has been noted.
Short but sweet.
I don't see anything wrong with Cavendish.
Do you see my point, Daz, though? I mean, we know that surface tension can deform water. We know that magnetic field can deform the surface of water. We know that, like a spinning fish tank, it'll have a concave surface. And if you put a little level at any point on that surface, it'll measure its level. And there are several known things that do deform the surface of water. And if we can measure mass is measuring as having an attraction to mass, then doesn't it stand to reason that that also could deform the surface of water?
Well, dude, it is a huge claim that the ocean curves, opposite to natural law and what we observe. So you gotta have, there's no evidence of this. It's just an assumption. Like everything you assume, curving ocean, gas pressure next to a vacuum, the geometric horizon we can't see, distance to the sun, mass attracting mass, these are all assumptions.
Not at all.
I feel like this is just ignorance of not understanding all the interacting systems here, of why these work together. And there's countless models that work with each other for some reason, I guess, to you guys.
How do you say that mass attracting mass is just an assumption when I just showed you a video of me measuring it?
You hung two balls from a stick on a string, put two objects next to those balls. You watched your hanging objects move around, and you're like, yeah, mass attracting mass. You haven't isolated the cause of it. If anything, you did what you said earlier, which was identify the attraction based on the distance between the two objects. And
what do you think is
no one knows what the cause of gravity is, and especially hanging something from a horizontal stick is not going to identify the cause of gravity since gravity is down, right?
So you don't know the cause of gravity.
Does that mean that
So it's not proven?
Does that mean that it does not exist?
What is the cause of down?
Yeah.
What's the cause of up? It is easier to create an experiment to identify the cause of up and down at the same time, which is changing the medium. You could change the medium, and then you can change the elevation of the object within its medium. You can't isolate the cause of down.
You mean the medium the Cavendish is in? What about if it's in a Faraday cage?
Is it proving down or is it proving horizontal movement?
It's proving horizontal movement between the two balls.
None of it's proving you're standing on a spinning
How
ball.
would you go and say that these two objects moving horizontally to two other objects is proof of down?
Just because you see something happen doesn't mean you know why it's happening.
All right, so what's causing them to move horizontally towards each other?
Not my problem. Not my problem. Not my problem. You tell
unicorn
us what, farts. You figured that
it's
out.
unicorn
you tell us
farts.
what. You tell us what and how you figured it out.
Address this honestly.
Callie, it's unicorn farts, bro. Obviously.
That's dishonest.
No, it's 100% honest. You say gravity, I say unicorn farts. It's the same thing.
Yeah, you leave the container, and then you put down the two bricks next to your balls. You leave the container, you close the container, the unicorns fart on it, and then it moves.
Duh.
It's
I'm
proof
putting no
because
bricks
the
near
balls
my
move.
balls, buddy.
It's proof because the balls move. Therefore, unicorn fart.
Oh, we're for science.
Oh, well then let's do an actual scientific experiment, not something that affirms the consequent. Because in this scenario, unicorn farts exist because balls move.
Hey Daz, I tagged you in the side chat with some actual measurements and observations that show curving water.
Okay, I don't
Thanks, you don't have a look at it. Thanks, bro.
Mic check.
We heard a mic check.
Yeah, I don't even have to watch that silly thing here, this 3 mile lake test. If the earth starts curving at 3 miles out, complete that circle. Like, come on, people.
It's not Pontchartrain again, is it?
Nope, it's another lake. It's just a little lake compared to Pontchartrain.
It's just it's another white swan. They love those white swans.
If the earth starts curving at 3 miles out, you're living on a fucking what?
Grapefruit?
Well, it depends. How much drop is there?
Big is your fucking ball if it starts curving at 3 miles out. It ain't that fucking big. Think, man.
It's like, is it a Horizon video?
No, what I did was I took 2 flashlights and a telescope. I put them all 4 feet above the water, and I spaced them in a line 1.5 miles apart each. So I had the telescope, and then 1.5 miles out I had a flashlight, and then another 1.5 miles past that, roughly, I had another flashlight. All on tripods, all pointing back at the telescope. So basically, if the lake is flat, then the telescope and the 2 flashlights are also in a same flat plane exactly 4 feet above the water. And then I sighted. You know how you sight along the edge of a 2x4 at the hardware store to see if it's straight? Well, anyway, that's what I did. I set up the 3 lights, or the 2 lights in the telescope, parallel to the surface of the plane of the water, and then I sighted along them. And for some odd reason, the light in the middle appeared about 1.5 feet higher than the light at the far end, as if there was about 1.5 feet of bulge between me and the far end. Isn't that interesting?
It is interesting. Are you saying that this is Are you calling it a bulge?
Well, see, this is if I gotta explain life to some people sometimes. So basically, this is how life works.
Please, fuck.
Listen here, you condescending motherfucker.
Oh, come on.
We'll boot your ass out of here unless you just go ahead and affirm the consequent, and then we ask you about affirming the consequent. So why don't you just tell us what you think it is, and then tell us all the things that you eliminated, instead of going, well, I saw a bulge, call it a bulge, even though you can't prove it's a bulge.
Well, basically, first there was a hump, then there was a bulge.
All right, you're going to shut the fuck up. Anybody else want to pick up his baton?
Did you seriously just mute him?
He was just speaking in sex terms.
Yeah, I seriously just muted. Do you want to go ahead and pick up his baton? You want to watch his video and tell us if you see a bulge?
Yeah, says who?
No,
Why are you
I
so
was
afraid
just
of getting started?
Hump.
I was just
Let's
actively
work and-
listening to what he was saying because I don't think I've seen his videos, but I've seen some of what he's posted in the past few years, so I was just listening to him.
I saw the video. Where's the bulge?
So
supposed
he's
to be?
posted if you've seen it. Yeah, if you want to show us the bulge, or if you want to show us all the things that he's eliminated, like optical drop, refraction, the maximum of, usable distance of the tool, or the range of the tool, we could go on and on and on. Angular size change, all of that stuff. Can you show me in any of his videos where he accounts for that?
Why don't you let him explain any of that? He was getting to it, and I was listening. We were listening to him.
About a million times. Right. We've already heard it from him about a billion times. So, do you want to hear him bullshit you? Is that what you want to hear?
I haven't heard him explain this, so I was actually listening to him.
His videos.
No,
said
I
he's heard his
haven't
videos.
I haven't watched his videos. I've seen him post images before, but I've never watched any of his videos or heard him go in depth.
Terrific. So, Jesse, can you tell me how much optical drop you accounted for in your observation, since it was 3 miles?
I don't know. I just set the lights up and took the pictures. I'm not sure what you're
Jesse, you just set the lights up and then affirm the consequent. Is that what you're telling me? You don't actually account for refraction, optical drop, the maximum usable range of the tool. Those are 3 things I want to see from you in this observation. If I don't see it, you're just affirming the consequent, and you're calling what you see to be a bulge.
Well, what's the maximum range of a telescope?
I don't know. You tell me, how much optical drop is there in a telescope, depending on the distance that you're viewing the object?
I don't know of any. They use telescopes for really...
You don't know of any? Maybe you should research it. Tell me how much optical drop you get from the telescope.
I've not seen any evidence that I get optical drop from the telescope. So I guess you'd need
Okay, well, why don't you research it? Why don't you research it?
Well...
Certainly that would be something you would want to include in your claim, especially when some flat earther would come along and say, how much optical drop?
Well,
how much refraction was there on that day?
Well, remember, optical drop in a telescope is something that mainstream denies.
Remember, how much refraction did you account for that day?
I just set up the lights and took...
Okay, so you just did a really piss-poor observation and didn't account for anything, and then thought you were going to come in here and affirm the consequent with it. Is that about right? Does that sum it up?
No. Anyway, guys, I got to get to...
Oh, yeah, you can shut the fuck up. Get out of here.
Thanks, dude.
KJ, does that satisfy you?
Jesse, can you put a timestamp in the chat where the bulge is supposed to be? Because I don't see it in the video.
Is he saying that it is 18 inches of drop for every 3 miles at 4 feet in height?
No, sounds about right. 8 inches per mile squared. is the rate of curvature on the globe model.
So does this work with the mainstream numbers, is my question.
So you need to control height?
Does leave. You can ask him. I mean, he was threatening to leave, but he's got to go do something apparently. But they always do this. It's a fake leave. They can't even be honest about when they're going to leave a voice chat. Here, Jesse, since you're hanging around, what did you measure in this observation? And is it congruent with the globe mathematics?
It matches the globe pretty close.
Pretty close.
He's just a tool.
Yeah.
Hey, be nice.
Yeah, no, basically.
That was nice. That was being nice.
Basically, on a globe, if you had 3 points, 1 and 0.5 miles apart each, and you drew a straight line from the two endpoints, the middle point would be 1.5 feet higher than that straight line, right? And from what I could tell, there was a tree that was about 1 foot in diameter at the halfway mark, and so comparing how much higher the middle light appeared than the far light compared to the tree, it was ballpark, as far as I could tell, what the globe would say. Does that help? This was more of just an observation than a measurement.
How big a ballpark? Like close to home base or like out in the outfield?
But real close, like definitely within the standard refraction margin of error.
Shut the server down. This guy found Earth's curvature. I can't fucking believe it.
Anyway, guys, I do gotta go, so you all have a wonderful day.
Have a good one, Jesse.
Thanks, you too.
After years of jumping out of airplanes, I just never noticed the horizon. My bad.
Damn. Well, did you shout airborne when you jumped?
Only when I was ordered to.
Well, maybe it's the case that you didn't shout airborne and you didn't see the curve because of it. Maybe the shout was supposed to help you see the curve, and you just didn't do it.
Yo, says who? What the fuck is optical drop? What is that? Yeah, but
it's distortion within the lens itself. It's distortion within the lens itself.
Okay, do you know that all telescopes do that?
Oh, all telescopes are not a good measuring tool? Is that what you're telling me?
You're the one that thinks that you can't measure things with a telescope. You're saying
no, I didn't say that, did I? I asked him how much optical drop did he account for? I asked for it, and he did not answer. So once again, a straw man coming from Cali. What is right?
So
yeah,
has
caused by optics? It's caused by physical curvature.
The curvature of the lens. So there's a distortion within the lens, correct?
Yeah, but not every telescope has the same amount of curvature. So why does everybody's observation of the horizon?
Great. Well, it's even worse now. So what you're saying is there's different telescopes that are even worse than other ones. Which kind did he use?
If you think that a telescope's lens is going to cause Earth curve,
why don't you attack? Yeah, you just told me it was going to. You just told me it was going to.
Telescopes are
right?
different.
You just told me that they all have different amounts. Yeah, you just told me that all telescopes have different amounts of optical distortion or optical drop, which means it all has to be accounted for when we're viewing something like, I don't know, lights, or the horizon, or the water, or whatever. So what I'm going to ask you, Callie, how much optical drop or distortion did Jesse account for in his observation?
No such thing. That was my point.
Oh, so now it doesn't exist, even though a second ago you said all telescopes have different amounts of optical distortion. So now you're double speaking?
Claim. If optical drop could be caused by the lens of a telescope, then every telescope would cause a different amount of optical drop. That's not what we observe, you fucking clown.
That's correct. Oh, it's not what we observe.
Right, so what you're calling optical drop is actually fixed in reality. It's called Earth curve. Every telescope, no matter the shape of the lens, is going to be able to observe drop over distance. Okay?
So no matter the shape of a lens, if we're using a GoPro, you know, and then we put a telescopic lens on it, there will be no distortion in that image, right?
You're a coward for muting me, so fuck off.
Oh, yeah, you're a bitch.
I don't think they think before they speak. They just yammer.
Not really.
So the gentle lady who was speaking earlier, do you think it could be the case that his little light was elevated due to a similar experience that's in the video that I posted, Skunk Bay time lapse? Because you can watch that video and watch the other side of the bay rise and fall and shrink and expand throughout the course of a day.
If you're referring to me, I don't know. I've probably seen that thing a million times, though, if I know what you're referencing. Yeah, it just comes down to we all just need to go out and do this kind of stuff ourselves.
Right. Which is why we offer the Black Swan, because you can take the measurement, make your own measurement, your own time at your own area. Right. All you got to do is remember the square root of the observation height in feet times 1.2. And that'll give you the geometric shape distance to the horizon. And if you see farther than that, then you're not seeing the geometric shape horizon.
Sure.
Is this the KJ that was at one time on the 24/7 2.0 server?
Hey, yeah, it is.
Great. Good to see you. Are you entertaining the ball again? What's up?
I'm asking questions, trying to figure things out. So I guess some of you know I met my husband on the server.
Yeah.
So I got something out of it, you know. We have a kid now, but
Great.
just been so busy with life, you know, trying to raise a family. Don't have time really for this kind of stuff anymore. But
I got you.
Just curious, you know. I like giving people chances. So, like Jesse, I know I used to like not be so respectful toward him and other people who do view Earth as a globe, and it's just like it's not that big of a deal to me. If the Earth is a globe, that's cool. If it's like a donut, you know, whatever. If it's a pyramid, whatever. I don't care, but I'm just questioning, trying to understand because I do love the truth. So, flat or not, you know, just trying to figure things out.
Fair enough. Well, I'm glad things are doing well for you. Tell Glad hello for us.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Well, welcome.
Who's the man? Is the man a flat earther?
I heard that. I know that guy.
Ooh, Glad. Great guy. I miss him.
Yeah.
He's definitely better now. Let me just say that.
Kids do that to you.
Sorry, what?
I said children will do that to you.
Yeah, definitely was a big part of it. speaking of children, I have to attend to my little baby who wants to stand up. So, nice talking with you guys. Have a good one.
Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Thank you.
I remember I didn't have to care about a damn thing, and then I got kids, and then I had something to care about.
Yeah, it's better that way, anyways.
Better to have kids than not. You might think not at the time, when you're in your 30s or in your late 20s or whatever, but you'll appreciate it when you get older.
Yeah. Still waiting on grandbabies, but I'm not in a rush.
Crypto, good afternoon, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning,
How
old
are you
chap.
guys? Sorry?
Good morning, old chap.
Morning. How's everyone doing today?
Stellar.
Stellar like parallax. So I see we've had Jesse Path of Light in the chat. Oh, he's gone. What a shame. I saw Callie got annoyed and buggered off as well, which is a real shame.
These guys, for years, have been aware that the flat earther position is that optical effects and perspective effects have been hijacked to give the illusion of some sort of bulge or hump or earth curve. And so they continue to bring in observations where they don't account for any perspective or optical effects and say, look, here's earth curve. And I'm wondering what day that will stop, because that is Jesse's shtick. Hey, look, I viewed something in this shitty instrument over now hundreds of miles, and this looks like earth curve to me. Okay, well, what did you account for? How many optical effects did you involve in these measurements or calculations? Oh, just like one. Wow. Okay.
I prove the Earth starts curving at 3 miles out. I gotta go now. You guys have a good day.
Cheers, buddy.
Like, what does he live on, a fucking 28-mile fucking ball?
Yeah, that math matches up whatever ISS shows.
Oh, how did they get the ice in the sky? It's constantly rolling around the ball. It was not the case that we went to space and seen a ball from space. It was the case that we were staying on the ground, claimed it was a ball, and then allegedly went to space to see it as a ball.
Come on, you haven't seen those photos yet? There's an 18-hole golf course on the moon now. You didn't know that?
Bro, they're definitely getting ready for a hotel.
There is a restaurant on the moon. Apparently the food's really good, but there's no atmosphere.
Uh-oh.
It's called Facades.
Like that.
It's in space, Australia.
It's a strange.
I heard they got space.
I was talking to a flat earther and he said he was going to prove the flat earth by finding the edge. I said, you'll come around.
Oh no. Do that time of day.
Yeah, I was looking for a Australian-made TV. I couldn't find one. They all seem to be built-in antenna.
Hello. Welcome.
Good morning, good evening,
Goodbye.
goodbye.
Ruining stuff on the way through. What the actual fuck?
There's a fake fuck?
Sorry?
I said there's a fake fuck?
I don't know what that means.
You said what the actual fuck. I said there's a fake fuck?
Sorry, I'm playing a game.
Yeah, so actual and metaphysical.
Yeah, what the metaphysical fuck?
Like metaphysical is like when you fuck something up. You know, it's just like there's something metaphysical about it, I suppose. I like the idea of a Titanic in space movie. You know, they build this giant. Sorry?
Titanic in Space Australia.
Yeah. So this rich guy, they build a giant, luxury spaceship. They put all these celebrities and stuff on it, and off they go for the maiden voyage, and it hits a meteor or something, and then it's like this ship will implode.
Slammed into a star.
Yeah, scraped the side of a asteroid. Of course, there's not enough
Women and
light.
women.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's set in the future, so it's men first.
Oh.
Men with man buns.
Yes, it's men first. It's sort of flipped. It's like the moon mission is almost like Columbus coming back from America and going, "Oh, well, what was it like?" And he's like, "Oh, yeah, it's pretty good." It's like, "You going to go back?" And it's like, "No, don't worry. It's too hard."
Too many naked lasses over there.
Yeah, it's just too far and it's too expensive and there's nothing there anyway.
I knocked a golf ball around for a while, drove a buggy. I'm never going back.
But we found Greenland. You can go there.
It's a story that they swapped Greenland and Iceland names around. Has anyone heard that story?
I've heard it.
So they changed Iceland to Greenland to fool the Vikings. Have you heard that story?
I believe I heard it in the case of they called the island, the tiny island, Iceland, so that nobody would want to go there because they would think it was full of ice.
Hmm.
I have not checked to verify if it's true.
But what do? They like swap out there's a Viking just sailing along and there's a sign, Greenland that way, Iceland that way, and they're like, someone switched the signs maybe.
G'day, g'day, g'day. So, Daz, have you ever been to Space Australia?
So anybody here think the Earth is a spinning ball and literally nothing?
Yes, yeah, I do.
Congratulations, sir.
Yeah, gravity.
Oh, damn. Thought about that one, so you may be right. Okay. There's a whole story in everything, so it must be real. I guess.
Yeah.
They wouldn't get all that trouble making up that whole story and everything, would they? Nah, no way. There's a 50-50 chance that was a right turn by crypto in England. Was it a right or a left turn?
So I didn't hear that. Say again.
That was a right turn in England by crypto.
You are correct.
All right, I had a 50-50 chance. I think I've got every one of those right so far.
Well done. You smashed that one.
When you go into a roundabout, you don't have to use your turn signal, do you?
Do you even have roundabouts in America?
We have a few.
Yeah, I thought that was an English thing.
The band Yes had a song called Roundabout. Were you aware of that?
Oh, really? Fair enough. Right, I better skedaddle. I'll chat to you guys later.
Watch out for the earth curvature.
Yeah, don't worry, I've got Coriolis insurance, so I'm good.
Fair enough.
Bye.
Once again, we have wide open airwaves for empirical evidence of the globe model that everybody thinks is reality and is true. But they never seem to provide this empirical evidence. That is an issue. Back to the next person or dead silence. We'll see. Okay, I guess we're going with dead silence for the moment. Once again, for anyone that happens to be listening to wherever this is being broadcast, YouTube, Rumble, wherever, Discord, we are here basically because there is no proof, no empirical, direct, in reality proof of the globe model and the whole heliocentric idea of our cosmology. If you're listening to this and you have some of that empirical proof, please join the call, share it with us. Thank you. Now there's somebody that's got some globe empirical proof. Heretic, I know you got some. Come on, man.
Well, I've been thinking about it, and maybe water does just curve.
Oh, you got a point there. Even though every instance of any human ever witnessing bodies of water, they don't curve, but maybe they do.
But think about it. If they did, they would look like they didn't.
Right. So the lack of them looking like they're curved means they could be curved.
Yeah, that's what we would expect if they're curved.
Yeah, that's what you'd expect to see on a globe, of course.
Yeah, you expect to see a flat Earth, so I think the flat Earth must prove the globe.
Right. So it's a flat globe. No, wait a minute.
I mean, that's what they tell me in here all the time.
Yeah. It all looks flat and it feels motionless, but really in motion and it's curving somehow, somewhere. Right. Got it.
That's good enough for me. That's exactly what I would expect. I'm sold.
Yeah.
That's it. Gotta be a globe.
Yeah, we got to quit being so obstinate about these actual physical demonstrations and stuff, right? We just got to go with the flow. Everybody else knows it's a globe, so what are we doing here?
Yeah, we're just out here denying facts.
God. That's dummies. That's stupid flat earthers, man. What do we know?
All this time.
Even Denmark, he knows it's a globe, but he ain't going to say it. It's not being as smart.
I know what.
You know, you live on a spinning ball and literally nothing. Come on, admit it, man.
Oh yeah, I think Jaren's got that part covered. He lives on a so big ball that it's flat, like a square cube.
Of course it is. Heretic and I were just discussing it. You would expect to see on a globe that everything's flat and feels motionless. You'd expect that, right? So it's
Oh yeah, you'd expect it to be the most horizontal you've ever thing you've ever seen in your life for 24,000 miles, a horizontal line. So awesome. You expect no curve like that. You know what I mean? For a ball.
Because it's a globe. Because these guys all had telescopes, and they made up this whole story about the sky. So how could they have done that if it wasn't a globe? Think about it.
Well, I mean, how can they make the protractor so big on top it matches the bottom and becomes an equal sign? You know what I mean? Think about it.
Yeah. Gotta be a globe. Come on, man.
I mean, could it be anything else? Is there like no other choice in human history of any other thing that it could be? It's just, no, it's a ball. You just watch your mouth.
Yeah, I spent some time thinking about it, and it's a globe because what else could it be?
Right. If you don't have an alternative, then all these smart guys must have figured out something. Never mind, they never actually directly proved anything, but they got a damn good story about it. And most of the math works if you use it in isolated incidents and stuff. So, gotta be a globe. Of course. I mean, if there was no stuff in the sky, maybe it wouldn't be a globe at that point. But some stuff in the sky that makes it a globe. Okay.
So what you're telling me is, if sky, then globe.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I get it.
Stuff in sky equal globe. Whenever the stars and stuff do, and the sun and the moon and all that stuff up there, they have to be going around a globe. It's the only thing I could think of. They wouldn't lie about that, so there you go.
Yeah, just went outside and checked. Yeah, there is a sky, so it has to be a globe.
Damn.
It's a globe.
Yeah, that's correct. Peter was right this whole time, man. My bad, Peter. It really is.
I never looked at the sky, heretic. Why you look at the sky to find the globe?
I never thought about looking at the sky.
I can see it in the stars. It's written in the stars.
You see, you see the reflection of the globe.
Yeah.
In a way, that is true, geometrically speaking, but we're not gonna fight that fight today.
Just thank God for people like you, Peter, that come in here and remind us of the globe story and everything.
I think of myself like one of those missionaries who went to South America in the early days of European discovery of the continent, bringing the light and bringing the truth.
So, like a fat sack of shit, rich European.
So this is the
like
beginning.
A slim Spaniard with an awesome sword.
Oh, cool.
We're just finding out about the globe. Peter's a pioneer, a globe pioneer.
Yes, and probably a martyr eventually.
Oh, that's cool.
Hey, we're all about peace here. Well, except for on the debate front, I guess.
Yeah, my son is named after a Christian European martyr who went to the north, to the Baltic Sea, and preached the gospel and preached against slavery, and he got cooked alive. So that may happen to me here preaching the globe.
Ironically, Christianity does condone slavery, so.
He didn't.
I know, but Christianity does.
Well, he didn't.
That's good. But you can't really preach to both of them at the same time.
He did.
Then it was illogical.
Where does Christianity
good for him.
Slavery?
Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. I'll quote it for you.
You guys are getting off topic.
That's not Christianity. That's ancient Judaism.
Yeah, we're looking for New Testament. You have
Oh,
anything
New
in the New
Testament? Yeah, for
Testament?
sure. We don't need to talk
Specifically,
say
no
religion talk. No religion talk.
Yeah,
I mean,
let's
we
not
can
talk
mention
about that. I
past.
feel like it doesn't make sense.
You're
It doesn't
getting
need
off
to be a
topic. We're
focus for
trying
this
to praise the globe here. Sorry, here too. We're
That's
giving the globe the praise it deserves because it's the globe. It it's so cool. It spins and it goes.
Wait,
in all
since
these
we're on this topic anyway, about like people in Africa, missionaries and things like that. Before the discovery of North and South America and Africa, the Eurasian continents, they believed that they were the only people, and if they had sailed a certain distance away from that, they would have fallen off the earth.
That is true. That's one point. Yeah.
So, like,
Hey, I want to debate you about the globe. Are you ready?
yes,
That's
sir.
true. They may
Okay.
have
So
thought
give me
that.
your best evidence or proof for globe.
Best evidence or proof? Okay. Since we're on this, I wonder if this is even an argument. Conveniently, the idea of the flat Earth has changed over time with more geographical discoveries. Like,
That's cool.
Our understanding of the flat Earth has changed with time. And why has it changed with time?
Ideologies
It's a
change
valid
with
thing.
time. Give me the main reason, if you could explain one reason why we should think that the Earth is a globe, or why. Yeah.
The position of the stars, but I feel like I'm being redundant because I've talked about that like 3
Okay.
times here.
All right. Well,
I wanted to talk about
now you're
something
talking
new.
to a pro. Okay. So here we go. So
Okay.
let me be more precise with my question. Why should we think that the Earth is a globe with the radius of approximately 6,371 kilometers?
Oh, that's like multiple questions in one.
No,
So
now
first of all,
focus on this one. I flipped on.
there's the question of like, is the Earth a globe at all? Right? And once we say yes or no, then we can go on to what would be the radius of the globe.
I love
That would
it.
be 2
I
separate
love it.
arguments.
Let's go with the first one first.
Okay. So why should we assume that the Earth is a globe? Right?
Yes, proceed.
Okay.
Lost me at a
I'm going to
suit.
go with something super simple. Polaris is only visible from the northern hemisphere of the globe, and that directly disproves the flat Earth because on a flat surface you'd be able to see every single star, and it just doesn't happen like that. And ironically, it's only the northern hemisphere.
Okay.
See,
Well, we don't
Heritage,
have. No,
stuff in
wait.
sky.
Dave? Can I just give me 5 minutes?
I was just saying stuff in sky, of course.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, let's not introduce hemispheres yet, because, like you correctly said, we first need to determine if it's a globe or not, and if it's not a globe, there are no hemispheres to speak of.
Oh, it proves the hemispheres exist. That's my point.
Okay. I'm curious. You got my attention. So you're saying, depending on my location on the surface of Earth, which as of now is undetermined whether it has curvature or not, I see certain stars like Polaris, and in other locations I don't see those stars, correct?
Yes, sir.
This could be explained because of behavior of light.
Go on.
There could
Which
be
specific behavior?
Well, I'll give you 2 ideas. One could be the light travels in such ways through some layers above us that cause it to bend, and it never reaches my eye, even though geometrically speaking, from any position on Earth, I have a line of sight to Polaris, but the light is diverted and it never reaches my eye. That's one. How about this one?
How about this one? Oh, okay. I thought you were going to provide me the second one after that.
No.
The only
one at
issue
a
with
time.
that idea is that conveniently it would work like maybe for 1 or 2 stars, right? I totally understand what you mean, but it ignores the fact that these basic patterns in seeing the stars are visible everywhere, and there's no principle of light behavior that describes it. And if there is, I could be totally wrong. You would just have to provide me a source to something that says it, and I will take time to research it.
Right, but we could, it's a possibility that there's, even though light behaves in certain ways when we study it on Earth, maybe there are layers of some material or something in between us and the stars that affect propagation of light rays or photons, if you will.
That is a fair thing to say, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say, what is the second one?
The second one would be that perhaps the stars are so low above the surface of the flat Earth that when we move away from their ground position far enough, the elevation angle between us and them becomes so small that we cannot resolve them.
That is also a really reasonable thing to say. But like, they would have to be really, really close for that to happen.
Yeah.
Like, I'm talking like 20 feet.
I don't think 20 feet, but probably a few hundred miles, maybe.
Well, like, in order to reach an angle of 0, you would have to have something that is proportionate to that hundreds of miles away. So
That's
that would
true.
be like, that would be literally millions of miles.
I agree with you that if that were true, and if we eliminated the optical possibility, the first one, then we would be able to kind of predict what type of triangle that the three positions should form on the flat Earth: my location, GP, and the star, and therefore calculate or estimate the height of the star. Yeah, but that's a possibility. So I like the first one more.
Yeah, for sure. I was gonna lean on the first one as well, a little
no
more.
globe?
So no globe? Oh no, definitely not. The only thing that, if you could provide a source that describes the principle of light that we're talking about, I would. Or you don't even have to provide a source; just name what it is and tell me why it happens.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm just saying it could be another explanation. Yeah.
However, could doesn't mean it is. Like, there's plenty of things that we could say that can't be disproven or proven.
But
that's not really an argument.
Absolutely. But now your argument for the globe has become weaker because you yourself invited a layer of complexity between what you're describing and the shape of the Earth, and now you have to unwrap the gift in front of everybody. So you lose.
I don't believe that's a loss. That's more of a weakened, sure. It's only weakened because I'm providing you the benefit of the doubt. I know myself that there's no principle of light that predictably just combine two words, follows that exact pattern that we're discussing.
Sure, I don't know everything either, but if I had $1 for every time I heard a person lose an argument using exactly the argument you provided, I would have $134.
Damn! Do you not already have $134?
I spent some of those dollars, but I did have.
That's fair. Okay. So I'm going to say that
you want to try
have
again?
Some really reasonable points, but we cannot base your argument off of what ifs. What if this principle exists, and that would prove it? It's not something that's proven, and as flat earthers typically like to say, it's not something that I can exactly test. Like, if I were to use the same logic that you guys typically use, I'd say, show me a model or an experiment that would prove this predictable pattern of light. And you wouldn't be able to do it.
All right. Well, I can give you one. Let's travel between us and the star, and at every point between us and the star, let's examine the environment to see if there might be a layer that affects propagation of light. How about that?
Can you perform that experiment for me?
I don't think so. I think it's very hard.
Do you think it's physically possible to perform such a dream experiment under our understanding of stars? These stars are light years away. So it would literally take billions of years.
Now you invited another component of your framework into the discussion. How do you know that? Now you have to defend that statement. Yeah.
I said based on our current understanding. We measure these kinds of things based off red shifts and blue shifts.
Substantiate your claim.
Substantiate my claim? My claim is simply that you cannot be positive in what you're saying. You're making the positive claim here. You're saying we're capable of doing this. I'm saying we're not.
Okay, check this out. Now you've invited into your simple argument, a simple question about the curvature or lack thereof. You now invited an entire framework of astronomy, cosmology, advanced optics, redshift, blue shift, probably eventually quantum mechanics, and the entire body, like you've just invited Feynman's lectures on physics, all 3 volumes, into the conversation, and now I'm going to grill you on every single aspect of it until you give up or go on server mute. Let's go.
That's supposed to be an argument? You know that I'm not like super well educated in physics. I've never taken a physics class in my life. I know the very
But you have
basics
just
from
invited
calculus.
all of physics into the room. The 3 volumes of Feynman's lectures on physics just entered the chat.
I'm talking about basic Earth space science. So the way in which we measure from here to the stars, as simple as it is, we can go into all of these things, but it's widely unnecessary.
Explain
You
redshift
are not
and
a
blue shift.
physicist.
Go.
You are not an astronomer. Neither am I. So we're both not going to have such an extreme degree of knowledge that we
But
could
you
spend all this
invited
time
that
even talking about
knowledge.
it.
You
I
invited
did
that knowledge.
invite the very basic degree of this knowledge, but you're the one who even brought it up in the first place. How
Yeah,
do you
but
know that the stars are hundreds of miles away?
Okay, well, I have Richard Feynman in my PFP, so I am ahead of you. All right, explain redshifts and blue shift. Go.
Redshifts and blue shifts, when something is moving away from us, it has more of a redshift due to the principle of... Fuck, I forgot.
There
Hold
you
up.
go.
I know the principle, I promise. It's the same thing like why pitches bend when something's moving towards you away from you. But I forgot what it's called.
Okay, well, you're losing.
What is it called? You
I
don't
don't
know
know.
either.
It's your argument.
Yeah, you don't know either. So you and I are in the same boat. Let's learn
First of
together.
all, it applies to waves.
Yeah, it applies to waves, which is exactly what I just told you.
Wavelength changes, right, as you move away from something.
Yep.
Now prove this applies to the light.
What is this principle called?
Doppler shift. We know it applies to sound waves, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Truism is the trivial example is your ambulance, right? With the siren on. Now
Yeah,
prove
for
that
sure.
this applies to light originating from stars. Go.
For sure. Ooh,
I
I'm
am
getting
inviting you
notifications on my
to
Chrome.
show to us that this principle applies to electromagnetic waves and specifically those that originate from stars.
I cannot show you that.
Okay, so your argument just fell apart.
There are plenty of things that we've discussed that we cannot directly show to each other. You're aware of that. You're a smart person.
Yes, the trick is to minimize that set to the absolute
But
minimum to
everything
prevail.
that you've said so far has been purely hypotheticals that have not only not been scientifically proven by anybody whatsoever, but you yourself cannot provide a single experiment that you could do to do it. Like, my knowledge is at least existing
trying
knowledge,
to
things
prove
that
with
have
love
been
right
proven, while I simply don't know the intricacies of the principles in which I'm trying to show to you, but they are principles that have been proven by people much smarter than both of
So
us.
how can you convince me if I'm resisting your argument? How can you convince me by introducing all these tangential mechanisms and claimed effects that you're not willing to explain to me?
My goal is not to convince you, it is to find some kind of common ground between me and you. If I went
I
into this
love what
argument
you
saying
just
that,
said. And you're
yeah,
not doing
some
that
common
because you're
ground,
inviting all 3 volumes of Feynman's lectures into the
and
conversation
you
without walking me
yourself
through them.
are inviting things that cannot be proven and cannot be disproven.
My friend, I have
So,
proven the
like, you're
globe
not even
many a time.
inviting anything. You're just inviting fallacy. You're saying just because we can't prove it doesn't mean it's not there, doesn't mean it's not true, and it proves my point somehow. No, it
Well,
doesn't.
no, you cannot just, you're unable to make your argument stand in front of me because you've introduced several concepts that you cannot even articulate.
I can't articulate everything about everything in regards to a concept. You are right.
It should
Neither
be
can you.
easy to demonstrate the curvature, the geometric curvature of the Earth or lack thereof without
Yeah,
introducing
it's super
redshift
easy.
and blue
You just
shift.
need to take a simple trigonometry class, and you can do that. It's not that hard. Mile
Why are
squared
you
times 8
introducing
inches.
blue shift and redshift into a conversation about
Because
terrestrial
we're talking
measurement
about
of curvature?
stars, not the curvature of the Earth.
Why are we talking about the stars and not the
Because the
curvature of the Earth?
stars and their positions relative to the Earth and the visibility from people on Earth directly correlate to a globe and not to a flat area of land.
I asked you specifically how we observe and measure the curvature or lack thereof, and you introduced me to your friends, aka stars.
We discussed, well, how do we know that the radius is this? I forgot what specific number it was. I'm not that well off when it comes to the radius of the Earth. But you did introduce a number, and I divided it into
You're
two
just a trans
questions.
faggot.
Number one, the biggest one would be, is the Earth round? Assuming that the Earth would be round, we can get an accurate measurement
I
of
love
that
it.
using
So far,
basic
so good.
mathematics. I can
Answer the
show
first
you the
question.
mathematics.
How
I'm sure
can
you're
we tell
college
that it's round?
educated.
How can we tell that it's round?
That's what we've been talking about. Don't be irrational.
And you introduced redshift and blueshift, which
I
I
introduced
remain
the
confounded.
position of the stars. And
position?
then we're starting to talk about it, the position of the stars.
What about it?
They correlate to a round Earth and not to a flat Earth. And without using some made-up principle of light, you cannot prove or show any kind of explanation as to why. Something I like
Yes, I can.
is that Heretic
I
at
can
least
provide-
provided
I can
some
provide a
kind
number
of
of explanations.
model. Because I've talked to Heretic about this before. He at least provided a model and explained that it's actually because the stars rotate around the Earth, and that due to the fact that some parts of the Earth are day and some parts are night, that whenever they revolve, the parts that are night are going to see them based on their position, and the parts that are day are not. It was like a super simple
Perfect.
explanation.
So now we have three. Now we have three options.
No, we don't have three options because A, that assumes a lot of things about the behaviors of stars that ignores the fact that northern and southern hemispheres have day and night. I could go on and
We
why
don't
it's
have
not true,
hemispheres yet.
but he
We
at
just
least
have
provided some kind of model to support his thing. Your argument is that we don't know, so that means that I have to know. It's like, it's not a valid argument. And then you overcomplicate things by bringing in information that is totally irrelevant.
Okay,
to the
I'll do better.
conversation.
I'll do better. Here's my argument.
You should learn from Heretic, because Heretic
Here-
is at least good at pissing me off.
Okay, here's my argument. 2 light years away from us, there's a layer of material in the galactic space between us and Polaris.
Source?
And it's causing the light. Hold on. And it's causing the light. Let me make my claim first. And it's causing the light to bend in such a way that it focuses on the locations closer to what we would call the North Pole, the GP of Polaris, but it disperses as we move away from there. That's why we don't see Polaris. Now, ask me your question.
Source?
I am not sure. I read about it, but I don't really fully
You did not
understand
read
it.
about it. It is not a real
I
thing.
don't fully understand it.
That has not happened.
I don't understand it the same way you
I
don't
refuse
understand
to tackle
redshift and
these like
blueshift.
extremely idiotic arguments. That doesn't make any sense. You
But I
read it
don't-
somewhere.
I can't.
I've read that
I'm
like
sorry. I think it has something to do with the Doppler effect, but I forgot about it. So
it literally doesn't, dude.
that's exactly what you did.
This is
You
just
introduced
disappointing.
redshift and blueshift, and you couldn't explain it at
You
all.
cannot
So
provide a source that suggests why
Neither
this
can
is a
you.
thing. You cannot
Neither-
provide a source that it explains that this exists. You don't
Neither
even
can
know
you.
yourself anything about it. You just said you read it somewhere.
neither can you. So did you. You heard about redshift and blueshift, and you just dropped it
I
on
studied
me
it in
like
school.
nobody's business. Okay, what is it?
The shifting of wavelengths as things move away from an object and move towards it. We've already talked about it.
Why does it apply to light? Light consists
Why
of
does it
photons.
apply to light?
Yeah.
Because light waves act as both a wave and a particle. Is that not true?
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, not in the standard model of particle
Says
physics.
someone with a high school education. Like, oh, am I supposed to believe you over the thousands of scientists who would directly disagree with you? People with PhDs in these kinds of things. You believe that you are smarter than these people based on something you read on
The reason why
Google?
you should trust me is because I had to pass an exam, pass an exam on quantum mechanical behavior of light.
Okay.
And I'm telling you it consists of particles, known as photons, and they are not both particles and waves.
They are not both particles and waves, but they behave as particles and waves. That's like fundamental.
Everything
It's
behaves
really,
like
really
particles
simple.
and waves. Everything. Electrons too. Atoms
Besides
too.
particles.
Oh, substantiate your claim.
substantiate my claim. I don't have to. You know that that's not true. You're literally a college
You said a
educated person.
truism. You behave as a particle and a wave in certain ways. So that's not an argument.
In certain ways.
Yep.
Can you explain to me a single way in which I act like a wave?
All the particles that you consist of behave like waves and particles, but more like particles.
Am I a
than
particle?
waves. You're a collection of particles.
Quantum mechanics does not apply to large things. That's not how it works.
Of course it does.
Physics changes when things get really small. That's literally the
What
entire
are you
study
made
of
of? What
quantum
are you made
mechanics.
of? No, it
We are
doesn't.
made up of particles, but quantum mechanics, they affect such small areas of us that it doesn't really affect us at all.
Okay, what is holding the nuclei of the atoms that you're made of together?
That is so irrelevant. I don't
It's very
understand why you're bringing
relevant.
that up.
Why do multiple protons
See, this is
stick
the
close
thing that
to
you
each
guys like
other
to do
even though
is
they
you like
repel
to
each
make an
other?
absurd claim and then have me explain your absurd claim. No, we do not.
You're the one
Quantum
who invited
mechanics
all
and
3
physics are
volumes of lectures in
separated for
physics
a
into the
reason.
conversation. You invited all of physics into this conversation.
You invited all of physics into this conversation. I
No, I
merely
didn't. I
highlighted
just
how
innocently asked
stars
you,
are
how
not
come you
close
know
enough
that
to
the Earth
perform a
curves?
dumbass experiment. And if they were, we would have already done that dumbass
Okay,
experiment.
demonstrate that it's true.
Demonstrate that it's true.
Yeah, in this conversation,
That
the
stars
reason,
millions of miles away.
yeah, the reason why you're here, each and every one of us can pick up an advanced physics
Why is
text
the
and
sun so
read
much
it, but you're
closer?
here to present your argument, right?
The sun is vastly bigger than every other star we see in the star. And
How do you know that?
how do we know that? Because I can see it. I can observe the sun being massively
How do you
larger
know they're one
than
and
these
the
other
same
things.
thing? That what you call the sun
They're
and
both
what you call
stars.
Polaris are the same? How do you know that?
This is purely hypothetical. They both behave as stars.
We just call them stars, but you call them stars. Some of us call it the sun and the stars or celestial bodies. How now? Demonstrate to us that they're one and the same thing.
I cannot demonstrate that to you.
Then why did you bring it up?
What can we demonstrate in a Discord call relevant to the topic?
Very few things.
Very few things.
For
So
example,
does
I
that
know
just
very little.
automatically discredit every single argument that is made?
No.
I can't demonstrate that 38 times 452 is some random answer. Because like I don't understand what you're trying to get at.
Let me
Like
answer
we
your
can't
question.
demonstrate much.
You asked a question and now you went on a kind of soothing rant to soothe yourself. Let me answer your question. I, for example, know very little about chemistry and biology. Therefore, I do not bring anything related to chemistry and biology into my arguments about the curvature of the Earth. Why are you bringing up components of the framework that you don't understand to discuss whether there is curvature or not? It should
Do you
be
know
much
everything
simpler
about
than that.
quantum mechanics?
No, I know very little.
Okay.
And I
Do
never
you know
bring
everything
quantum
about
mechanics to
calculus?
my arguments. I never bring calculus into
Do you know everything
my
about
discussion of the curvature of the Earth.
Do you know everything about this random thing that you're talking about that somehow explains the position of the stars relative to the Earth?
I
In fact,
know a
do
little
you
bit,
know
but I never bring
anything
this.
at all related to this?
Here's what I know. I know a lot about the nature of Euclidean triangle.
Dude, that's like high school math. Whoa, okay.
And that's enough
That's
to
really easy.
demonstrate the existence or lack thereof of curvature.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
If you know so much about Euclidean triangles, is that what you called them?
Euclidean triangles, triangles that exist in Euclidean planes, yes.
Without using a calculator, what is cosecant of 0.5?
I don't know. Why would I know that?
Why would you bring it up then?
Because I can easily look that up.
Because you don't know anything about this. Like, you're bringing up this really complicated topic, but you can't tell me everything about it. What? That doesn't make any sense.
I can show you a GeoGebra
Okay,
that
prove to me
calculates that
right now the unit circle. Go. Prove to me that it exists.
In what sense? Physical?
There's no physical unit circle.
True, so that's
Why
why I
does the
asked.
unit circle have accurate measurements of cosine and sine and tangent. Go. And if you know so much
Because
about
it
these triangles, like,
represents.
come on.
Well, but I'm not understanding your question. I will engage. If
Yeah, you don't know what the unit circle is, so you don't know everything about this concept that you brought up.
A unit circle, a circle with the radius of 1?
Yeah, how does that explain the measurements of
So
sine,
why do you say
cosine,
unit
tangent?
circle? There's no difference between that circle and any other circle. All circles are the same. They just differ by the radius.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how the unit circle can be used to accurately measure sine, cosine, and tangent.
Because it represents the geometric relationships between straight lines and angles?
Prove it.
I'm not going to prove it. I'm going to cite it.
I don't think you can prove it.
I don't have to prove it. I
See,
can
like,
lean on it to prove
crazy how you
the
bring this up and
shape
you don't
of
know
the
anything
Earth.
about it, right? Like, that's the entire thing. You can't prove it to me. You can't show to me that it exists or that it functions.
I don't have
in this
to.
Discord call.
I can make a
You
much
don't
simpler
have
argument.
to. That is my point. You cannot make this irrational claim that because I can't explain everything that I
Why
bring
are
up,
you
that you
putting me in a
yourself
position?
are capable of doing these things. We both cannot prove every single thing that we bring
But I
up. We
didn't
cannot
bring
explain
that up
every
in my
intricacy
argument.
of everything that we bring up. So stop bringing these things up.
You're
Like, you
using
literally
this
just
trick.
lost by conceding the fact that you are bringing up things that you don't know every intricate piece of, just as I don't know every intricate piece of.
I will concede if you point to the point in our conversation where when I brought up the unit circle.
Is that not a part of Euclidean triangles? The
It's
relationship
not part of
between
my argument.
it is a part of trigonometry. It's like a really
not-
simple part of
Sure, there are
trigonometry as
many
well.
things that are part of trigonometry, and I
Like,
didn't
if
bring that
you're
up.
in a high school math class, you know these things. It's not that hard.
Yeah, but I don't need them to prove the shape of the Earth.
That's my point. You cannot make irrational claims
That
against
is my
me
point.
that because I don't know every single the 3 semesters of physics or whatever the fuck you're talking about, that I can't make a claim, but you can make a claim without knowing everything about
But I
trigonometry.
didn't. But I didn't.
You did.
No.
You literally
in my
did.
argument, I only bring a single relationship in a triangle, a single one. I don't even bring up a circle, so I don't know what's your problem.
You don't know what the unit circle is, do you?
For the purpose of this conversation, I do not.
Dude. Did you go to college?
No,
I'm not
I
even
went
trying
to
to
a
shit on you.
university.
You went to a university. Okay.
Yeah, he's a foreigner. He's not, so it's a little bit different.
It is a little bit different, yeah, obviously. So you have a higher education and you can't tell me these. I'm not even going to make fun of you for that. That's kind of on you.
I could tell you many things. None of them relate to the measurement of curvature of the Earth, so I won't say them right. It's not a contest in erudition.
Exactly, that's my point. So next time I bring something up, don't say some shit like, you can't tell me what this is, so why bring it up?
You
of
brought
course
it
I
up
can't
in
tell you
your
the
argument.
specific part about this.
You were trying to substantiate your claim about the distance of the stars from the surface of the Earth. When I asked you how, then you uttered some nonsense about redshift and blue shift, and then you said you don't know what you're
Doppler
talking
effect,
about. No,
and
I
then I
had to
told
tell you it
you
was the
that we
Doppler
cannot
effect.
provide a single, like, we can't experiment with it in a fucking Discord call. Because we're in a Discord call.
But it's you
So
who
stop with
brings
this
up an
weird. You're
argument
literally
that's
just arguing
impossible
like
to
stupid
discuss.
shit. But approach the topic. Tell me
Yes.
how Euclidean triangles prove that the Earth is flat.
They don't. They prove that it's a globe.
Okay, go on.
I just answered your question. Ask me another question.
Go on. Prove that it does. That was your conversation. That's what you brought up.
Okay, give me 1 second.
So you brought it up and you can't explain it. Gotcha.
Dude, I have to pull up a Google Doc. Can I just have 20 seconds to pull up a Google Doc? Okay, it's on your screen now. Here's how they prove that it's a globe. Did he just run away? Them globers, man.
I think he wanted to argue with a flat earther, and then once you're like, "Hey, it's a globe, dude," he's like, "Ice."
Well, I just wanted to have some fun, guys. You know, you guys do this all the time. For me, it's new. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it kind of looked like you were doing that, so I wanted to give you some space.
Thank you.
The only modding I did was the guy who just opened his mic and started dropping slurs. I'm not sure if you even heard it.
I ignored it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured maybe that's probably what happened. I got him pretty quick. I think he got like 1.5 out before I muted him.
That's why you're such a good mod, Craig.
You can't be complacent, you know? It's like you never know when some, like bigot's just gonna start blurting shit. Hey, I got a video that would you check out? It's about a little under 5 minutes.
Oh, for me? Yeah, I'll have a look.
Yeah. Here, I'll drop it here. Let me Okay, so this has to do with a conversation. Are you familiar with Jin? Like Jin CBR?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so he's a flat earther and kind of a conspiracy theorist. He talks a lot about adjacent topics like oh, okay. Let me know when you get back.
I'm listening though.
Oh, okay. So he talks a lot about stuff, a lot of social justice stuff, and a lot of like basically how the world should be and how why it's a fallen world. And he connects it kind of like what I do too, with like a flat Earth model, like a petri dish. The nasty just keeps growing. There isn't any positive change happening in the world. If anything's changing, it's just accelerating the nasty. Like the same set of conditions are just increasing their duration. So I was on this Gempanzee server, and they are very much anti-flat Earth. And I used to go there a couple years ago, and there was like a mod that constantly banned me and stuff. But then that mod got kicked out, so I came back, and I've been like sort of like once a week or so I go there, and I don't spend a lot of time trying to talk with people. Like I generally give them 1 or 2 tries on understanding content, and then I just say whatever. I just disengage. So that's a context of this conversation is that one of the moderators was saying that, hey, I'm constantly yielding the mic when other people talk. So that's just to set it up, and then listen here what you think.
Okay, I can watch it now.
All right.
Crit, I listened to it. I honestly don't know how to interpret this. How does this relate to anything that we've been talking about? Some guy Jen, you're talking about some guy Jen.
Yeah, you got to the end of it already?
Yeah, I skipped through it because looking for the parts where when you speak, and is it just some drama between people I don't know?
No, it has to do with how I said there's another speaker, there's another person called Jen, and I think that I am Jen adjacent to a lot of his ideas. I don't share a lot of them, but I would say I'm pretty close. Then the globalist came in and said Jen is the most belligerent, idiotic person ever. That you couldn't find someone more belligerent and idiotic. And then they said my answer of being Jen adjacent is completely stupid and idiotic and belligerent. And I'm like, well, does that make me Jen adjacent? And they're like, yes and no at exactly the same time.
Dude, but why are you sharing this with me? I don't know the context, and honestly,
because this is where when you're a flat earther and you're advocating for a flat earth position, you had a light duty, just some random dude who Heretic had triggered at some point in the past. You should try it in some of the most dankest, darkest globalist dens there are. Places where they will not recognize your humanity if you see the earth as the surface of the earth is flat.
Great.
To really give yourself a challenge and say, are you able to steel man this position to people who will not listen, cannot listen, and anything you say will be used to show how stupid you are, and the whole time.
You're so naive, Crit. You think I haven't been to Twitter Spaces on Flat Earth? You think I haven't been to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel with extreme nut jobs there, like QE? You don't think I've experienced that sort of thing just to see what it tastes like?
No, I'm talking about being a flat earther in the global.
And I'm talking of being a glober who goes to extremely deranged flat Earth spaces. It's exactly the same experience, just reversed.
Yeah, that's the best part. And what I was talking to you about the other day, environmental conditioning. There is not a dime's lick of difference between the globe and the flat Earth.
Okay,
these are cavemen who picked a cave or tribe. There's a tribalistic worldview, and nothing's going to change that. What's even more telling is that on a flat Earth, you can explain it. It's easy to explain why people are so tribalistic. Remember that contradiction, possible and not possible, at exactly the same time. It is not possible for the globalists to do something other than conduct themselves as if the earth is flat, given a model where they should be able to do all the above, and they can do none of the above. And that's why I think it would be good for you. It'd be good for you to get out there and just steel man the position. Pretend to be a flat earther, go to globalist spaces, and just listen and try to.
I have a better idea. I'll do this just for you, okay? As a friend. Have me unblocked for a day on the Discord 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, and I'll join the discussion when Huey and some of the other deranged personnel are there, and I will argue for the globe exactly the same way I argue here with people like Jedi, Heretic, even Alpha Veritas, and you will be there to witness what's going to happen, and then we will have a conversation. We'll have a post-game analysis, you and I, afterwards. How about that?
Well, you're already on Debate Flat Earth and More. Just go there and just say, hey, I wonder if the Earth is flat. Just ponder the question.
Okay. I'll do that with you in the room.
Well, I mean, yeah, you'll need to do it with me in the room. Just see what happens.
No, I want you to be in the room.
feel that? Jig it out.
What's up, D-Mock? Or was that the heretic? That's someone's mic laid up.
Hey, does a flat earther want to talk? Because I'd love to talk to a flat earther.
Yeah, what's up, Donald?
Well, hello. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
So, can you tell me what was the thing that convinced you that the Earth was flat?
The Earth?
Yeah, the Earth is flat. That what I'm asking is, what convinced you?
Yeah, the Earth. The Earth convinced me that the Earth is flat.
The Earth? Well, I mean, the Earth is objectively a globe.
Objectively?
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
I mean, I've measured it personally. I can teach you how to measure it personally. Can you measure something that does not exist?
Yeah, man.
You can measure. Give me a measurement of something that does not exist.
Like fear, happiness.
Those things exist.
Yeah, no, you can't hold it. You can't just show it to you.
But you can measure
Give me
it.
a cup. Give me a cup of happiness.
Sure, it's called oxytocin. So, can you measure something that does not exist? So, what was your name?
Crit, dude.
Oh, Crit. Can you measure something?
I'm not in the habit of repeating myself. So, use the first answer or target a specific point that you don't understand, articulating with your words why you didn't understand what was told to you. Then
the things you said exist. You can measure things that exist. I would like for you to give me an example of something that is measured to not exist. Something that does not exist, you can measure. Love and happiness and all those things exist.
Yeah, the same.
They exist, though, but happiness exists. Give me an example of something you can measure that does not exist.
Yeah, dude, it's the same answer as before. You gotta do what you gotta do to fix it is ask a targeted, pointed question.
That's precisely what I'm doing. Happiness exists.
Yeah, just a isn't gonna work. You got what you
That's
gotta do.
not what I'm doing. I never ever did that. I did the exact opposite of that. I said, those things exist. You have to give me an example of something that can be measured and does not exist. That's what I'm asking. But really, the important question that you have never answered is, can you measure something that does not exist?
Asked and answered.
You said no. I'm sorry, you said yes. You said yes, you can measure something that does not exist. And I asked, can you give me an example of a measurement of something that does not exist? You gave me happiness and stuff, emotions. Emotions can be measured. They exist. Give me an example of something that does not exist that can be measured.
Same answer as before.
You gave me stuff that does exist. It's not an answer. You said stuff that does exist. I need an example of something that does not exist that you can actually measure.
What is the point of this? Where is this going?
Well, I mean, I need to know whether or not he understands that things that are measured exist. You cannot measure something that does not exist. That's my point.
Okay, and where are we going with this?
That nowhere except for that. That's my point. You cannot measure something that does not exist. That's my point. That's what I'm trying to talk about.
Okay, so Can you cut me off some happiness and paint it red and put some love in a bucket?
Yeah, it's called oxytocin. The hormone, it makes your brain say, yay, happy thing.
No, that's just a chemical. That's not the stuff. You can't give it to me. You can't paint it red. You can't cut some off. That's what he means by it doesn't exist. It's not
Well, no,
real.
I
It's a
can be
concept. It's just a concept.
No, emotions are not simply concepts. They are
No, it's
also.
just a concept because you can't cut some off and paint it red.
I can. I'm trying to tell you that I can. You are wrong. All I have to do is take some oxytocin hormone and put it in a jar and paint it red and hand it to you, and that's handing you happiness.
Weirdest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Well, it doesn't make it wrong. Just because you've never heard it or you think it's wrong doesn't actually make it wrong. Neuroscience has come to the conclusion that oxytocin is the hormone that produces happiness in human minds. That is uncontestable. It's not even up for debate. So, can you give me an example of something that exists that can be measured? Because that was the original question.
Same answer as before. It really boils down to a lack of your epistemology that you think.
Well, no, it boils down to your misunderstanding of what exists and what does not exist. You gave me examples of things that do exist. If something does exist, then it doesn't not
exist. You wouldn't be asking for something that you can't do. You wouldn't ask a question that would be impossible to answer. That would be a complete other and total breakdown of epistemology.
Yours, not mine.
No, yours.
That's the point, is to show that your epistemology is garbage.
Answer, if your question has no answer, your epistemology is broken, a direct contradiction. A question.
No, my question has a very simple answer. My question has a very simple answer.
Same answer as before.
No. The answer to my question is no. You cannot measure something that does not exist.
Then why did you ask for it?
Hang on. I didn't.
Yeah,
the things that. No, I didn't.
That's the part that's broken now. Your epistemology is in a full free fall. You've now asked for something that someone couldn't do.
I didn't do that. Did I just... What is happening?
You're seeing that your worldview is illogical and irrational.
Well, no, that's not what's happening here. So, I'm trying to elucidate the fact that your worldview is the one that is illogical. So, the way that I do that is by the Socratic method. I ask you questions to make sure that the beliefs that you
fucked up the Socratic method. The Socratic method is you're supposed to gain insight by asking questions. You lose insight as you ask questions. You're doing the Socratic method the direct opposite. Every question you ask should be targeted specifically to understand the other person. You are better off not asking a single thing.
That's not what the Socratic method is for.
As soon as you ask a question, you're now more confused than you were prior to asking. Had you not asked at all, you would have been able to maintain your logically inconsistent worldview. Where you ask for things.
Can you demonstrate anything that you say? Do you even know how to demonstrate what you say to be true? So can you demonstrate what you're saying to be true?
Same answer as before.
It's a different question.
Yeah, your worldview, your version of the Socratic method is a complete epistemological breakdown where you ask for things that you can't do. And you think don't exist. It's a complete. The next thing you're going to do is say, well, prove God to me.
Okay.
You are in
accept that. except that the Socratic method relies on the cooperation between both interlocutors. You are not cooperating even in the slightest. You barely let me speak at all. All right, what I need to know
That's
is...
the best part. You're asking questions and speaking at the same time. Your worldview
Oh my gosh,
is
how do I ask a question without speaking? How do I ask a question without speaking?
Then you be quiet. You ask a
But
question.
that's not asking questions then. Then that's not asking questions.
Yeah, ask a question, then listen to the answer.
You
can't
haven't.
do that.
I've done that. I've done that.
Because you're in a free fall.
I always do that. Always. So the question that I have is it possible to measure something that does not exist?
Same answer.
Stuff that exists was your answer.
No.
So that doesn't answer a question about stuff that does not exist, does it? The answer you gave was about stuff that does exist. So that is not an answer to a question about stuff that does not exist. Correct?
No, try again.
Try again how? You just keep saying same answer to different questions. I don't understand what you mean.
Perfect. Use that. You don't understand.
That's why
so
I'm asking.
now you would have to use this correct method to try to gain understanding, but you're so bad at it. Each question you ask, you get more confused. You're better off just right now. Don't take another hit. Just you're sitting at a soft 16. Just keep it the way it is and just stay. Because if you hit, you're gonna bust. You'll bust an unbustable hand, but you'll go lower. You'll gain less understanding.
Sure. So, can you measure something that does not exist?
Same answer. Same question, same
You
answer.
gave the answer of things that exist, which is irrelevant to my question. You cannot say same answer if you gave an answer of things that exist. That's incoherent nonsense babble. So, does love exist? Does love exist?
Same answer, same question.
Oh my God, it's a completely different question. What is wrong with you? Does love exist? Great.
Same question, same answer.
It's not the same question, and it cannot have the same answer. You are being fucking disrespectful to me now. Now you're just lying about what I'm saying right to my face. Immediately after I said it, you are lying.
A complete epistemological breakdown. Now you feel insulted.
Are lying. No, you are lying about everything I've said. I cannot have what you describe as an epistemological breakdown if everything that you're saying about my epistemology is a fucking lie. If you are lying, then all of your conclusions are irrelevant. Do you understand that?
And that would call a complete epistemological breakdown. So if you think I'm lying,
yes, that would be for you a complete epistemological breakdown.
Because if you think I'm lying, you would not ask another question. If
I'm trying to get around the lie.
You are in a complete epistemological breakdown. Because now you're expecting to get lies at the same time you think lies are disrespectful. Your worldview is irrational. You are not a rational logic-based thinker. You are
you need to Google. So you need to Google the word projection.
No, thank you.
I'm not doing that. What I'm trying to do is get around your lies by finding different questions to ask, but you keep giving me the same answer. You're literally saying same. Oh my God, you're literally saying same answer to a different question.
No, same answer.
So
same
who's being dishonest here?
You.
Me or you?
You're unable to follow your own worldview.
I don't care about that right now. I asked you a very simple question, and you said same answer to a different question that had a different answer that didn't even apply to what I was asking. So who's being dishonest?
You have a complete epistemological breakdown.
You're just repeating yourself over and over. Are you caught in a loop? Do I need to put the Control Alt Delete Task Manager in task?
Try it, and then when you find out it doesn't do anything,
what happens?
A complete epistemological breakdown.
You're repeating yourself over and over. I'm telling you that you're wrong, and you just keep repeating yourself.
You're contradicted again. So now wrong
I've
and a
never
lie
done
at
that.
the same time.
I've never done that. What was my contradiction?
So now you've got that there's a lie on the table, and it's wrong.
No. What was my contradiction? You said I contradicted. What did I contradict?
You got lie and wrong at the same time.
What? Lie and wrong? What was the contradiction? You said I contradicted.
Yeah,
what was
that
my
you've got
contradiction?
lie and wrong. The answer was
Wrong.
not. The
What is
question was
wrong?
not answered. The question is a
never
lie,
said the
and
word
the
wrong.
question is wrong, all at the same time.
Wrong. Oh. What? Why? How is the question wrong?
This is a complete breakdown in your epistemology.
You're repeating yourself. Stop doing that. I heard you the first 15 times. I don't need to hear that again. What I'm asking is, what was wrong with my question?
That you ask for something that you think doesn't exist. There isn't that.
No, I didn't do that. I asked about your belief. Your belief exists. So, do you believe that it is possible to measure something that does not exist?
Same question, same answer.
It's not the same question, and you cannot use the same answer because those things exist. The answer to the question exists. Those things exist. I'm asking about stuff that does not exist. So it's not the same answer to not the same question, and you're just being incoherent. So, would you like to participate in this conversation, yes or no?
It's for you to decide if you're going to participate.
Yes, I would like to participate in this conversation. Now, would you like to participate in this conversation also?
And use your epistemology to adjudicate whatever you think.
No, you use your epistemology. I don't want you to use mine. Use yours. We're talking about your epistemology, not mine. Mine is valid.
Who wants to participate, who doesn't want to participate?
Well, I'm asking you if you want to. I'm asking you personally. Do you personally want to personally participate in this personal conversation?
Yeah, you can do that.
I'm asking you. Do you want to participate in this conversation?
And I would say the proof is in the pudding. You'll decide what that looks like inside your worldview. You'll use.
How does my worldview answer your?
Because this is
opinion.
your meth field symposium.
I'm asking you personally. Personally, would you like to personally participate in a personal conversation?
Use all the data points that you've collected and come up with an answer. If yes, and if no.
No. The answer is no. You do not want to personally participate in this personal conversation.
Now, let's see
you
if
do not want to do that.
So now I predict you will contradict.
Contradict what?
You'll say that this person doesn't want to participate, and you'll continue to try to talk to me. Even after you said this person doesn't want to participate.
That's not a contradiction.
Your worldview is contradictory.
No, that's not a contradiction. That's not a contradiction. No, okay, so what I need you to do is define contradiction, please.
Yeah, same answer.
What, love is a contradiction? Because that's the thing that you said was the same answer as before with love. So
no,
love
that you'll
is
say
contradiction?
this other person doesn't want to talk, and you'll continue to try to talk to him. Inside your worldview, that's a contradiction.
I'm not talking about me. And you're the one that started up this Okay.
Let's go back to the very first answer. Is there any flat earthers here? Sure. Yes. Can I talk to one? Sure. And then right away, you went into a contradiction. You walked yourself.
What was my contradiction?
Where you asked for something that you think doesn't exist.
Okay, but what was that contradiction?
You're asking for things that don't exist.
What was the... I never asked for something that didn't exist.
You're like, hey, give me this answer to this question, and you think there's no answer to the question. Then when you're given an answer, you had to then say the answer was not given.
What was the question that I gave? What was the question that you're talking about?
The very first one you asked.
Yes, which one was that? What was the question?
Well, if you've already forgot, let's just move on.
I haven't. I know exactly what it was.
Well, if you know what it is, then don't ask me for it. Even more so when you have a claim.
Oh my God, you said it was a contradiction. You have to show how it's a contradiction. You can't just say something and then not support it.
That doesn't exist.
You just keep repeating the same thing over and over.
Yeah, because anything worth saying is worth repeating. So I could just repeat it.
Well, okay, you've done that 15 times now.
Maybe this time it will sink in. Like you'll be like, oh shit.
Well, I mean, I keep asking different things and you keep giving me the same answers. So I'm very confused. All right, what was the first thing that I asked that was contradictory?
Think about it. I want you to come up and see why you have forgotten what you said already.
I didn't. So what was the thing that I said that was
illogical? You're asking for something you already have at hand. That's
you
illogical.
have said
your worldview is illogical. It's
right.
irrational. Your worldview is
said
irrational and illogical.
You have said that I have personally, in this conversation, said something contradictory. Now, to me, that is extremely rude to do. To say something contradictory in a conversation is extremely rude. So I would like for you to tell me what it was that I said that was contradictory, because I never did that.
Yeah, you asked for an answer to a question you think doesn't have an answer.
What was the question I asked?
Yeah, if you forgot already, I'm just going to write.
No, I haven't. I'm asking you. Oh my God, the question I asked
is you're fucked up. That you don't even remember what you asked.
I do remember.
Then you wouldn't ask for it.
Except you're saying it was contradictory when I don't think it was contradictory, so I'm asking you why it was contradictory. How it was contradictory.
A question that doesn't have, that you think has no answer.
It does have an answer, though. The answer is no. That's the answer to the question I asked. No. So I would like for you to tell me how it's contradictory. Can you tell me how the question I asked and the answer being no was contradictory?
Yep, same answer as before.
Love. Love is what you said before. That was the only answer you gave before was love. So how is love contradictory, I suppose? Maybe I could ask a different question? Maybe you'd answer that one instead of just, ignoring me? I don't like being ignored. Very rude. It's very rude to ignore someone who's like in your room. I mean, I came to your room and you're ignoring me now. That's kind of rude. I mean,
I'm on pins and needles.
If you came to my house, I wouldn't ignore you while you were inside my room.
What was the original question? I'm on pins and needles. Let's have it.
Can you measure something that does not exist?
No.
No, you cannot. I agree. He said that the question was contradictory.
Okay, so why'd you ask the question? Why'd you ask the question?
Well, because I've measured the curvature of the Earth personally, and he says I couldn't do that.
Oh, really? How'd you do it? This is fascinating.
I did it with a quadrant, and I took an angle to the sun.
Oh my God.
What's a quadrant?
And I did.
What's a quadrant?
I did that. Quadrant is a quarter of a circle.
1/4.
Quarter of a circle of what?
Yeah. Of
A
360.
circle. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, which circle are we talking about?
Any
Nothing
circle
in
doesn't
reality.
matter. Any circle doesn't matter.
You circle on a piece of paper?
Well, I mean, you can divide a circle on a piece of paper into quadrants. Yes.
Okay, so you took a piece of paper and drew a circle on it.
No, I didn't.
And then
do
you
that.
did what?
That's not what a quadrant
So
is.
what quadrant are you talking about? What are you talking about
Well,
then?
it's
90.
it's on my compass. I have a quadrant on my compass.
Oh, a compass.
Yeah, 90 degrees.
Okay, so you got a compass out. Yeah, you're holding it horizontally then.
No, I'm not.
What kind of compass is this?
You cannot take an angle to something above you while holding the thing you're measuring it with at a horizontal. You can't do that.
What? Yeah, you're thinking vertical, brother. We're talking horizontal, like against the ground, flat. You're thinking vertical pointing up in the air, correct?
Yeah, I'm talking about the sun.
Yeah, you're talking about vertical. That's not horizontal.
I never said it was. I
You
understand.
just did.
Confused. No, I didn't do that. The
Donald,
other
you
guy
have a
did.
compass, as in the type of compass that you're talking about is a navigation type compass, like north, south, east, west type of compass?
Well, yeah, sure.
Okay, sure. I'm just making sure we're not talking about something that you draw circles with. You know what I'm saying? That type of
Not
compass?
talking about that. No, not talking about that.
Okay, so we're using a compass. How does this compass
No,
work?
I'm using a quadrant. It's attached to my compass.
How big is your quadrant? What's it stand for of the sphere? Stands for 1/4 of it, right? Which is 90
Of a
fucking degrees.
circle. Of a circle, it's
1/4. Is that a flat
of a
circle
circle.
horizontally, or is that a circle vertically where you see the hump?
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean doesn't matter?
It doesn't
I'm not
matter.
talking about the Earth.
Doesn't
I'm not
matter.
talking about the Earth right now.
Bro, so what are you
So you are measuring the core. Yeah, what are you talking about? So this isn't the curvature of the Earth then we're talking about?
No, I'm talking about measuring the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, and you did that by taking a compass and a quadrant.
No, just a quadrant.
Just a quadrant.
Yes.
And how is this quadrant oriented? I guess,
It's pointed at the thing you're measuring, so it'd be pointed at the sun.
So you're measuring the sun and getting an angle to it.
Yes, I'm getting an angle to
you're
the
getting
sun.
an arc tangent with an arc line with an arc 90 of 1/4 of a circle, which would be an arc. Like, what are you? Hold on, bro.
So I'm getting an angle to the sun from my specific point on the surface. And I'm doing it in two different places
So where?
at the same time.
Where at on the surface?
Well, I was in DFW and my buddy was in Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma
They're roughly
City.
on this.
Where are you at?
Yeah. They're roughly on the same longitude, but different latitudes. So if you do that and you take a measurement of the position of the sun at the same time on the same day, and you get two angles, you can solve for all the triangles and you can map the surface of the object you're standing on.
No, you're not.
So you got, no, that's fine. So you got angles to the sun at two different places. And to get those angles, you required, a horizontal flat baseline for that triangle.
I require zero horizontal.
No.
Yeah, zero.
Okay, so you weren't getting an angle to the sun then. What was your what's your reference point?
I was getting an angle to the sun from where I was standing.
And what are the three lines of the triangle?
I don't require triangles.
Okay, what are the lines for the angle?
There is a single angle. Not 30.
No, you can't just have one line, bro.
No, I never
said. What are the
said
two lines for the angle?
I never.
Yeah, I know. Douchebag, I just asked you. You have two lines, one angle. What are the two lines of the angle?
My position to the sun.
Yeah, that's 2 points, dumb fuck.
Yeah, that's all you need is 2 points to get
You
an
have to have two lines for an angle.
Horizontal and vertical.
You have to have... Yeah, that's fine.
How many angles do you have with one line?
0 angles.
Good job, dumb fuck. So we have a point, a sun, and where you're at. Those are 2 points. You have one line between them. Where's the other line for the angle?
My position on the surface.
Dude, that's the point we've already covered. That's a point.
That's your vertical.
It's not a line.
Yeah, where's your horizontal?
There is no horizontal. I don't require a horizontal.
No, we're not worried about that. I want the other line. You're talking about points. Your position on the earth is a point, is it not? Or is it a line?
It's a tangent.
Oh, now we have a tangent point. We're begging the question that we're on a sphere to begin with, aren't we?
Well, no.
You're going to beg the question. Oh, so what is the definition with citation of what a tangent is? Show me the definition of a tangent point. Give me the definition with citation of a tangent point.
Okay, a tangent is where a line intersects.
Give me a citation right now.
Sure.
And you're not intersecting with anything. You're touching the surface. You're not intersecting. You're not cutting through. You're not dividing.
I'm intersecting with the surface. I'm intersecting with the surface.
No, you're touching it. If you put your finger, you're not.
That's an intersection. That's an intersection. If I'm touching it, I'm intersecting.
There he goes. He starts to flip out. He starts to spaz out. This is fun. I love Donald. Donald's a spaz.
When did I spaz out? Tangent.
Just now. You start getting up in your voice and you start to freak out. It's hilarious for me.
When did I freak out? Okay, a straight line or plane that touches a curve or curved surface at a point, but if extended, does not cross it at that point. You have
Thank you. So you're begging the question of the curved assertions. Excuse me. You're begging the question of a curved surface where you're standing and you're creating. No, you can't, because even in the definition it does not say that. So you just beg the question of a ball that you're on or a curved surface, and I proved it by your citation. So instead of begging the question that you're on a curved surface and you create a tangent plane, you're going to be on a plane that you created because that's where you're standing and there's no tangent. So you have two lines. You have a flat horizontal line and you're measuring an angle from that flat horizontal line to the sun, and that's your angle. Welcome to Flat Earth, Donald.
I do not require a flat tangent line. All I need.
Okay, so you don't need a tangent then. So tell me how you get an angle from a point. Tell me how you get a line, two lines to make an angle at a vertex from one point with one line between you and where the sun is. Where's the other line to get the angle?
My position on the surface, wherever that is.
Yeah, you keep saying that. So you don't have another line. You don't have another line, do you?
I do.
Just say, I don't have another line. What's the line? Your line is not a position. It's a point. Donald, I swear, dude, you are thick as fuck. So, your point is not a line. Do you know that lines and points are different?
Muted. Yes, I know that lines and
points. I'll mute you all day long. Okay, so your point.
Finish my.
Yeah, you haven't been able to finish it, even though you have, because I've asked you multiple times. Your position is a point. It's not a line, is it?
If you would allow me, my.
No, I just want you to say it once I unmute you. My position is not a line, it is a point.
Motherfuckers, don't mute me.
There we go. Now the spaz is happening. I love the spaz. Right. So your position is not a line, it's a point, isn't it?
If you'd let me finish, this would be all cleared
up. Yeah, you can just say it one more time. My position is not a line, it's a point, isn't it?
I have not been able to finish.
So my position is not a line, it's a point, isn't it, Donald?
Not finished.
There we go. There's the spazzing. I knew it. I knew it would come.
I'm not spazzing.
You are spazzing. You're yelling. You're freaking out.
May
Donald.
I speak?
Hey,
I'd
Donald.
Like to speak.
I just want you to. I just want you to. Well, now you're chanting. So, Donald, your position is a point, not a line. Correct?
Every time you mute me, I'm.
There we go. Yeah, go on deaf. In fact, hit the road, dude. This happens all day, every day. Somebody else will come in here. You know. Most of the time, they don't claim that points are lines, though. This is sort of a new one. This is a new tactic. And earlier, you begged the question that, this is a tangent point on a ball. And that's the thing we're trying to prove. So.
It's an intersection. He said 1 point, so a dead end street is a fucking intersection today, guys. This is something new I've learned.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? We're learning more each day from the Glovers. A circle. It doesn't matter about the earth, but what are we measuring? Well, I'm measuring the earth, but the earth doesn't matter. We're not talking like, oh, what the fuck, you double speakers? Man, can we get people that don't double speak?
Oh, wouldn't that be great? But then they'd have to admit that there's no curvature to be,
Right.
measuring.
They have a horizontal curve, correct? Yeah. See, because the Glovers need a horizontal line to be curved. A horizontal line, the most perfect horizontal line you can ever make is more curved than the earth. Phrased by McToon.
Using those point lines.
Huh?
Using those point lines.
Yeah. Using your vertical as your horizontal. Isn't that fucking crazy? Using a vertical point where your feet's the what? So you're the plumb. You are the plumb bob. Your feet are the horizontal and your body's the vertical.
Yep. So to round out Donald's question about, can you measure something that doesn't exist? In this case, 100% with you. The flat Earth does exist. He measured it using a horizontal, which is one line, and then he got the other line between himself and the sun and measured an elevation angle. Imagine that.
Yeah, proven flat Earth. It's proven they can't measure a curve. All they can measure is a horizontal. That's all they can measure. That's why I asked him to go up to the wall and show me how the curve of Earth is different than that horizontal line. And they say it's not. And that's where I'm lost. Because somewhere that helicopter got to be going below that. The edge of Earth has to be below that somewhere. I don't know what kind of crack they're smoking. The boat has to drop below that, but still be at the same height as that where you hold that horizontal line at. So I don't know where we can see this happen at, but that's what all I'm looking for. I'm looking for the elevation change from 1 inch. I want 1 inch that way, 1 inch down below itself, 1 inch above itself. I want to see this fucking globe elevation. Prove it. Physically.
Have you found it?
I was waiting for you to show me. What do you mean, have I found something that I've been looking for? Clearly not.
Yeah.
Clearly the answer's in the fucking question. No.
Elevation changes are easy to find.
We'll draw it on the wall. Show us how a horizontal line's not your fucking globe.
Okay.
What?
I said okay.
Can't wait for your presentation. Then I want you to let
Coming
McToon
right up.
know, and I want you to let McToon know that the Earth's curve isn't a horizontal either.
There you go. Here you go.
And you're gonna do it with water, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And then a marker. You just need one marker, and then you need to draw the curve of Earth, and then go line that up with water. At rest.
Yeah. That's how we establish the mean sea level.
No, you have to show not horizontal, dummy. You have to show a lower inch than itself.
Okay.
Can't wait. I can't wait to see 1 inch high at 0, 1 inch high at below 0, below sea level. You have to go below
Here it is.
horizontal sea level. Here, what is it? Please don't show me a computer
The
screen.
things you said.
The things I said, you couldn't even repeat it?
Why would I? You said it very clearly.
Yeah, honestly, Peter, you may have to repeat. Why don't you repeat it back to Denmark what he was asking for?
He wanted to see a horizontal. That's not to tell Maktoon that it's not possible, and then a water that's following the curve.
Is that what you asked for, Denmark?
Yeah, for him to show that globe elevation is a real thing. Actually put globe elevation on the wall. So mark 1 inch high on the wall and have your horizontal ruler or meter stick and trace that horizontal line. And just imagine with us, because we know globers love to imagine, and I'm going to imagine with you guys this one time. Imagine that line that you put, that horizontal line, is 24,000 miles. Now you're at the end of it. You're going to draw your Earth curve edge to go below itself. That's what I need you to do. You're at the end of 24,901 miles. Finish the curve off. Or you're at the edge of 3959. It's a horizontal line for 3,959 miles. Show us how your globe's not the same. That's all I'm waiting for.
All of this on my wall in my room?
Yeah, all you got to do is put one line, one horizontal line. That horizontal 12-inch ruler line is going to represent the 3959. Because on flat Earth, that's the same. No matter how far, you can go 80,000 miles on flat Earth. And that horizontal line represents our elevation. Do you understand? It's never going to change.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing.
Yeah, but the globe is not that. The globe is not that horizontal line anymore because you're at the edge of it. Now show us how the globe curves away from it and down.
Okay,
That's all.
awesome.
Yeah.
I thought I understood you the first time.
Correct.
Thank you for checking in with us, says who. So here you go. This is how it works. Okay. All clear now, yeah?
No, that's a computer screen. I need you to go on your wall and show
Well,
us
I
real
cannot do a
globe elevation.
20,000 miles on my wall, so
No,
I'm not going to
no.
waste your
Dot.
time.
No, a little dot. You only need a dot below the fucking horizontal. Your 1 inch needs to keep going down below itself. You wouldn't be wasting your time. You would be proving curvature. Do you understand?
On my
How can a
wall?
boat drop below itself but be over the at the same horizontal, dude?
I'm showing you how.
You're showing. Put a horizontal line across the top of that. Perfectly across the top, like 12 o'clock. All the way.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, make that line like a plus sign. Yep.
There you go.
I need a horizontal across the top of the ball, touching the ball.
Got you.
Yeah, touch the ball with it right there. Touch the ball. Boom. Now you see that point where it touches the ball? That's not even a line. That's a focal point. It's the same size as that. It's the same size as that black line going down. That's the only part of that square flat thing that actually meets up with that ball is only a point. Do you understand that? Look at that flat surface.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's called a
Okay.
tangential plane.
Right. Now outside, go find that how it does that. Go find, because you're horizontal, it's not the same as that globe, right? So now that tangent point at 12 o'clock, that point, that vertical, just imagine that's the line in your room. Now you're going to show
I'm with you, brother. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm showing it
yeah,
right
that
now.
horizontal line is in your room. Now you're going to draw the Earth curve underneath it with a dot-to-dot marker. It's not that hard, dude.
I'm
Literally.
showing it right now.
On your wall inside your house.
No, the wall's too small.
No, the wall is not too small to put a pin dot, dude. What are you talking about?
My wife won't let me put pin dots on the wall.
Put a piece of paper up there.
I don't feel
Take
like
a
it.
piece of paper up there and just put 3 dots.
There's
That
no water on
represent.
my wall, and you asked for
Let's
water curvature.
represent the 3 1 inches, like 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch below itself, below itself, below itself, and we'll be done. 3 dots below my horizontal, and that'll be your curve, wherever you want to put them.
Yeah, we agree.
Yeah, so go get some water that does that. Get your ruler out and match your fucking little dots with the water and make sure it goes down.
I'm showing you on the screen right now.
No, you're not, you retard. You fucking idiot. You're supposed to be outside, on a brick wall, on a bridge wall, on a building wall. Mark the curve, because the building is made with the attribute of the curve, supposedly. So if you can't mark it on the wall, how did the building makers make it? How'd they make the building follow it? If you can't, you need 20 miles to follow it, but the fucking building maker made his fucking building across the street match the curve, and they don't, and you can measure it from them, but you can't put a dot to dot. Are you stupid?
No.
You have to be, brother.
Could you be stupid?
No, I know a curve's not the same as a horizontal. I know that globe
Me too.
elevation
We
has
agree.
to be. I know that globe elevation has to be 1 inch below itself, and below that, and below that, and below that, to be a globe. But we don't see that. You guys use a horizontal flat Earth level. Use a flat Earth reference for your fucking sea level. 0.
I don't use that.
You can't draw on the wall your globe. You can't find how the globe works. Up close and personal, you're too fucking. You're too small on this big ball to be able to put a dot on the wall. Isn't that crazy? How big are you to this ball, dude? That your dot's going to be too big for the curve. So a dot on the wall is bigger than Earth curve. Crazy. So a boat's going below a dot on the wall, you guys. A fucking pin dot. A boat is dropping below that, but still staying above it. What magic?
Compared to somebody who is so far away from the company, they don't even know the product that we're talking about, yet alone they don't even know the company.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.